Good evening and welcome to episode 11 of Loomer Unleashed. I'm your host, Laura Loomer. Tonight is a very special episode of Loomer Unleashed because it is our Thanksgiving Turkey Trumpathon. What is that, you may ask? Well, it is a 4-hour telethon for the January 6th political prisoners and January 6th defendants so that we can raise money for their legal defense funds because, as you probably have noticed, the only people who have been pardoned under Joe Biden's illegitimate regime here in America are 2 turkeys as of yesterday and 3 Iranian terrorists. As millions of Americans gather for Thanksgiving across the country this week with their friends and their family members, there will no doubt be many interesting conversations about the state of our country and our world. While we live in troubling times, we still have much to be thankful for. Even in the darkest of times, which may yet lurk around the corner, we must never forget that we are truly a blessed people. But by that same token, there is much to be concerned about. We are heading in the wrong direction as a country, and nobody can deny this. Our economy is fundamentally broken. Our infrastructure is crumbling and decaying. We are being invaded by illegal aliens and jihadists. And our social fabric is being torn apart more and more each and every day. So as you sit down at the table, surrounded by your family, do not despair, but also do not ignore the reality of our situation. I am personally not a fan of the phrase, "Don't bring politics to the dinner table." This Thanksgiving, I believe all patriotic Americans have a duty to force feed their loved ones several servings of truth so that we can try to wake up as many people as possible about what our future is going to look like if we don't succeed in getting President Trump reelected for a 3rd time in 2024. Living in the modern world, it is often easy to forget just how good we have it. In general, we've been blessed with incredible abundance and security. Think of all of the wonderful things that have elevated our quality of life infinitely higher above the lives of our ancestors. We have reliable heating, electricity, running water, healthcare, and grocery stores filled to the brim with food. We often take all of this for granted. And while technology has brought about its own set of challenges, our ancestors would likely envy the technological conveniences we enjoy today. We are also blessed to live in America, which, despite her many current issues, remains one of the greatest countries in the world. At the risk of sounding cliche, there is something unique about this nation. It has everything to do with the people who founded this place hundreds of years ago. Through their tireless efforts, as well as the values and faith they brought along with them, they crafted a place that would eventually become the envy of the world. They are to thank for the society which would ultimately produce the United States Constitution, win the world wars, and put men on the moon. It was that founding stock that celebrated the original Thanksgiving, and we are all eternally in their debt, because a cursory glance around the rest of the world reveals a pretty grim picture. Yes, other places might have democracy, a good living quality, and beautiful landscapes, but they each lack the American character which drives us forward. We also should be thankful for being part of a movement that has proven extremely resilient in the face of truly oppressive opposition. The MAGA and the America First wing of conservatism has seemingly weathered an incessant barrage of arrows. Yet, in spite of this, it has now emerged more powerful than ever. We are earnest people, true patriots, who are fighting for a better nation. Think of what this country's prospects would look like without us and our leader, Donald J. Trump. What a blessing it is to have a person like Donald Trump who is willing to completely break the political mold and weather the storm to blaze a path forward for all of us. Imagine what the GOP would look like without President Trump. Aside from Vivek Ramaswamy, there is virtually nobody else in the GOP who consistently fights the establishment while also espousing the ideals of America First. The fact that Trump broke into the political world and has remained a fixture in it despite every obstacle imaginable is a true miracle. And this Thanksgiving, I'm very thankful for Donald Trump, and I'm extremely thankful for the MAGA movement, which I'm a part of. But while you count your blessings, be mindful of the current plight that we are all in. First and foremost, we are facing a possible electoral winter wherein the GOP will never be able to win a major national election ever again. Along with voter fatigue caused by a lack of trust in our elections, this is being fueled by the combination of record low birth rates among the native population and an exponentially increasing flood of migrants across our disastrous and open southern border. Thank you, Joe Biden. We, as Trump supporters, are also facing serious political persecution in this country. While we celebrate the holidays, hundreds of January 6th protesters and patriots, as I like to call them because they're patriots, are spending their Thanksgiving in jail, and many of them are in solitary confinement simply because they support President Trump and they believe that our elections are rigged and stolen. Thousands more are facing active censorship, debanking, and government harassment. That is the reality of the DOJ and the other deep state agencies that are being used to club the life out of the MAGA movement. It is a very grim and dark situation, and it may get worse before it gets better. Even worse, though, the social fabric of our nation is being damaged more and more with each day that passes. The tidal wave of illegal, criminal alien invaders who are refusing to assimilate to our culture is permanently altering our society, and not for the better. We now have massive pockets of anti-American migrants spread throughout the country. We have groups who are literally empowering and supporting Islamic terrorism in the streets of major American cities, on the campuses of American colleges and universities, and online through their candid support of Hamas, Hezbollah, and the oppressive and barbaric Iranian regime, which is funding many of these terrorist activities around the world that we have seen over the last month and a half since the terrible and tragic attacks in Israel on October 7th. We have entire neighborhoods and cities here in America that have been reduced by drugs, homelessness, and migration, which has made these once great cities look something like out of a horror movie. Communities across our nation are feeling this decline, and I would bet that you personally are too. I know I am. You know, I often find myself saying there really isn't much to be thankful for these days in America. I woke up this morning feeling a little dopey and mopey, feeling sorry for myself and thinking, the country's going to hell and I don't really feel so grateful this Thanksgiving. I know I've said that many times, and while it might make me sound like an ingrate when we look around and we see even more severe suffering in other parts of the world, I know that my feelings are justified and that many of you have felt or are currently feeling the same way about our nation that is in decline. Yet with all of that being said, as you sit down to enjoy a wonderful turkey dinner, look around the table. There you will see a blessing that nobody can take away from you, at least not yet. And that's your family. It is your family that will support you through the hardest times in your life. It is the love of your family that drives you to achieve new heights. It is family, along with God, that provides purpose in this often directionless world. However, not everybody is blessed to have family, and not everybody has family that they're going to be with for the holidays. And so if you are feeling alone this Thanksgiving and you don't have any family, you can know that you are never truly alone, because you are a part of an entire movement of people, a movement that includes President Trump, and this movement consists of people who are fighting right alongside you for a better, brighter, and more free and prosperous America. And that is something to truly be thankful for.
There is a young female journalist, conservative journalist, by the name of Laura Loomer.
If America's men acted like Laura Loomer, our problems will be fixed in about 5 minutes.
Chained herself to
She
Twitter.
chained herself.
So good evening, and thank you so much to everybody who is tuning in to this very special edition of Loomer Unleashed. As I said before the monologue there, we are having a Thanksgiving turkey Trumpathon, okay? And so it's going to be a very long episode tonight. If you can't stay for all of it, that's fine. But I will be here until about 12:30, probably 1 o'clock in the morning, if I'm being honest, by the time it takes me to leave the studio and get everything packed up. But I'm actually going to be having 18 January 6th defendants on tonight. some of them you have seen, some of them have risen to levels of notoriety, including my first guest of the evening, Jacob Chansley, who is also known as the QAnon shaman. He prefers the term America shaman. He's going to be calling in soon, but we're going to hear from about 18 J6 defendants this evening. We're going to hear from John Pierce, an attorney who's representing, dozens of J6ers. He's also the founder of the NCLU. And there's a lot to talk about, right? And yesterday, I was very disturbed when I saw Joe Biden participating in the annual turkey pardon. And yes, people will say, oh, come on, Laura, every single president does this, right? President Trump did a turkey pardon as well. Yeah, that's true. But the difference between Joe Biden and President Trump and some of the other presidents we've had is that other presidents have actually pardoned people deserving of pardons. And what is Joe Biden doing? Well, if you look at the official presidential pardon website, and we'll be showing you that tonight. We also, like I said, we have 18 people coming on tonight, J6ers. And so we're going to be mostly doing calls tonight and bouncing in between the chat. But if you look at the presidential pardon list, you'll see that Joe Biden has only given 3 official pardons this year, and they were all done around September 14th, and they were for Iranian terrorists that were part of a prisoner exchange for Iran when Joe Biden unfroze $6 billion that, of course, was sent to the Iranians. And we now know that the Iranians used those funds to carry out the attacks on Israel by training and arming the Hamas and Hezbollah operatives who went into Israel on October 7th and slaughtered and killed 1,400 Jews, 33 of them being American citizens that we know of now. They've taken many more hostages. And of course, that is the largest slaughtering of Jews since the time of the Holocaust. And so, you're not seeing any of these political prisoners get pardoned or released. And a lot of people have forgotten about them because what did the Republicans do this week? Oh, well, Speaker Johnson said he's releasing the J6 tapes. And now all the Republicans are, up in arms and they're saying things like, oh, the narrative has crumbled. Well, the reality is that not all of the footage has been released yet. OK, Speaker Johnson said that he was going to release the tapes and that they're going to put it on a public website, on the House website. But so far, only about 23 gigs of footage have been released to the public. And there's no audio. It doesn't include body camera footage. And so, a lot of that body camera footage is going to show these discussions between these police officers in which they were letting people in. And it's going to prove that these officers didn't really feel like their life was in danger, like so many of them said, right? What did Kamala Harris say? Oh, my God, January 6th is worse than 9/11 and Pearl Harbor combined. That's what she said, right? And yet you see so many of these people walking in and the police opening the doors for them. And the thing that really pisses me off, I'll be honest, about Speaker Johnson and the Republicans is just their dishonesty in the way that they think that we're so stupid, okay? And we're going to talk to Jacob Chansley about this tonight too, because Jacob Chansley actually served time in prison, and he, had his whole reputation destroyed and, was like demonized and plastered on every single media outlet around the world. And I would say really became the face of the J6 movement because of the attire he was wearing that day, and just kind of like the sensational aspect of it, even though Jacob himself is nonviolent. Okay, so we're going to have a lot to talk about tonight, but you'll see that a lot of the footage that they're talking about, like, oh, we need to have an investigation. This is stuff that was already released on people's personal body camera footage, their cell phone footage, their own cameras. There were journalists who went inside J6. Okay, some of them were arrested. The left-wing reporters didn't go to jail, but if you were a conservative independent journalist and you went inside the Capitol, many of those people did go to jail. So now you see Republicans who ignored this footage for 3 years say, oh, well, wow, this really shows that this isn't what happened and these people are innocent. But what I say to them is, how come you ignored all these J6ers and their lawyers that were trying to get you to come to the trials for so long? And you ignored all this footage that was already publicly available by J6 defendants on many sites that have been put together by, independent journalists and J6 defendants and their family members. So with that, I know that a lot of people have a lot of really severe, passionate feelings about this. I'm one of them. I think J6 is what motivated me to run for Congress again in 2022 when I ran against Daniel Webster, who of course was the only Republican to skip the vote on the J6 committee. And my next guest, who, many of you know, Maybe you've never heard him speak directly. He's brilliant. He has been dealing with this political persecution from the DOJ, and now he's also running for Congress as well in Arizona's 8th Congressional District. I want to welcome J6 Patriot Jacob Chansley. So, Jacob, thank you so much for joining me tonight for our Thanksgiving turkey Trumpathon. How are you?
Thank you. I'm great. Thank you for having me. I'm so glad to be here. How are you?
I'm doing well, There's, a lot to talk about, never ending news cycle, it seems. And I don't know how I should really feel about the release of these J6 tapes this last week, because I just find the announcement, as you heard me, ranting about, to be quite disingenuous and dishonest. We know that the J6 committee from the very beginning was, created by Pelosi, and they had the most anti-Trump members put on this committee for a reason. People like Liz Cheney, they didn't want to have a bipartisan effort because they wanted to keep all pro-Trump people out of it, because they said that they were a national security risk, and that's why they were trying to get people like Paul Gosar and others removed from Congress. And I mentioned Paul Gosar because he lives in Arizona, where you live, and you're now running for Congress there. And they literally tried to get certain members of Congress removed and said, we can't allow them to be on this committee because it's a threat to our national security. But everybody knew that Jamie Raskin was corrupt. Everybody knew that Liz Cheney was corrupt. And so my question to you is, as a J6er, probably the most famous J6er in the entire world, aside from Ashley Babbitt, what do you think about this? Like, what do you think about Speaker Johnson's claim that they're going to be releasing all 44,000 hours, and the Republicans now acting like this is some brand new revelation?
Well, it's all political theater. And in all honesty, I'm not surprised. The fact of the matter is, these people want to create the appearance that they care about January 6ers. They want to create the appearance that they care about the American people. And that's part of why I've chosen to run for Congress. But when it comes down to the amount of footage that has been released, it's very clear that it was done to garner some sort of support for people like Speaker Johnson, without actually giving anything to the public that's worthy and of substance. Much of the video, yeah, it shows people what happened inside the building, but how many hours is it? Like 90 hours or something like that of footage? We're talking about 44,000 hours worth of footage here. Why not just dump it all at once?
That's good. Yeah, and from my understanding, this 44,000 isn't going to include body cam footage. And I personally think that that is really an abomination, because if anything's going to exonerate J6ers like yourself and others who and I of course want you to talk about how much time you spent in jail, and I want you to talk about the personal toll this has taken on you and your finances and your life. But if anything is going to exonerate a J6 defendant, it's going to be body cam footage that shows the police officers saying, yeah, man, hey, what's up? Oh, I love your outfit, right? Like you were telling me these police officers were talking about your outfit and fist bumping and literally opening doors for you. I mean, everybody saw your footage on Tucker Carlson from the first video clip that he was able to show, right? When Republicans first lied, they used you as part of this lie, which must feel pretty awful for you, knowing that people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Kevin McCarthy literally used your story to perpetuate their original lie that they released the tapes, because we know that they never released the tapes. Tucker Carlson never had the tapes. Fox News never had the tapes. They just agreed, right, to kind of like subdue the American public to show footage of you walking there, since you were probably the most sensational of all J6ers because of your great outfit, right? For those who don't remember, Jacob's the one that that was in the horns and the face paint and was carrying Nancy Pelosi's speaker gavel around, and it was very.
No, I didn't hear that. No, I was at the vice president's chair.
The vice president's chair, yes, vice president's chair. But and he was the one that was photographed there. It was very funny, and I found it to be humorous, and it made a mockery of what Congress is, and I think it's good on you for doing what you did. I personally think that the J6ers are patriots, and look, they act like clowns every single day, so you might as well just go in there and highlight what a circus this is, because they behave like animals. I'm talking about our members of Congress, and they behave like circus clowns. They don't get anything done. And so for me, I'm personally happy. I'm personally glad that these politicians were so scared and so frightened that they were hiding under their desks, and that they were, they were shaking and shivering in the pews of Congress where they do the votes, because it seems like that was a reminder to them for the first time that they've ever been in Congress that they work for us, okay, and we don't work for them. And then they basically just manipulated everything and tried to make it seem like these were violent people when these were peaceful protesters. I mean, you can't tell me that the people that just tried breaking into the DNC headquarters are peaceful protesters who got a pass from Capitol Police, and that the J6ers are somehow violent insurrectionists and terrorists. And so I don't really care. I'm sure Media Matters and the left are going to clip what I just said, and they're going to go crazy and say that, Laura Loomer says that, she's happy to see politicians hiding and crying under their desks in fear of J6ers. But you know what? They should be ashamed of themselves for certifying a stolen election, and they should be ashamed of themselves for terrorizing people like you and so many others whose lives have been destroyed. So if you don't mind, just tell people what your life has been like since you were originally arrested after J6.
Well, my life has been turned upside down. After I exited the building, I was already viral on social media, and the very next day, the FBI was looking for me. My phone number had gone public. I was getting all sorts of weird phone calls and text messages and voicemails. The Mockingbird media was blowing my phone up, wanting statements. I talked to the FBI when I found out they were looking for me. I just called them. And I set up a meeting with them in Phoenix at the Phoenix field office, January 9th. They told me they weren't going to arrest me, and guess what they did? They arrested me. I told them I'd show up regardless, because that's just the kind of guy I am. But they decided, for whatever reason, to give me the impression that they just wanted to talk. And I naively believed the special agent in charge of my investigation, because I thought it was just misdemeanors. And I didn't think the FBI wasted its time on misdemeanors. Little did I know that they were going to be taking people off of terrorism cases, child sex trafficking cases, drug cartel cases, cases that are very real felonies and could very well wreak havoc on our communities. They were taking them off of those cases and placing them on misdemeanor cases for January 6th. That's kind of weird. And so for my whole life has been turned upside down, but in many ways, what it is that happened to me actually turned the whole J6 narrative upside down once Tucker Carlson released that footage, for which I'm very grateful that he did, because though it did not get me released from prison early, it did exonerate me in the court of public opinion.
And I saw Elon Musk also. Elon Musk had tweeted something like "Free Jacob Chansley," and that's also what brought a lot of attention to it as well. Because when Elon Musk, right, one of the richest and most powerful people in the world, highlighted your story and reposted the episode from Tucker Carlson, everybody saw it, right? And it was just too big to ignore. And so the problem, though, is that the Republicans used that and they manipulated people. And you pointed this out perfectly when you called it the Mockingbird media. This is what they do, right? They use your story as a way to subdue the public and the GOP MAGA base into thinking, oh, wow, so Jacob was released. All these people are going to be released. And then for months, right, for 6 months, we just saw no J6 footage released. And all these defendants were on trial. They had no access to tapes. I know, because you're going to hear from 18 of them tonight who are coming on my show, who are clients of John Pierce and are being represented by NCLU. And they're going to tell you firsthand how they haven't been able to use any of this footage in their trial, precisely because the Republicans lied. So what do you think about Mike Johnson's claim that, one, he's releasing all this tape, this footage and surveillance tape, but do you really think that they're going to release all of it, or do you think that they're going to just kind of like trickle it out, or do you think that this is just a way for him to cover up the fact that he caved on a CR and more money for Ukraine, and he just kind of wants to use the J6ers as a way to cover his ass?
Well, I can honestly say it's either Put up or shut up. Put your money where your mouth is, Speaker Johnson. Don't just release a little bit, release it all like you said you were going to. Otherwise, you are going to prove to everybody in the country that you're just a puppet, just like McCarthy, just like most people in Congress. And of course, while I'm pleased that people like Marjorie Taylor Greene came forward, or, Representative Gosar actually tried to visit me while I was in Alexandria Detention Center and was not given access and just left outside in the cold for like 3 hours. While I'm thankful for their support, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz ought to know better that Tucker Carlson's footage did not get me released from prison. And they're going out there and they're saying that that is exactly what happened. They should know, if they're, in Congress, that if that were the case, then there would have been a court hearing and the judge would have banged his gavel and demanded that I be released. But that's not what happened. Now, What I found is what a lot of these politicians do is they say what it is that they think people want to hear. They do what it is that they think people want them to do. But really, what they're doing is like you said, they're trying to give the American people something so that they will be distracted from the very real mistakes or the very real disingenuous things that they're doing that keep the DC deep state rolling and thriving.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw this last week, too, that Marjorie Taylor Greene, as I like to call her, she's actually promoting a new book. And it's kind of disgusting because she's like, oh, read about how I helped release the J6 tapes. And it's like, you didn't release the J6 tapes, though, right? And so it just really angers me to see these politicians that are getting away with insider trading like she's doing and selling books and talking about how she's helping people when she hasn't helped anybody. And then people like you have been reduced to poverty. I mean, like, so many J6ers have just been completely obliterated financially. People don't understand how much it costs to hire attorneys and how hard it is when you're trying to find an attorney. And most attorneys in this country won't even take people, take these J6ers on because they're scared of retribution from the courts. And then you're up against a government that has unlimited resources. And what is that like? Because I just want people to know ahead of the holidays, right? When all these politicians are off for their 3-week vacation, since, they had to take 1 3-week vacation to decide who their speaker is going to be. And then now they're on to another 3-week vacation paid for, we the taxpayers. That's nice. What's it been like for you? And just kind of explain to people like what a day in your life is like and how hard it's been financially and how people can, support you. Because I know you're running for Congress now and you're trying to make a difference and you're trying to raise awareness about these issues. But I don't think that the average person really understands how financially devastating this type of persecution has been for ordinary Americans. Because we see it leveled at Donald Trump, but obviously Trump's a billionaire, right? Like, it's not, it affects him on a personal level and a political level, but he's not starving. Like, there are J6ers that are literally starving to death right now.
Well, I'll just give you an example. I had a merchandise store that we used Printful to do it. And for a while, maybe like a month or so, everything was fine. And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, as soon as my merch started getting traction, Printful said that they would not and could not sell my merchandise that had my face on it because it was associated with QAnon, which was associated with terrorism or violence, hatred, and white supremacy. That's what it was. That was their official stance on the issue. And I tried to challenge it. I said, but nothing in here says anything about Q or QAnon. Like, it's just my face. And they basically doubled down and said no. So we ended up going with Bigley. And we're very glad to be working with Bigley. They're awesome. That stuff is on my website. The merch is on my website, ForbiddenTruthAcademy.com. And I wasn't able to really get a bank account either. I don't know if that's because of something in my past, whether it be debts or whatever. But I've also heard that lots of J6ers have had a lot of trouble getting bank accounts because the bank doesn't want to, have somebody that's involved with J6 involved in their bank. I've heard that when it comes
But how would they know? How would they know, right? Obviously,
well,
you're famous, but this just shows you the level of persecution and targeting, right? Like, there's 1 million banks in America. There's private banks, right? There's bigger banks like Chase Bank, Bank of America, right? Citibank, there's all types of banks, but there's like credit unions, there's all types of banks. And so there's a deliberate effort to flag J6ers and to make it so that their lives are unlivable. You can't just go start your own bank, right? You can't just stockpile cash, because then they'll accuse you, if they come raid your home, they'll accuse you of evading taxes, and then they'll send the IRS after you. So how did you find yourself not being able to get a bank, and do you still not have a bank? And how can they label you QAnon when you're not even QAnon, right?
Yeah, well, the way I see it is where there's a will, there's a way. And I figured out a way to have like a debit card of sorts. I'm not going to give away the the account or anything like that, or
Oh,
what
you
it
don't
is
have
I'm
you
going
don't
to
have to
do.
tell us what the account is, but what I want to know is that 3 years after J6, you're telling me and my viewers right now that you still can't get like a traditional bank account, that you're still being blacklisted from getting a bank account 3 years after J6?
Well, I don't know if it's because of J6 or not, but I'm just saying that where I applied for an account, I was denied. And I've heard that I'm not the only one that this has happened to. So I really don't know. But the fact of the matter is, it is the deep state is what JFK called a tightly knit, highly efficient machine. And it combines military, diplomatic, scientific, economic, and political operations.
Yeah. Well, you're obviously very smart, and the media went out of their way to make you seem like you were some kind of like, frat boy, crazy wild person. And when you look at photos of Jacob online, right? And we were talking about this months ago when you and I were talking about some other stuff and just how they character assassinate people. They really went out of their way to like make you seem like you're some low IQ, low intelligence individual, and you're brilliant. Like, I've had conversations with Jacob, and he is so smart. He knows so much about American politics. He knows so much about propaganda. I mean, it's like talking to somebody who's memorized an encyclopedia. And now recently you filed to, I'm serious, I'm not just saying that. And so, they do the same thing to a lot of people who they just want to demonize, right? And it's funny because when you talk to Jacob or when you go on shows, you say that people are always like, wow, I didn't realize you were so smart, right? Because of this character assassination. So what has that been like, dealing with the character assassination? Do you get recognized when you go out? Like, do you have hostile interactions with people when you go out? What's your day-to-day life like?
Well, day to day is relatively peaceful. I've only gotten a handful of recognitions in my time out. I think I'm kind of wearing Clark Kent glasses as I go everywhere because I'm not in the horns and the face paint. Some people have recognized the tattoos, like at the gym and stuff. But my life is, I know the feds are listening to every phone call that I make, but that's fine because I have nothing to hide. And I think at this point they probably learned to like me. I think that if it's a female fed, that she's probably in love with me at this point, because I'm really just a nice guy, and I'm trying to do the right thing in all ways, all the time. And I mean, on January 6th, the whole reason the police were escorting me around the building was because I offered to help them.
Right.
I stopped somebody from stealing the moment that I went into the building. I was the one that stopped people from breaking in when I got out of the building and told everybody to go home. So the narrative is totally bogus. But that's what's kind of interesting, Laura, is that the government and the Mockingbird media were in lockstep with their narrative. And when that footage got released, my being the poster boy that they chose, or the face of J6, they and their narrative were flipped completely on their heads, and they were left scrambling. And then the narrative that I was a lunatic or some sort of simpleton also got flipped on its head. And now they are being shown to be what they really are, a bunch of mockingbirds parroting government propaganda. And I think that, in the end of the day, if I have to go through all this crap to make the country a better place and wake people up, then okay, God won't give me anything I can't handle.
Yeah, that's great. And you're a shaman as well. Explain to viewers what that is and how how that influences your lifestyle and your perspective on life, because a lot of people aren't really familiar with shamans.
Well, shamanism is a Siberian or Mongolian term. It simply means the one who knows. And it's basically like medicine man. And the thing is that shamanism is at the root of all religious practices. All shamanic cultures believe, number one, in God or a unified field of energy and life. Number two, the idea of a spirit world and positive and negative entities that live in that spirit world. Number three, they all believe in healing, whether it be through song or through energy or through frequency or through plants. Number four, they all believe in the idea of song and dance and singing and drumming. Number five, they all believe in like the idea of sacraments and sacramental plants, or sacraments like, burning of sage or incense, or the consumption of sacraments and sacramental plants. They also all believe in prayer and meditation, and all these things, unite with one another. They all coincide to a larger worldview. They all concretize into a grander understanding of reality that goes beyond the use of words. So everything based on what I just described is the basis for all religions. They're all different tongues, and they all have different ways of answering these questions or looking at the world through these lenses. And so I wanted to get to the roots. I wanted to have a personal relationship with God. And I truly do believe that Yeshua, or Jesus Christ, was the most ultimate shaman. And so because Christ was the ultimate shaman, I follow in Christ's footsteps. I mean, think about it. He healed people. He cast out demons. He went through ordeals, which that's another thing that shamans do, is they go through ordeals to ward off evil spirits. He beat death, for God's sakes. He taught people how to pray. He did all sorts of things that were shamanic in nature. And so I practice shamanism because it is the root of all religions. It gives me a chance to have a personal relationship with God. It gives me a chance to have a divine connection to God and to nature, and a deeper understanding of the spirit world.
Yeah, that's nice. Well, another thing I wanted to ask you about is, and this is a story that I broke a few months ago. Obviously, you and I are friends and we talk, but when we see all these Nazi-fed movements pop up across America, right? Where you have, and it just happened 2 days ago, again, the same Nazis that I exposed in Florida from this group called Blood Tribe, and a lot of them are feds, that were in Florida several months ago on a bridge in Orlando, and I was over there and I confronted them, and that went viral and whatnot. They were also spotted this week throughout other cities in America, and they cover their faces, they walk around with swastikas, and some of them are even chanting Slava Ukraine. And when I posted this video several months ago, you reached out to me again, and you were like, oh, I want to tell you an interesting story, because I had broken the story about how this guy was a Fed. And you told me about how when you were interrogated by the FBI and you were in a meeting with the FBI and your attorney, they showed you a photo of an individual and they said, how do you know this Ukrainian spy, right? Or this Ukrainian individual? And you were like, I don't know him. And they're like, how do you know him? And they kept on pressing you. And it turns out, right, this is an individual by the name of Sergei Dubinin. And I do believe truly that the reason why they didn't want to release the J6 tapes and why they're going to slow roll these out and they're going to blur faces as they're saying they're going to do is because they don't want people knowing that the United States Capitol was penetrated by Ukrainian spy operatives. And it's interesting how you and others and, people are put on the wanted list, the FBI wanted list for simply going inside the Capitol, but then an actual Ukrainian spy operative who's been identified by the FBI, obviously, because they interrogated you about him, isn't on the FBI watch list. So this story, when it happened, Newsweek wrote about it. And of course, the Mockingbird media in their way, they tried to distort it and make it seem like it was being made up. But the FBI didn't deny it. And so tell the viewers what happened, because this is such a shocking story. You confirmed it to me months ago. I reported it exclusively, and you haven't really heard anything about it. But it is, in my opinion, one of the biggest scandals and stories of the year. And you're the one that happened to. So I want everybody to hear this story from you because it is so shocking. But our actual government was utilizing Ukrainian spy operatives to carry out color revolution, disruptive tactics at the Capitol on J6. And you were a target of this.
Well, what happened is they held up a picture And they said, do you know this person? Do you know this man? I said, no, who's that? And they said, he's a Ukrainian spy. And I said, oh my God, no, I had no idea who that was. I have no idea. He was just asking for a selfie. And I said, you see how I'm sticking my tongue out in that photo? And I said, yeah, I'm just posing for a photo, bro. I don't know who that is. That's what I do every time I don't know who the person is. I'm just posing for a photo. They said, so you never had any contact with him before or during or after January 6th? I said, no. And they had my phone, so they knew that was true. But I think what's really important here is that we understand how it is that something like January 6th even was able to take place in the first place. You see, Yogananda Pittman, the Pentagon, the FBI, Christopher Wray, these people suppressed intelligence that would have gotten to Chief Sund and allowed him to invoke the National Guard on January 6th. And Pelosi and McConnell changed laws right before January 6th so that Chief Sund could not have his emergency powers to invoke the National Guard. He needed their permission. So the fact is that they said no when he asked for the National Guard to be deployed on January 6th. They said no because it would be bad optics and because there was no evidence, but they were intentionally hiding the evidence. Now here's something else. Let's also think about the fact that Yogananda Pittman and the current Capitol Police Chief Manger signed non-disclosure agreements, according to Tarek Johnson, the Capitol Police Lieutenant. According to Tarek Johnson, they both signed, Yogananda Pittman and Capitol Chief Police Chief Manger signed non-disclosure agreements about the information they had regarding January 6th. Now, I wonder, what kind of leverage does Mike Johnson have? Can he say that those non-disclosure agreements are void? Can he release the information that they had? Why are they trying to suppress it? That's just kind of weird. And let us not also forget, yes, there was somebody that the FBI told me was a Ukrainian spy on the ground at January 6th. They were right there at the breach of the Capitol. They were screaming, run, run, run in Russian. Were they trying to create the illusion that it was Russians that were there and not Ukrainians? And how does this relate to Igor Kolomoisky, the guy that is the one that funded 1+1 Media, which is who Sergei Dabinin was working for?
Exactly.
How does all of this relate? And how does all of this relate to the feds being in the crowd? That's Chief Sund that said that the place was crawling with feds. It's also true that there was BLM and Antifa in the crowd. They admitted themselves that they dressed as Trump supporters.
Well, and the question is, how come if the FBI knew that there were Ukrainian spies, how come no one's been notified? And this is what, we exposed months ago, and Newsweek picked it up, and you can see, we just showed the Newsweek article on the screen there for the viewers who want to go find that article. We'll show it again. They even said at the bottom of the article, the FBI didn't deny it. They didn't deny it. They didn't issue a statement, but they also didn't deny it. And so, this means that Ukraine committed an act of war against the United States of America because Kolomensky, who you're saying is the owner of 1+1, and of course 1+1 is this Ukrainian, it's like a fake media company in Ukraine that also doubles as an operative machine for these spy operatives. And Sergei Dabinin is also a member of the Azov battalion, which we know is a Nazi battalion in Ukraine, and he has participated in these activities with them. So why is it that this guy, how was he able to get into the country? Who approved his visa? Was it Victoria Nuland over at the State Department, right? I mean, look, these people have experience carrying out color revolutions with the Ukrainians, and it's just a little interesting, right? Like, nobody put this Ukrainian spy on the watch list, but they're interrogating J6ers about it. And like I said, this is a story for those watching. You're probably freaking out at home right now because you've never heard about it. I broke this story months ago. It went super viral. It had like 15 million views on Twitter. And even RT had me on to talk about it, but nobody else wanted to talk about it. And then Newsweek tried to discredit it, and they were forced to, to delete one of their lies when you and I called them out in a very public manner because they were just trying to make it seem like, oh, well, we were just having a conversation when in reality, this was a full-blown expose. So given this, you are running for Congress. I want to give you an opportunity before we go because we have about 5 minutes left till we have our next guest on. Tell us about why you decided to run for Congress, a little bit about the district, and what you're hoping to accomplish through your congressional run.
Well, I'm running for Congress because Congress is not doing their job. It's all political theater. None of them are really speaking for the American people. What I'm running on is single bill voting law, an amendment for term limits for congressmen and staff, criminalization of lobbying, and seven-figure fines, expulsion, and prosecution for insider trading. Interestingly enough, I did an interview with Newsmax a week ago on Monday. I did an interview with Newsmax a little over a week ago, and where I delineated my campaign promises and my platform. And it just so happens that within the last week, Matt Gaetz has come out and talked about all of these things and proposed all of these things in sequence. Like all of these things bunched together. So obviously, what it is that I'm saying is striking a chord with the corrupt apparatus in DC. Obviously, it's popular with the American people. Now, the reason why I'm running the way that my campaign, the way that I am, number one, I am not garnering any campaign funds because I think that big money is a big problem in politics. So if people want to support me, then and put food in my belly as I speak for the American people freely, then I would say go to my website, ForbiddenTruthAcademy.com. You can buy my book. You can also buy merchandise, or you can go to my Give, Send, Go and just donate money so I can buy food and put gas in my car at GiveSendGo.com/FreeJake. Now, also, I'm running as a libertarian. And the reason I'm running as a libertarian is because the two-party system has divided this country, and it is a uniparty at this stage, and the uniparty is dividing us based on propaganda and talking points. This is political theater, and all the two-party system has done is divide our country and take everything from the American people. In exchange for taking everything and dividing us, what they've given us is more taxes, more headaches, more problems, more wars, more poverty, crisis after crisis after crisis, and less freedoms. And finally, I'm not going to be running any smear campaigns. The reason I'm not running smear campaigns is because my platform is the best. And if you are the best, then you don't need to smear your opponent. You don't need to spend all this money to smear people. And so my campaign is going to be and is the antithesis of everything that's wrong with American politics. And my website, which is going to be coming up soon, we're still working on it, is going to raise the bar for all Congress members. Nobody is able to measure up to what it is that I'm going to have to offer. And I guarantee you, we're not going to play the game in DC. We're going to change the game in DC because I'm not going there to make a career. Exactly. I'm going there to make a change.
And I'm looking right now on Twitter, and you do have your Give, Send, Go on your Twitter too. I see at the top, it's American Shaman, at American Shaman, for people who want to follow you.
America. No. America
Shaman. Excuse me. Yeah.
Shaman, then you're going to go to a hemp website.
America Shaman. Excuse me. We'll put that up on the screen here, but it's America Shaman. And then you can see his website, ForbiddenTruthAcademy.com. And then, of course, we also have the link for your Give, Send, Go as well. What is the website for your Give, Send, Go again?
It's GiveSendGo.com/FreeJake. That's my merchandise there. Some of it's really funny. We got the Dinosaur Circus. We got Freedom. We got a Mockingbird Media shirt. We got a Never Obey shirt with Klaus Schwab's face on it. We've got a Shaman Life. We got a Chewbacca. The beginning is near. We got all sorts of good stuff, man. I'm telling you, it's awesome. And then my book is near the bottom. There's the Give, Send, Go right there. And
I just want to encourage everybody, this is Jacob Chansley's fighting the good fight, and he's been through hell. And, a lot of you are going to be sitting around the dinner table. And look, I know that things are really tough right now for everybody in America, and there's inflation and a lot of people are struggling. But look, we all go to Starbucks, we all go to Dunkin', we all say, oh, things are tight, but we find ourselves going out to eat, or we find ourselves going to the movies, or, doing things that we could probably go without. And so I would ask that if you're watching and you want to help Jacob restore his life and, spread his message of truth and, just wake people up, right? And think about it.
And help me get into Congress. I want you to think about something, Laura, real quick. Think about what a statement it would be to the establishment in DC to send me back as a congressman. How much that would say, we're done with the status quo, we're done with the corruption. This guy is who we are sending to represent the people of the 8th District of Arizona. And I promise you this, all of the American people, Republican and Democrat, because Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, they can all agree with my platform because it's not anti-government, it's anti-corruption. And I think everybody can agree that corruption is bad.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get you in trouble with the FEC because you can't technically accept campaign contributions on a Give, Send, Go, but people should support your Give, Send, Go to help you in your personal fight right now until you get, the official website for your campaign set up because, they are, like you said, they're watching and I don't want anybody to come and target you and attack you and try to shut you down. But I 100% agree with your message and agree with what you're saying, which is why I've been directing people to go to your Give, Send, Go because people should, right? I'm going to donate. I encourage everybody.
I'm sorry. That's why I'm not accepting campaign funds. I'm making that very clear.
Yes.
If you are going to my Give, Send, Go, you are buying me food as I speak for you.
Yes.
I'm not spending it on anything for my campaign.
Oh, I know. I just wanted to make that clear so that the left can't twist your words right now because they will take that and they'll say, oh, he's trying to violate, FEC laws by using a Give, Send, Go. So I'm just, I'm watching your back because I ran for Congress twice, right? I ran in Florida and I know all the angles that these people in the media use to try to attack you, right? Like they look for one little slip up and they twist it and they will try to attack you. And you've already had the federal government come after you, so you don't need them coming after you again. But again, we'll show it's givesendgo.com/free Jake, right? Free Jake.
Yep, and forbiddenTruthAcademy.com. Just, my thing is the reason why I ask people to go there is because then they get something for their money. They get a book, they get a shirt or whatever, and I would much rather people do that than just give me money. But if you want to just donate to my cause as far as helping me get back on my feet after getting out of prison and putting food in my belly, then you're more than welcome to do that. But I prefer people just go to the website, watch the free courses, watch the podcasts, watch everything that's free. Take a look at the merchandise if you like it. If you want to buy the book's only $9.99. I'm telling you guys, everything that I have to offer you is going to transform the world forever if you would just trust me and watch the good stuff that I have up there. And if you're willing to support in one way or another, buy a shirt, buy the book.
Right. Well, and also, I'll say this lastly, too. You have expressed to me that you want to work, right? And so because of the persecution, right, it's hard for a lot of J6ers to find work. It's not like people want handouts. It's not like people are just asking for things. I want to make that very clear to people because just lastly, explain how hard it has been to find work because of the way that they've demonized you, because we have a lot of people watching. There's people in Arizona who are probably watching. I'm from Tucson, Arizona originally. And so for those of you who are watching who know that this is a nice man, he's a patriotic American who's been demonized and persecuted, you could help him rebuild his life. People are always looking for people who want to work. Okay. And so if you could just explain, to people watching as well, how hard that has been for you, because we've talked about that, and I just find that to be probably one of the worst parts, and I can relate to that as someone who's been canceled, right? How hard it is to get hired even if you are qualified for something because of the way people character assassinate you.
Right. Well, actually, I have a story about that. I was going to work for this company, helping them with their advertising and helping them with the creating of, ads and stuff like that, kind of behind the scenes type artwork type stuff. And when it got back to their board of who I was, they said that they could not and would not employ me because they didn't want it to affect their stock. They didn't want it to get back to the media. They didn't want it to, basically tarnish their public image. So they said that they couldn't hire me after they already agreed to do so. So that's kind of why I went into business for myself. That's why I have the website up there at forbiddenTruthAcademy.com. That's why I have the merchandise. That's why I have the book for sale. That's why it is that I do consultations, spiritual, political, philosophical, personalizing all the information that's on my website that is designed to help people spiritually ascend and to grow. I kind of personalize it in these consultations. So I'm working for myself. I also currently am working at part-time at GG33, doing courses at GG33 with Gary, the numbers guy. And, it's been interesting so far because while the system, life is beautiful, the system is what's ugly. And God is beautiful because God is life. And God has provided me enough to get me from month to month to month to have food.
What just happened? Nope. I think we lost him for a second. Well, can you reconnect with him? He's going to reconnect in a second. It looks like his connection cut out, but we'll get him back on in a minute. But yeah, if you are watching right now, I would encourage all of you to definitely check out his Give, Send, Go. Check out his website. Again, it's America Shaman on Twitter. While we wait for him, it looks like his connection cut out. Producer's going to contact him and get him set up again. No, it's just terrible what they've done to these J6ers. And you're going to hear from 18 of them tonight. We're here till about 12:30 in the morning. We're going to be doing this 4-hour telethon tonight. And it's really heartbreaking, some of the stories that you're going to hear from people who have been absolutely devastated, right? Devastated and tormented by the federal government. And I think Jacob Chansley, he's, as I said during this interview, one of the more well-known J6ers. And so hopefully he can reconnect momentarily. Looks like we lost him on his end. And then, of course, we are going to have attorney John Pierce, who's the founder of NCLU, come on. And we're going to hear from these 18 J6ers as well. So, no, he's connecting right now. In the meantime, there's this crazy story that came out. Infant son of J6 defendant placed on Quiet Sky's suspected terror watch list. And this is just crazy. This goes to show you just how corrupt our government is and just how far this has gotten. Infant son of J6 defendant placed on Quiet Sky suspected terror watch list. So now if you are the child, okay, if you are the child of a J6er, you're also going to be persecuted as well. So an 8-week-old infant was placed on a secretive terror watch list known as the Quiet Skies last week, according to A.J. Fisher. The only suspected, but not only so reasonable explanation for the designation is that Fisher is a J6 defendant and the infant's father. Oh, we have Jacob back. So, Jacob, can you hear me?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Hear you. I don't know where I got cut off. I don't know.
Maybe you accidentally hit something or it was cut out on your end. So, we have John calling in as well. So, Jacob, I wanted to give you the opportunity to kind of close out and give your last words before we go on to John and some of these other J6ers. Well, connection issues, but all right. So we'll get this up on the screen here. This infant son of J6 defendant placed on Quiet Sky's suspected terror watch list while we're waiting for him to connect. We have a lot of people calling in tonight. So look at this story. Unbelievable. I mean, now if you are the child, they're targeting little babies, infants, okay? We knew that our government was evil. Okay, we knew that our government was evil, but this is just taking it to a whole new level, okay? It says, anytime Fisher's fiance or their infant son travels, their boarding passes are stamped SSSS to indicate that they are suspected domestic terrorists and listed in the Quiet Skies database because of their association with Fisher. You know, and I'm really familiar with this designation because I remember actually when I worked for Project Veritas and I traveled overseas one time to Greece with James O'Keefe. We were flying back and we had to fly in through Canada, and he actually received this stamp, this SSSS stamp on his boarding pass. And so I remember him going through security and being questioned about what he was doing and the type of work that he does. And, you know, they are definitely targeting people. It says, as explained in an October 12 column for Undercover DC, the Quiet Skies program is being weaponized against J6ers like 20-plus year military veteran Brian Smith, who peacefully attended the J6 protests to contest the 2020 general election. And then, of course, it goes on to explain what Quiet Skies is. If you scroll down, you can actually see the boarding pass at the bottom. It says that Quiet Skies is an undisclosed TSA program that targets travelers who are not under investigation by any agency and are not in the terrorist screening database. Do we have Jacob back? All right, Jacob. Yeah, connection issues there. But I wanted to just give you a minute to kind of close out. Any last words that you have? Any last statements about your campaign or anything you want to say about, the state of our country and the release of these tapes?
Sure. So I think that and I think I explained it very well in the Gateway Pundit op-ed article I did. This it's called J6 was a psyop, and I can prove it. Is J6 was a setup on behalf of the deep state intelligence agencies, the bureaucracy, the Mockingbird media, etc. And it was a setup that was intended to go after Donald Trump and his supporters, to give them an excuse to label Donald Trump supporters domestic terrorists, a way to back Donald Trump into a corner with the legal issue that he's going through now in Georgia. And, based on what Enrique Tarrio told us about the fact is that they came to him with the plea deal and said, if all you have to do is say that you had a middleman between you and Trump and he helped orchestrate all this and we'll let you go. And he said no, and they gave him 22 years based on the way that the Mockingbird media and the government handled Ray Epps and Nick Fuentes, by the way, who both of whom were the only people on camera telling people to go into the Capitol. The way that the government and the media were in lockstep with one another, the way they covered up for Yogananda Pittman, the way they allowed Tarek Johnson and Chief Son to be their fall guys, the way that the Pentagon and the FBI suppressed information, the way Yogananda Pittman suppressed information. All of this stuff screams a setup. And then what ensued afterward was a Mockingbird media psyop designed to divide the country, using my image to create a shock and awe campaign, because there was nothing crazy that really went on inside the building, but there was somebody that, in a way for them, could be made to look crazy, myself. So they paired what happened outside and my image inside to craft their narrative. But the whole thing got turned on its head, and the truth will set people free. That's why we need to demand, hey, Speaker Johnson, release the footage.
Yeah, well, and that's what they're saying, right? They're saying that they're going to release these tapes. We'll see. They haven't released all of them yet. There's a website that Mike Johnson posted, and I know President Trump posted the same link as well. And there's about 23 gigs of footage. That's not a lot. Okay, that's like 100 tapes, right? So we'll see. I don't know. I'm not too hopeful. I've seen this again and again and again. Like you said, and like I said, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and Tucker Carlson and Kevin McCarthy all said that they released the tapes. And, I feel like they lied to Tucker. So I won't really blame Tucker, because it seems like they kind of lied to Tucker and his team about really what was going on. So really the blame is on Matt and Marjorie and Kevin McCarthy, if we're going to blame anybody here. We'll just have to wait and see, because it's sad that these trials are even being allowed to happen right now, because they should pause them. I mean, this is evidence that could be used to exonerate people, and they shouldn't be having J6 trials right now if not all this footage is going to be released. It's really unfair to these people. Well,
yeah, they use people, Laura. You of all people know that they use people for political ends and means. I mean, currently, this is part of the problem with the two-party system, is that if the Republicans are in power and the country's doing well, the Democrats are trying to make sure that the country does bad, because then they can make the Republicans look bad and then they can take over. Or if the country's doing really bad right now, like it is under Biden, then what the Republicans want to do is they want to keep things going bad so that they can use that in their campaigns. And who suffers? The American people. The two-party system, these uniparty people in DC, all of them are in cahoots with one another, with the NGOs, the international corporations, the international banking cartels, the special interest groups that fund their campaigns. That's why they don't represent the American people, because they are representing the interests of these non-government organizations, these corporations, these banks, and these special interest groups. So I want to run for Congress. I am running for Congress to represent not just the 8th District here in Arizona, but the American people as a whole. And that's what my platform is doing, is it's representing their interests, and it will dissolve the systemic corruption in DC. But the first thing we have to do is a single bill voting law. That's very, very important, because everything else changes after that.
Do you feel used? I guess that's the last thing I'll ask you before I let you go, because you said that I, of all people, know what it's like to be used by these people. That is certainly true. The Republican Party is full of users, and they will use you to try to, put a face to an issue so they can fundraise, but then they will, just abandon you after they get what they want from you. Do you feel used? Because I know a lot of J6ers who told me they feel used by Kevin McCarthy and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and others. Do you feel used?
I feel like a victor, not a victim, to be honest with you, because I've taken all of these people that have attempted to use me, the Mockingbird media, politicians, and stuff like that. I have taken what it is that they've attempted to use, they attempted to do to me, and I've used that momentum to my advantage. And so for me, you're not a victim unless you choose to be a victim, and I choose not to be a victim. I choose to be a victor. Now, that being said, I will say that the politicians and the Mockingbird media have used J6ers as a talking point.
Yeah, because you can be a victor and also be used. I mean, it's not like it's mutually exclusive. Right? Like, you can be a victim and be used, but you could also be a victor and have that mindset, but also be used. Like, you came out on top, but there's still no denying that they've used these people, right?
Yeah.
They've used them. And so you can still be in that, superior position and have the moral high ground and, have that philosophy of, I'm not going to let them destroy my life and I'm taking power back, but also, recognize that you've been used. Because I feel like they've used Donald Trump. And look, I think Donald Trump is a victim of a system, but he obviously acts like a victor, right? He's been able to persevere. But there's no doubt about it that when I look around, you see these same people that oftentimes condemn him or his supporters and have thrown them all under the bus. They had no problem using him for endorsements and for fundraising, just like they are now using the J6ers for endorsements and fundraising after treating all of them like pariahs for 3 years. Now it's cool, right? Now it's cool to associate with J6ers. Yeah, okay.
Exactly. So they only do what's good for them in their careers. Hence why they're loyal to these NGOs and the special interest groups, et cetera, because it's good for their careers. But if something is politically unpopular, they stay away like it's the plague. But I understand exactly what you're saying, and you're right. And the thing is that I'm not the only person that has had this treatment. There's people in the Congress that use whistleblowers in their testimony for political gain as well. Look at what happened to Kyle Seraphin. Look what happened to the officer friend, the FBI whistleblowers. Look at what happened to some of these J6ers. Like, there's a guy named Alpha Warrior on Twitter that was not even in DC on January 6th, and the police raided his home. They swatted his home while his infant child was inside for 4 hours without adult supervision while the FBI raided his home, all because of a social media post. He wasn't even in DC. And then there's people like, Brandon Straka, who they threw him in the slammer right away for doing the exact same thing Ray Epps did. Ray Epps never got charged, nothing, but they were talking about throwing a freaking felony at Brandon Straka. Why aren't they talking about throwing a conspiracy charge at Ray Epps? You know what I'm saying? So there's clearly a double standard.
Or all of these Hamas protesters and Palestinian terrorist supporters that tried breaking into the DNC. I mean, you guys didn't even attack Capitol Police. They attacked them. It's on video.
They went into the Capitol. But they went into the Capitol. Look at that. They went into the Capitol. Rashida Tlaib was the one that stoked the flame, and
it's a Hamas-surrection. I call it a Hamas-surrection. It's a Hamas-surrection. But seriously, their activities at the DNC, they went in the Capitol, like you said, and that was incited by a member of Congress. How come Rashida Tlaib isn't in jail, right? They tried to censure Paul Gosar. And then you also have the Capitol going into lockdown because of these Hamas supporters that tried breaking into the DNC. So there's a double standard. I think we all see it. One last time for your website before I let you go, Jacob. I really appreciate you coming on and telling your story and sharing your journey with us. It's really inspiring, and I really admire your perseverance in the face of such awful adversity and persecution from our corrupt government.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's ForbiddenTruthAcademy.com. That is ForbiddenTruthAcademy.com. There's also my X or Twitter account. That's at America Shaman. That's America Shaman. At America Shaman on Twitter. There's my Forbidden Truth Academy website. All sorts of free courses you can take, free podcasts you can watch. There are free interviews you can watch. The merchandise is relatively inexpensive. The book is very inexpensive. And then there's the Give, Send, Go /Free Jake.
Well, thank you so much, Jacob. I really appreciate you coming on. I wish you all the best in your political endeavors and also in rebuilding your life. Hopefully there's a contact form on your site in case anybody from Arizona is listening and they want to help you out and, retain your services.
There is for sure. You can definitely check it out. Let me know, and just in case anybody wants to know if they want to contact me by email for this whole thing with Congress, if you're in Arizona, Shaman for Congress, that's Shaman, FOR, Congress at proton.me. That we need to get some signatures so I can get my name on the ballot and beat these rhinos and these people out here in Arizona and get over there into DC and represent the American people.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you. God bless.
Yeah, God bless you. Thank you. So really, inspirational story there. Check out his Give, Send, Go. That's givesendgo.com/free Jake. You're going to hear from 18 people tonight who have, just as equal, sad stories. It's really heartbreaking. And there's thousands of people in our country that are going through the same thing right now. And I know that you all can't donate to everybody, but I just think that, what he's been through is awful. And I would encourage all of you to support him or find it in your heart to support at least one of these J6ers that you hear from tonight. One of the things that you heard him talk about was deplatforming, okay? And the way that the deep state and the government tries to bankrupt you. They've done it to me, okay, with lawfare. You see the way they're doing it to President Trump. And they're very malicious in the way that they try to stop people from being able to make a living. And so I want to talk to you about how you can protect your wealth. Also, thanking one of the sponsors of tonight's show, Goldco. The digital dollar was up until now. Right? The digital dollar, or the CBDC, has been nothing but a headline. But right now, things are developing at a rapid pace. It started with a sweeping executive order from the Biden administration. And now central banks are even hiring for their development, right? This digital currency. So here's the thing, okay? A digital dollar can be used to track your purchases, control what you buy, and even seize or freeze your assets. And we've seen this happen. This is not a conspiracy theory. You've seen the way that they've frozen the bank accounts of J6ers. They locked me out of my bank account several years ago. I was debanked. They take your money. I got banned from PayPal, Venmo. They take your money and they don't give it back to you, okay? And they're doing this. They even did it to Donald Trump after J6. They literally banned Donald Trump from several banks. And what are you going to do if you find yourself in this position? So that's why it's really critical that you protect your money with precious metals like gold and also with silver. Okay, I've got silver here. And Goldco is a big sponsor. They were the first sponsor of my show originally before I partnered with Rumble. So, we love Goldco. And I've partnered with the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco, for this reason, right? Because they're trying to protect Americans from debanking and also help Americans back up their assets. And it's a great company with an amazing reputation. Right now, they're giving you up to $10,000 in free silver. This is not $10,000 worth, of course, but here's some silver. And while these supplies last, right, you're gonna want to get these precious metals, and so that you can back up your wealth and protect you and your family. Plus, all qualified callers this week will receive a free Ronald Reagan silver coin. And don't wait until all of your money is under Biden's control. Okay, you don't want to live in a Chinese communist social credit score system. So if you want to get in on these deals and you want to back up your wealth with precious metals like gold and silver, go to LoomerLikesGold.com, LoomerLikesGold.com to learn how you can get started today. Okay. Again, that's LoomerLikesGold.com, LoomerLikesGold.com. And if you prefer to call Gold Co. on the number on their website, I guess, tell them Laura Loomer sent you. But I prefer that you go to LoomerLikesGold.com. So with that, I did tell you that we are going to be hearing from the attorney who's representing a lot of these J6ers. There's a lot of lawyers in America right now who are too afraid to represent J6ers who are having their rights violated. And it's really a sad state of affairs because we're watching as they're trying to use J6 to take Trump off the ballot. And if you've been watching Loomer Unleashed from the get-go, maybe you're new. I don't know. But one of the previous guests that we had on was John Pierce. John, for full disclosure, has represented me in my RICO case against Big Tech. He's representing several J6ers. And when I say several, I'm talking about I don't think it's like 36 or so. I think he'll tell us when he comes on. But John Pierce, excuse me, is a very, accomplished guy. I mean, this is a guy who went to Harvard. He was working at one of the top law firms in America. And he decided to give it all up so that he could fight the good fight. And he's fighting to protect people's constitutional freedoms. He's represented me. He's represented Kyle Rittenhouse, Rudy Giuliani, Carter Page. And now he's decided to fight for all of the J6ers. And he's the founder of an incredible organization called the NCLU. And that is the organization that is really funding the defense for these J6ers who you're going to hear from tonight. And so with that, I want to introduce attorney and founder of NCLU, John Pierce. John, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me on again, Laura, and thank you for doing this show tonight. I know how much all the defendants that I represent really appreciate this opportunity to get the word out and raise awareness.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I want to just really jump right into the callers because we had you on about 2 weeks or so ago when we were trying to break down all of these ridiculous 14th Amendment cases against President Trump. Luckily, the case in Colorado, right, they ruled in favor of Trump. The cases in Michigan and Minnesota were also defeated. And they found that that they're not going to be able to keep Trump off the ballot in Colorado and Michigan and Minnesota with these Section 3 of the 14th Amendment lawsuits that were filed by radical leftist Soros cases. And so with that, I know that NCLU, your organization, we have the website pulled up, nclu.org. We are about to do a nonstop 3-hour telethon, probably going to be here till about 1 o'clock in the morning. And all of these J6ers that we're speaking to tonight, for the most part, are your clients. And you're representing about, I don't know, I mean, the number changes every day because everybody's coming to you. Probably what, like 30, 35 J6ers? How many do you have now?
I think it's 38 in terms of different phases of proceedings, including new cases, cases that are heading right to trial, cases that are heading into appeal, sentencing. So I think that's the number right now.
Well, and I think it's fair to say that you probably have the most J6 clients out of any attorney in the country. And so these people that we're hearing from tonight are your clients. I have offered, because I was just so disgusted yesterday watching Joe Biden pardon these turkeys. And it's kind of a joke. Like, we have political prisoners in our country. And generally, I wouldn't get so upset about watching a turkey get pardoned. But the turkey's name was Liberty. The turkey's name was Liberty that he was pardoning. And I just couldn't help but think to myself, you absolute asshole. Okay, you asshole. Like, Joe Biden is an absolute asshole for pardoning a turkey named Liberty. Like, he's already killed Liberty, if we're going to be honest here. Okay, we have political prisoners, your clients, rotting away. Some of them, sent to jail. Luckily, you have been able to significantly reduce a lot of these jail sentences. But the audacity of Joe Biden to pardon a turkey named Liberty and another one named Bell, right? Like Liberty Bell. It's a way for him to just rub it in our face, right? You're going to pardon a bird named Liberty, but you're not going to give basic care to these J6ers who are going to have to spend their Thanksgiving in solitary confinement, right? I just get so heated about this. And so I decided that I wanted to have a telethon for as many J6ers as possible tonight to raise money for them so they could tell their stories, because I started thinking to myself, oh my God, there's people that are going to be in solitary confinement. They're not going to be able to eat turkey. They're not going to be with their families. They're going to be alone in solitary confinement. And then there's people that have been so bankrupted because of Joe Biden and the DOJ and the witch hunt that they don't have money for food, okay? And there's incredible inflation this year. Turkey's expensive. Everything's expensive. It's hard for your average American to afford anything, let alone a J6er who's had to spend all their money on legal fees. And your organization is representing these people regardless of whether they can pay. I mean, obviously, like, they need to pay, but you have been, very generous, I would say, right? Pretty much like giving up your home, giving up your car so that you can afford to represent a lot of these people, even if they don't necessarily have the money. And so we are raising money tonight for the J6ers through NCLU. If people want to donate, they're going to go to nclu.org. But you all need to listen to the stories of these J6ers who are being represented by John Pierce. And we're going to get started. And I want John to be on the call because he can help talk about some of the biases that these individuals have faced in the courtroom. I've been there personally to witness some of it. And I thought that it is just something that would be fitting for all of these defendants to have their legal counsel on the call as well, so that they feel comfortable not only telling their stories but speaking out tonight. So with that, we're going to get started with our first caller. I believe the first caller is one of your clients, J6er Jesse James Rumson. So Jesse, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Where are you calling from? And if you can, we have 18 J6ers, and I know everybody has about 10 to 15 minutes tonight to tell their story and to talk about, how this has impacted them and their families, and what they're aspiring to do and what they're aspiring to accomplish now in terms of rebuilding their lives. And I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about how the weaponized government has affected you. And of course, people listening, if they're touched by your story, they can go to nclu.org and click donate in the top right corner. So go ahead, Jesse. Where are you calling from, and tell us what happened to you?
I'm calling from Florida, and the weaponization of government in this country has just been absolutely off the charts. I mean, the political prisoners that we have is something I never thought we'd see in this country. This is supposed to be the land of the free, home of the brave. But after I returned home from January 6th, someone had turned me in, and they started the surveillance police state on me. So they would begin by driving by my house, taking pictures. They contacted my local sheriff. They came, they put a tracer on my car.
In Florida, by the way. This is in Florida. And I know that you talk about going to J6. Tell people why you were there, because you were actually there as a symbol of peace. I mean, speaking with you in the past, I know that you and I have had conversations. You were dressed up. Tell people what you were dressed up as, and, why it's so ridiculous that you ended up being targeted. And I want you to go into details, if you don't mind getting graphic, about how they tried to break your legs and what happened when they actually stormed your home. And, tell them the date as well, so that people can understand that this is still happening here in the state of Florida, the state that has the largest number of J6 defendants, if you don't mind, because I think these are really important details, because you weren't just there, like walking inside. Like, tell people what you went there for and what you were dressed as.
Sure, yes. I know a lot of people don't know about what had happened in Hong Kong when it got invaded by the CCP. The Chinese had taken over the tiny independent nation that had become after being released by Britain. They systematically dismantled their government. They took down their newspapers, and then they began castrating people in the street that had the audacity to protest Mr. Xi. And so I put on a Heaven Will Destroy the CCP shirt on, which is the Hong Kong protest shirt, and a big mascot panda bear head.
Yeah, we have that. We're going to put that on the screen here as well so people can see.
Yeah.
You were literally dressed there as a panda, okay? And you and I met, right, at a local Republican meeting, and that's how you were able to get connected with John as your attorney, right? Because you were looking, and this had happened, of course, to you. You were literally dressed as a peace panda. I mean, you showed up to J6 dressed as a peace panda, and I see John's cracking up on the other side, because it's funny in the sense that this is what our government is wasting money on. You have actual terrorists that are protesting in the streets of America, and they're going after a hippie from Florida. And I hope you're not offended by me saying this, but you're like the nicest guy. You're like this hippie from Florida dressed in a panda costume there to as a symbol of peace, to protest communism, and they're raiding your home, and they tried to break your legs.
on the day we went and we saw Trump at the Ellipse. He, told us to go have our voices peacefully and patriotically heard. So I walked to the Capitol with everybody else. There was no signs, no police, no barricades between us and the second floor Miranda. So everyone just kind of walked up the steps. We were waving our flags. They were singing "God Bless America," and we're all up there having, a good time. There's a positive energy about the crowd. Everyone felt like things were going to be okay, like our love would prevail and that the right things would happen. And then all of a sudden, the door to my front opens and a door behind me opens, and I hear, "Come on in." So I'm thinking, oh my God, this is a hardened building. This is, they've got to have magnetic locks and bulletproof glass, and this is going to be one of the, top 3 buildings in the country for security. And the only way that we're going to get in is if they let us in. So I'm thinking they're going to let us in. We're going to get to watch the vote happen on the inside in the rotunda. So I walk into the building. You can see me in one of the newly released videos. A guy breaks one of the glass things on the door, but I didn't see that. And then a cop runs over and opens the door for us. But I didn't see that either. All I heard was, "Come on in." The door was already open. I stroll in, and at the end of the hall, there's about a dozen riot cops. So take a minute, and I stop, and I think, clearly there was a wire crossed somewhere. These guys don't look like they want me in here. So to prevent any confusion, I put up my hands. I walked up to the cops directly to them and said, "I surrender." I said, "I'm not violent. I'm not here to do anything. I'm not going to attack you. I'm not going to fight. I surrender. I can't just turn around and walk out because there are a bunch more people coming through the door."
So Jesse, I want you to tell us too, it's just terrible. And, it just seems like it's so sad, but it's also comical in a sense that, that the FBI is wasting money going after people dressed up as pandas. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It's just really such a joke what our country has become. Tell people the day that you got raided. What was the date that you were raided? You live in Florida. That's how we met, of course. But walk people through the day and the morning that you woke up, that you found yourself being beaten by federal agents in the state of Florida in a Republican county with a sheriff that was supported by Ron DeSantis, in case people want to know, so that you can really paint the picture and set the timeline. What was the day of the raid on your home?
Well, the beating took place that day on January 6th. After I surrendered to them, they smashed me over the head with a baton and pinned me to the floor and kept beating me on the floor, the whole dozen of them. And then they handcuffed me in the hallway and George Floyded me on the neck. And then the crowd pushed the cops off, lifted me up, and walked me back outside. I left that day, and then the FBI was immediately turned on to me, and for years they surveilled me. I was just picked up on February 27th of this year. But that was after the driving by, the taking pictures. They installed a license plate reader on the end of my street, and then they came and they dressed up like power line workers and installed cameras outside of my house so that they can monitor me 24 hours a day. And then on February 27th, I woke up to concussion grenades going off outside my windows. They just started launching.
February really 22nd of what year, just so the viewers can...
27th of this year, 2023.
Yep. So this is still happening, everybody listening to that. So again, February of 2023, people are still having their homes and their doors kicked in by the FBI. So go on.
Oh, yeah. They showed up with multiple armored vehicles, helicopters, black FBI vans, police, cars. And I heard them, go on their little megaphone as the explosions are going off outside my door. So I ran to my front door, had my hands up just in time to see a SWAT team in full gear, M4s, green dots all over my chest. I demanded to see the arrest affidavit and the warrant. They told me I wasn't allowed. I asked them again. I told them I know my rights. They said I didn't have any rights. And then they slapped me in the cuffs, threw me in the back of a van. And then I watched them do the same to my fiance and my brother and everyone else in my house and throw them in the back of vans to interrogate them. And then they went next door to my grandfather's house, who was dying of cancer. And he's over there crying because he couldn't tell the difference between a concussion grenade and a gunshot. He was under the impression that they had come through my door and murdered me. So they demanded access to his house. They took his computers, his cell phone, everything he had, just with no warrant whatsoever. And they took me to a rendition site and interrogated me, and I'm still pretty sure they're following me around. They do laps in helicopters. They got drones outside. And I was lucky enough to meet you and John Pierce and finally get some good representation. And I'm going to try to postpone my case now that they have new videos coming out that'll hopefully show my beating at the hands of the officers and
Yeah, John, how is that going to
happened.
play out now that the, Speaker of the House, I mean, look, I think it's kind of a joke. A lot of the tapes that they're now talking about are tapes that people were well aware of. We already knew that the Capitol Police let people in. And, from going to D.C. with you, John, I've seen these trials. There's not a single member of Congress there that wants to participate in these trials. They don't want to come watch. And they have known about these tapes for 3 years now, especially the fact that there's video footage that was released, and some of your clients, right, have released footage like this from their own personal GoPros or cell phones or whatever they may have that shows police opening the doors and letting them in. And so, how do you foresee this now impacting a case for somebody like Jesse here, who obviously showed up in a peaceful panda costume, being peaceful, and now these tapes, you have Republicans, and I have this here, new January 6th videos praised by Republicans, right? They have to pretend like they never saw these tapes before, even though they had possession of them for 3 years and they were well aware of what Liz Cheney and Jamie Raskin were doing. The narrative has crumbled, they say. Well, I think the narrative crumbled 3 years ago, but they were just too ignorant and too, unwilling to listen because they didn't want to. But now they're being forced and strong-armed into it because they see that the Republican voters are not going to send them any more money or vote for them otherwise. So what do you think about this, John? Do you think that these cases should all be postponed? What is the likelihood now that Republicans are finally getting involved in the J6 footage debacle?
Well, I do think all these cases should be continued. One thing I want to focus on, as Jake Chansley mentioned in your earlier segment, is that there is not a single Republican in Congress who has lifted a finger to actually do anything that has made a difference so far. There are really about 500,000 hours of videotape when you talk about all of the cameras that could be relevant with respect to what happened on January 6th. Everything that's happening in Congress right now and that has happened in the last, couple years has all been performance theater. All this tape can be released immediately. I think they might have released, 90 hours, much of which, we've already seen. But it should be released, all of it, immediately on a public server so that the American people can see all of this. We plan to move for continuances and stays in these cases. I'm not optimistic, that we will get them. But the House GOP needs to release all of the video immediately. And they need to stop funding the prosecutions. The GOP has the power of the purse. And in fact, they are the ones that are now funding these prosecutions. And there's no getting away from that fact at this point.
Absolutely. Well, Jesse, we have 17 other J6ers, as you can imagine, who have similar stories. But, I know it's been very difficult for you. And so you rely on the support of people donating to NCLU. Just tell people briefly what it means and, how hard it's been for you, either financially or personally, to deal with this persecution and how people can support you.
That's for Jesse, right?
Yes, for Jesse.
Oh, I thought you were talking to John. I actually have a Give, Send, Go.
Okay.
And that goes towards John over there so he can represent me. Give, Send, Go, Jesse Rumson.
Okay.
Thoughts and prayers. I mean, they're not just coming for J6ers. They want to come for everybody. I mean, I understand the irony of going out there to protest a fascist regime and a communist regime and then being the victim of one myself. But we all need to stand up and we all need to fight. This is a beautiful country with beautiful ideas, with a founding that needs to never be forgotten. And that if everyone stands up and we all lock arms, we can take this country back. And we owe it to everyone who's come before us and everyone who's going to come after to protect the liberties that we were given. We can't let this country fall. And this is going to be a pivotal time moving forward. We need Trump. We need the MAGA movement. We need the people. We need the patriots. So if you can get involved, get involved. If you can run for office, you can watch the precincts, if you can vet candidates, anything you can do to help, get involved and do it.
And are you also running for office as well?
I am. It's a very niche. It's not a house seat like Mr. Chansley. I'm going very local. I'm going for my county commission. My community has been so great to me. Once I was arrested, they came and they asked me to talk about my experiences. They asked me different things. So when I started going to these different meetings for Republican clubs, they started doing Q&As, and they wound up really liking me and vibing with what I had to say about the community and the country. And they asked me to step up and be the change I wish to see in the world and run for the county commission and help keep Citrus County great.
Citrus County in Florida. And so if you're watching and you're listening and you're living in Citrus County, you got to support Jesse, who's running for a county commission seat, and donate to his, his Give, Send, Go. He is being represented by John, and those funds will go towards, the legal fees over NCLU. But it's hard. A lot of people have been completely devastated financially by this. And, have you been able to rebuild it all, Jesse? Have you been able to find work? I know a lot of J6ers haven't been able to find any work. And what's that been like for you? Have you been able to at least find a way to make some money?
I do have a way. My fiance is an entrepreneur, and she has been able to be a godsend to me during these troubling times. I had lost my job when I got doxxed and, got death threats to the job that I was working, and my legal fees are mounting, I'm sure. So hopefully moving forward, we'll be able to find justice in this country, and I'll get the acquittal that I deserve, because really I did nothing wrong.
And what is your background? Because we have a lot of people listening from all over, and it's time for people to stand up and to fight back against this. You can't fall for pressure campaigns. What is your skill set? Because if there's people listening who may want to hire you, right, in Citrus County, because not everybody's a coward. What do you do? What are you capable of doing, or where can people contact you if they're interested in hiring you and employing you so that you can try to rebuild your life, Jesse?
Well, I've got a Gmail, votejesse24. number 24 at gmail.com. So I can put that out there for all the trolls to send me whatever.
Right.
I lost my job. I was working at a comic book store, a big deadly insurrectionist who, dealt in comic books at a local nerd shop. I've been a blue collar guy my whole life, a little bit of college, but I think I want to concentrate mostly onto the county commissioner, and I don't want, to muddle that up too much. I got a lot of stuff on my plate, and I think that's an important job that
it is,
requires your full attention.
No, it does. I just want people to know, imagine if you're watching this, what it would be like to be fired from your job and to not have an income because you, support Trump, or you believe the election was stolen. I mean, I think every single J6er we're going to talk tonight is going to have the same story about losing their job and, being doxxed, and it's unfortunate. So, once again, I want to thank you, of course, Jesse, for coming on and sharing your story, and to remind people, right? He has a Give, Send, Go. You can also contribute at nclu.org, and we need to be supporting these people. So some people are going to be able to, donate more than others, but even if it's just 5, 10, as 5, 10, 15, $20, $100, some people can do more. See what you can do this holiday season, and be grateful that you're not in the position of these J6ers, right? Think about that this year at the Thanksgiving dinner table, right? When you're thinking about what you're grateful for, because a lot of other people are going through hell right now. And so I would encourage all of you to donate and support as well. So one last time, the address for your Give, Send, Go.
Jesse Rumson at Give, Send, Go.
Great. We show that on the screen
Just
right
my
there
name.
as well.
And then I'd like to send an extra thank you to you for raising awareness for everyone who's in the prisons now and in the gulags, and actually staying with this fight and fighting for the people. You're out there every day. I see you tweeting 10 times a day about important things that matter to everybody and that are really waking people up to what's happening in this country.
Of course. And,
I'd also like to,
the first time I ever met you was at one of these Republican meetings, and they told me about what happened to you. And I said, I have to meet this guy and we got to get him a lawyer. And so I was able to connect you to John when I believe I was running for Congress. And that's how we met, because Citrus County was originally going to be in my district when I ran. And when I heard about what had happened to you, I wanted to make sure that you were taken care of, because I think that it's an abomination and this shouldn't be happening in our country at all, let alone Florida. Okay, I'm really sick and tired of everybody saying that Florida is such a free state when Citrus County is one of the most Republican-red counties in the entire state of Florida, okay, and probably the entire country. And you're having FBI raids and sheriffs come and arrest people like this in a pro-Trump, bright red county like Citrus County, in a state that is controlled by Governor DeSantis. We're putting all that into perspective for people, because there's a lot of misconceptions, right, about Florida being a free state, but it's not so free here.
DeSantis told me he couldn't do anything for me. I reached out to his office, and they kind of gave me the cold shoulder and the brush off, and kind of said, you're on your own, just like they did to Trump when they allowed the feds to come in and raid his house here in Florida.
Which DeSantis knew about before it even happened. So exactly,
yep.
It's not a good situation. But your words, not mine, right? Out of the mouth of a J6 defendant. So it's I just think people need to hear this. It's a harsh reality, and people need to wake up, right? Because there's presidential elections going on right now too, and people need to ask themselves, do they want somebody in the White House that knows what it's like to be persecuted and have their door kicked in by the FBI like Trump had his? Or do they want somebody that's going to basically, give the finger to a J6er and say, you're on your own, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the difference, right? That's what's on the table right now, because it's you today, right? It could be whoever's watching tomorrow. If they can get away with kicking in the door of Mar-a-Lago, they can get away with doing it to anybody.
Yeah, it's a night and day transition between someone who would do that and someone who's had it done to them and has vowed to even stand up and give pardons to these people. Yeah. And it's like, if anyone deserves them, they're J6ers. I mean, I would say that they were probably even set up, and that it's probably a entrapment on a lot of people's parts, and hopefully the truth will come out, and
Absolutely.
That everyone will get to see what actually happened on J6.
Absolutely. Well, Jesse, thank you so much.
Citrus County still loves you, Laura.
Yes, I know. I've been so busy doing all my shows, but I'll be back up in Citrus County soon. And, I send my love to everybody in Citrus County. And I see you all the time, though, at events. We see each other a lot these days, Jesse. So with that, though, please, if you find Jesse's story compelling, please contribute to his Give, Send, Go. We're going to be connecting now to another J6er as well, another client. They're connecting now momentarily. Everybody's calling in. We have, like I said, 18 people. While we're waiting for them to connect, thank you, Jesse, for coming on. I appreciate it. We'll talk soon. John, if you can, you represent a lot of J6ers, and what is your opinion about this? Because Florida, it is a unique place in the sense that we have the highest number of J6 defendants. And yet the governor here, who's running to be president of the United States of America, hasn't really done anything. And yet so many of these clients of yours come from Florida, but also too, as is, been widely documented, these people who live in Florida are not exactly having the Republican representatives in their so-called free state come to their rescue.
Yeah, I think it's really a disgrace on behalf of Governor DeSantis, the way he has failed to do anything whatsoever for the January 6th defendants. And also, it's not just that he's failed to do anything. It really seems as if, himself and the folks that are running his campaign, the folks that support him, actually have a sense of glee about the persecution of January 6th defendants. And I don't
they do. They do. We have an article actually that we're going to pull up. And while we're waiting for this next caller, there was an article out today in National Pulse. Okay. Really disturbing article. And we're going to pull this up right now. And you have audio of DeSantis influencers, the rapid response director photographed with the guy who was caught on camera or caught on video saying this. And they were saying that they were happy. We can pull this up on the screen here. They were happy that J6ers were going to do time under Ron. It was going to be fun to watch. That's what they said. Pull that up on the screen right there. Zoom in for everybody to see it. So, I mean, it's just sickening. It's just absolutely sickening. So what do you think about this? I mean, you said yourself they're getting glee out of it, and we see it here. DeSantis influencers celebrate jail for J6 prisoners who will do time under Ron. It will be fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't think that there is an issue that draws a clear distinction between President Trump and Ron DeSantis. President Trump understands what's happening in this country. There are two tiers of justice in this country. There's an absolute weaponization of the law enforcement and intelligence apparatus of this country against regular Americans. There could not be a more important issue in this election in a free republic. Under those circumstances, this country is toast. Donald Trump obviously understands that at a very deep, instinctive, and primal level. And I have absolute confidence that he is going to take decisive action with respect to January 6th when he gets back in the White House in January 25.
Yeah, and we've also seen that Ron DeSantis's press secretary, Jeremy Redfern, in previous reports that I've shown, said that Ashley Babbitt deserved to die because she, and excuse the language for people who are watching, these are his words, not mine. He said that she, fucked around and found out, right? FAFO. And then that's what he said in his own tweet. And then he was promoted, right? This guy is Ron DeSantis' press secretary for his actual gubernatorial office in Tallahassee, which means that we're paying for his salary with taxpayer money. So we're paying this guy with our taxpayer money who said that Ashley Babbitt deserved to get shot and assassinated because she's a Trump supporter. That's who Ron DeSantis has as his press secretary.
What I think that, one thing that kind of rhetoric really displays is that, one of the rationales that Governor DeSantis and his supporters have put forward in terms of why he should be elected is his, purported ability to select people around him and those sorts of things. And I think that you have actually exposed, not only in this particular instance, but in many other instances, that is a fallacy, that he surrounds himself by people who have no business being anywhere near the White House, being anywhere near a president. And the American people have seen that largely thanks to your work. And this issue really brings it into stark relief.
Oh, I mean, not that I would ever vote for Ron DeSantis ever again or ever consider him to be president, but I don't care. Like, even if Donald Trump wasn't on the ballot and Ron DeSantis somehow, some way was the nominee, that's not going to happen. But let's just say, hypothetically speaking, I literally would just skip out on the election. I just wouldn't vote just based on the issue of J6. It's like, you have women that their one issue is abortion. And we see Democrat voters coming out right now where their single voter issues and their issue is abortion. My single voter issue would literally be J6. I don't want some former federal prosecutor like Ron DeSantis, because that's what his background is. He's a federal prosecutor who worked and oversaw torture at Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay, during the Iraq War under the presidency of George W. Bush. Okay, I don't want to vote for somebody like that. I didn't even support him the second time around for governor. I don't want to support him. I don't like him. I've seen his failed leadership, and I've seen the way that he has allowed for my friends and people I know to be locked up. He literally allowed for Donald Trump to be raided by the feds at Mar-a-Lago and had previous knowledge of it. Okay, when do we get to talk about that? I don't want him in the White House ever. So this is just one of those issues that it sparked me to literally move my residence from Palm Beach to the Villages, right, 2 years ago, so that I could run against Daniel Webster, who was the only Republican who skipped the vote on the J6 committee. That's how passionate I am about this issue, is I literally gave up my entire life in Palm Beach, where I lived for years, to go primary this Republican to teach him a lesson about showing up for work and not skipping votes, especially when it pertains to something like that. So we have our next caller, actually, another one of your clients, Rosemary Westbury. Rosemary, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Well, I want to thank you so much for calling in. I want to talk to you about your story as a J6er, and just tell people from the beginning, what your experience has been like, where you're from, where you live, and what happened, start to finish.
Well, actually, I am not a defendant. I have 4 in my family that are being prosecuted.
Oh.
My husband, Robert Westbury, my son, Aaron James, my son, Jonah Westbury, and my son, Isaac Westbury.
Wow.
We were all there on January 6th, and this has been by far one of the most torturous experiences in our lives. Now, getting back to the January 6th time frame, we went there. I suppose part of it was, yes, it was to support President Trump. 2020 was a debacle for sure, but it was more than that. We were called to go there, and I believe that we were called by God to go there, to stand up for our country, to stand up for what's right, what's good, what's holy, and what's true. And our nation is in the throes of death, even as we speak. And if it doesn't turn around, we don't have much hope. And, first of all, I want to thank you so much for not only having us on, but for bringing light to this situation. And I have 2 of my family members that are being charged with felonies. They witnessed the murder of Roseanne Boylan, and you'll be able to see that on Lara Logan has done a wonderful job of just presenting what has actually happened during this January 6th debacle, really. And so she did interview my sons, and my youngest son was 18 at the time, and he's 21. And really and truly, our lives have been put on hold for almost 4 years. I mean, our lives have just been nothing but put on hold. We can't go forward. One of my sons really, he has a wonderful, wonderful girlfriend that he's had for many years. He has wanted to propose to her, and he feels like, I can't until I find out what's going to happen with this situation. So it's like we're in this dark zone. I don't even know how to put it, but you can't really go forward. You're stuck. And
so tell people as well, it's obviously very heartbreaking and very sad. So you have 4 people in your family. So just explain to people who are watching, because a lot of there's chat questions coming in right now, and people want to know, are they in jail right now? Are they at home?
No.
What is the situation with all 4 of your family members?
Well, and thank God they're all at home. We're under pretrial supervision, and, they wanted to put my son Aaron in prison. Now, Aaron is a veteran, and you will talk to him in a bit, I think. But he's a veteran. He fought in Iraq. He fought in Afghanistan as he was a corpsman, so in the Navy. So he was attached to a Marine unit, and he saw young men being blown up in front of him, and served his country well. And, they're discounting, they're not only discounting that, but they're saying he's a terrorist.
Yeah.
And I think he's a terrorist.
Your son literally went overseas and combated, as a war veteran, actual Muslim terrorist. Okay. So it's just so disrespectful, because a lot of people right now who are in jail, who are in solitary confinement, and a lot of people who are being attacked by the federal government are veterans. Like my friend Joe Biggs,
yes.
who they said was a Proud Boy. He was a combat veteran. He's a Purple Heart, he won the Purple Heart numerous times. He has an infant daughter who he's barely been able to see because he had custody of his daughter. And now this little girl basically grew up without a dad, because from the time that she was a baby, her dad has been jailed. And, the fact that they're calling these people that actually either were in combat or killed Islamic terrorists overseas fighting for our freedoms, it's just such an insult, because these people know what real terrorists are. They were trained by our United States government and our military to combat real terrorists. and they put their lives on the line and could have been killed, and now they're being jailed and they're being attacked and they're being maligned. And I mean, how are you surviving? Like, for the legal fees amounting for 4 people, I mean, it's enough to bankrupt a household with just one J6 defendant, let alone 4. How are you getting through this as a family?
Well, we've had John Pierce has been our attorney from the beginning. I appreciate John, and I've talked to him many, many times. I know that his name is Pierce, and I've told him many times he will pierce the darkness. God will use him to pierce the darkness, and so it's not so much that I put my trust in John Pierce. I appreciate him. I appreciate his team, Em and Roger Roots, and everyone that works with them. I have the utmost respect for, beyond anything I can tell you. But I know that we must stand against tyranny. And that's one of the things that I've seen with John. He's stood. And now, has he run through some rough spots? Well, yeah, we all have. We've all come through some rough spots. But the thing that I appreciate is the fact that he continues to fight. And so, for me, if we as a people can continue to fight together, we're going to get our nation back, and we will. We will win our nation back. You have a picture up now, and it's probably a little delayed, of my son. Last year, October 5th of 2022, I lost my oldest son. He passed away unexpectedly, and it's so we've had a lot of tragedy, but through it all, I have to say that God has been very gracious to us. He's gotten us not only through this, but we have become stronger. Now, does that mean that our family is unscathed? No. My husband, now this is a guy that he's had 8 strokes. Robert has had 8 strokes, and he in the morning he'll be in the shower. Now mind you, we've been raided twice. April 9th of 2021, and then October 3rd of 2021. So they came to my house twice. The first time they came with 20 to 25 agents. They banged in my door, brought everybody out, and brought my son, Jonah, to jail and processed him. Thank God he was released, and he's under pretrial supervision. The second time they came, October 3rd, and my neighbors actually took videotapes, and I've got some very unbelievable tapes of what they did and how they came to my house. But they came with 50 to 60 agents. 50 to 60. They had a SWAT team. They had an MRAM with a battering ram in the front and a machine gun. There was someone with a machine gun on top, into a quiet neighborhood in Minnesota. And, the purpose of this is to instill fear into the American people. Now, the first time that they came, I have to tell you, my neighbors were afraid. They were, because, okay, so I'm known as the Christmas cookie lady. Every year I give my neighbors Christmas cookies, all my neighbors. And so they were watching, and oh my goodness, what's going on at Christmas cookie lady's house? They didn't understand, they didn't know. The second time that they came, my neighbors said, oh no, this is enough. They tried to intimidate my neighbors. They would come out. My neighbors were coming out. Now, mind you, this is 6:00 in the morning. They have sirens. They have bullhorns. They're screaming, residents of 30840, our address, come out with your hands up.
And this is in Minnesota, right? I just want to make that very clear. This is in Minnesota. Yeah. So first of all, Minnesota, where in Minnesota do you live, if you don't mind saying the city that you live in?
Lindstrom.
Okay, well, I've been to Minnesota, okay? I did a lot of work exposing Ilhan Omar and a lot of the issues with the Islamification. The FBI doesn't need to be going to the families of nice, conservative Americans. They have enough Somali Muslims that are terrorizing people in the streets of Minneapolis. They have the number one ISIS recruitment location in the United States of America is Minneapolis. They need to be focused on combating actual Islamic terrorism. Okay, Minneapolis is where all the George Floyd riots happen. You have all these Black Lives Matter people. When are they going to get raided? When are they going to get raided for all the damage that they did in Minnesota? So just to put it into perspective for everybody, because they want to terrorize this family and harass, four of your family members. But then I've been to Minnesota and I've seen the fact that they have an Islamic center there called the Dar al Farouk Islamic Center. And in the last few years, there have been multiple cases of men attending this mosque trying to go to Syria and join ISIS. Okay. They have a serious Islamic terrorism problem in Minnesota. The last thing they need to be focused on as feds is storming your home. It just goes to show you the priorities of our government. I mean, why are they not addressing actual terrorism threats? They don't need to be going to people's
Correct.
homes like yours. So, we have a lot of people. And go ahead. Sorry.
There's a great documentary. You brought up Minneapolis and, the mostly peaceful protests of 2020, which we all know is a sham.
Right.
But I have family members who witnessed what happened in Minneapolis during that time. And, breaking into, and there's a wonderful documentary. It's by Alpha News, and it's called The Burning of Minneapolis, I think is what it's called. And it's well worth the watch. It's very true to what actually took place. And the people that participated in that were protected. They're absolutely protected. And our justice system is not a justice system. It is, they call it a two-tier system. Well, it's worse than that. You cannot have a 99.4, last I heard, now maybe it's different, a 99.4% conviction rate and have any equity in that. There just can't be. And it doesn't matter, maybe 60%, 50, 60%, but 99.4%. And it doesn't matter who appointed these judges.
Right.
They're all doing the same thing. They're convicting. In fact, Monday, Gabriel Garcia, who is an incredible, he was a captain in the military, was convicted in DC court in a very short period of time. Now, he had a bench trial, and because he thought, well, I can't get a fair, jury selection here, and a judge surely has to adhere to the law. Well, it took a very short period of time for him to be convicted. And, he did nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong. And, and you're right, they're targeting military, they're targeting strong men, and many of them are men of God. My children are truly, the fall of Minneapolis is what it is. Mm-hmm. But these strong men of God are being targeted, and you wonder why. They're trying to break down these young men, but the thing is, what Satan meant for evil, God meant for good, because it's strengthening them. It's strengthening their resolve to stand for what's right, what's good, what's holy, and what's true. And I have to say, when we went to Washington, D.C., I'm going to say this, there is a great victory that occurred in the spiritual realm. God was uplifted on that day. The name of Jesus Christ was shouted. There was prayer, there was worship, there was you couldn't walk down the sidewalk and people would stop and pray with you from all over the country, all over the world, really. The number of Chinese Americans that was there, and you don't hear this in the news, was astounding. And they were like a well-oiled machine. It was incredible. They were standing up because they know what happened in China could happen here. They fled China to come here. And they were standing and saying, oh no, we're not going to stand idly by. We can't.
Right.
Well, I have to say, American people, we cannot stand idly by. We must stand. We must stand. And when we see this that's going on, we have to say something. I have to tell you, people are uncomfortable when you talk about this. Very uncomfortable. I had somebody say to me the other day, this makes me uncomfortable. Can I tell you something? People need to be uncomfortable.
Well, you know what, Rosemary? It makes me uncomfortable to know that the FBI is banging on people's doors and raiding Americans and veterans and calling veterans terrorists. That's what makes me uncomfortable. So I don't know. I think that people are in for a rude awakening. And that's why I said in my monologue tonight, we're going to start force feeding people this Thanksgiving. We're going to start force feeding them the truth because they need to hear it. No more leaving politics away from the dinner table. People need to start talking about this because we're going to lose our country. And we have a lot of other J6ers and families like yours who are going to be joining us tonight. And so I want to just give you a moment for last words. Where can people go? I know you have a Give, Send, Go. We showed that on the screen as well. John is also representing you, so people can also donate to your defense at nclu.org and click donate in the top right corner. But also you have a Give, Send, Go that we showed. Is there anything else or how can people support you?
Well, I think the biggest thing that people can do is, support NCLU. John Pierce, his team is fighting tooth and nail. And, we have to continue to fight together to be one in this. And, my sons, and you'll talk to a couple of them, I think, tonight. When this all first happened, yes, they lost their jobs. And it's been tough. It's been tough for us. But I do have to say God is gracious. He's been good to us. And, we just continue in this fight. And Laura, I so appreciate, I've listened to you a few times now, and I appreciate your passion and your perseverance and your steadfastness. And thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my pleasure. And I have a responsibility, in my opinion, as somebody who has a very large platform. I have never been... I wasn't there on J6, to be honest. I was out of the country because I kind of felt like they were setting people up and I didn't go. I just had this really strange feeling that they were going to try to set people up. So I didn't go to Washington, D.C. on J6. But I know what it's like to be targeted by the government. And I know what it's like to be targeted and silenced. And so now that I have my account back and I have my Rumble show launched, I do feel like I have a responsibility morally, right, to give a platform to those who are suffering and those who are being targeted, because it's a form of lawfare, but it's also a spiritual warfare, right? So it's lawfare, but also it's spiritual warfare. And I'm doing my part to try to raise awareness for people like you and your sons and your husband who are under attack, right? It's demonic. It's really demonic energy. And I think that our country is like hypnotized right now under demonic, in my opinion, satanic energy. I mean, I really honestly feel that way. I don't know if you feel that way, but that's how I feel.
Oh, yes. But here's the thing. God is eternal. God is sovereign. And God has the last say. If anybody wants to really sit in a wonderful portion of Scripture for a little while, go to Isaiah 26. It's just a wonderful portion of Scripture just to sit for a little while. And I do have to say that God is shaking this nation. We must come to repentance. All that's going on, not only with our J6ers, but in the nation. Right is called wrong and wrong is called right. When you have little babies being ripped out of the womb and little little children having their private parts cut off and mutilated. That is demonic, Laura. That's so demonic. So we must, as a nation, come to repentance.
I agree with you. Well, thank you so much. God bless you. I'm going to be praying for you and your family. And I know you're in good hands with John as your attorney. And I hope that people will contribute to your Give, Send, Go and that people will support you. And I want to wish you and your family a happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, thank you so much. You as well. God bless you.
You too. And hopefully, you will be able to at least enjoy your holiday. I know it's hard. I mean, it's hard to, say happy Thanksgiving. And like I said in my monologue, it's hard to find things to be thankful for these days. But I hope that while your family is being terrorized by the federal government, that you'll be able to at least, maybe have a nice Thanksgiving and enjoy some time with your family.
Oh, we will. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
God bless.
Well, that was Rosemary, and just terrible things that are happening. Rosemary Westbury out of Minnesota. 4 family members. Can you imagine your sons, 3 of your sons and your husband being targeted by the federal government? I mean, just the way that they're terrorizing these people, the government, the FBI, it's out of control. We have about 15 or so more J6ers. So like I said, we're going to be here all night long. I'm doing this telethon because, as you know, it's Thanksgiving this week. There's no Loomer Unleashed on Thursday. And so I wanted to basically do the equivalent of what would be 2 shows. And that's exactly what I'm doing tonight. It's basically 2 shows because there is no Loomer Unleashed because my production team is going to be with their families enjoying Thanksgiving. And I'm sure all of you are going to be busy with your families on Thanksgiving. But of course, we have to take a moment to thank our sponsor. And you heard from Goldco earlier, but this sponsor, Field of Greens, they've been great. They've been with me from the beginning of my show here at Rumble. They are a company that clearly supports free speech and optimal wellness as well. And as you know, the day after Thanksgiving is Black Friday. Right? So it's finally here, the fieldofgreens.com Black Friday sale. That's fieldofgreens.com. Black Friday is after Thanksgiving. And so after you get done eating turkey and spending time with your family, you can probably make some better health decisions. And if you want to have a leaner, meaner, greener diet, you can go to fieldofgreens.com and participate in this Black Friday sale. Right now, you can actually get up to 30% off when you use code VIP. So this is a great sale. You're going to want to get all these amazing supplements and products while you can. I drink it every time I'm on set. I personally love Field of Greens, and I know that many of you guys too, because you tell me and you're in the chat all the time talking, right, about all these incredible results that you see. When you take Field of Greens, you see they have all types of supplements here on their site. You're going to get a lot of benefits. You're going to get increased energy throughout the day. Your skin is going to look healthier. You're going to have improved digestion. My stomach feels better. I have stomach issues and I get nauseous a lot. It's part of my migraines. I get really bad migraines. I have complex migraines. And when I get migraines, I get really bad nausea. And so for me, it has this calming effect. I don't really get to eat a lot throughout the day because I'm always busy working. Probably need to take better care of myself, but I'm thankful this Thanksgiving for Field of Greens because regardless of whether I'm working or not, I get my my daily dose of vegetables and fruit, even when I'm slaving away in the studio to bring you great episodes of Loomer Unleashed. And so you're going to want to participate in this Black Friday sale. You're going to just feel better and healthier overall. It's actually really refreshing as well. Even if you're just wanting to add another type of drink to your life, or you want to have some like flavor in your water, right? This only has 10 calories. So it's not like you're drinking a smoothie that has 600 calories or so. You're drinking 10 calories and it's 1 spoonful and you put it in a cup of water and it tastes really good. I really like it. So again, that's going to be fieldofgreens.com. You don't want to miss this massive sale. I'm telling you, 30% up to 30% off. So go to fieldofgreens.com and enter code VIP. You can see here they have all different types of flavors here, wild berry, all types of supplements here, whole food multivitamin, collagen peptides for your skin. Okay. They have strawberry lemonade flavor, lemon lime, all types of really great flavors. Again, fieldofgreens.com. Enter code VIP at checkout and don't miss out on these amazing Black Friday sales. And again, of course, thank you to Field of Greens for supporting my show. And since we're going to be on air for a while, God, it's a hard time. I need a man in my life to open this jar for me. My God. Let me get a code for a strong man, 30% off, so I can have somebody open up my jars. Oof. Can't do everything myself. You know? Where can I get one of those? Anyway, 30% off, you guys. It's great. I'm going to take my Field of Greens break right now because I'm probably going to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning doing this this Thanksgiving turkey Trumpathon. So I am really enjoying my Field of Greens. Very refreshing because I talk nonstop and I need a drink. I love it. Let's see what people are. Did I spill a little bit on my shirt? Yes, I did. Well, it's very good. Let's see what some of the comments are. We agree Laura is definitely spiritual warfare. Someone said, you are funny, Laura. Men were made for opening jars. Yes, they were. Yes, I'm a woman who can do it all, except open jars. I need someone to help me with that. Let's see. MAGA and America First movement will be a force to be reckoned with. We, the people, will prevail. Absolutely. Flesh-eating Satan worshipers is 100%, Laura. We didn't know, and they got away with so much, but we know now, and their time is up, and they know it. Yeah, it's satanic. It's crazy. Someone said, Laura and John are a dynamic duo. Beautiful tonight. Thank you so much for the nice compliments. I really appreciate it. Somebody said, hello, press secretary. So before we get back, yeah, we'll get back right now. John is coming back on, and we're going to bring these J6ers back on as well. But yeah, Mehdi Hassan, speaking of jihadists and actual people who should be probably deported and removed from our country, he's one of these radical Muslim commentators on MSNBC, and he had an entire meltdown on MSNBC yesterday. They played it on Steve Bannon's War Room today, and just like, you know, him going crazy talking about how I was going to be press secretary and who knows? But we have John back. So be sure if you're in the chat right now, this is live. Okay, so please retweet it, post it on your social media because we want as many people as possible to listen and hear the stories. We have about 15 more. We're going to be here for a very long time. It's 10:30 right now. We're probably going to be here for several more hours now going through talking to these J6ers because it's important. Okay, and we have a lot to be thankful for, but we also are losing our country and we can't just go eat cookies and eat turkey and eat pie and, you know, just think about the holiday. Okay, that's not what we're going to do this Thanksgiving. You need to think about all these poor innocent people that are in solitary confinement who are having their lives destroyed. Okay, and these people are luckily represented by John. And we're going to have some more of these callers call in soon. I know people are connecting right now, but in the meantime, we really want everybody to watch this feed. John, what do you think about that? I know that, you know, you hear these stories all the time, but it's really just so heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking when you hear these stories. You know, absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah. So, you know, first I want to say it's great to hear Rosemary's voice, and I definitely have learned to listen to what she says. So it's great that you gave her, you know, an opportunity to speak to the American people right there. But you know, their situation, for example, is just heartbreaking. I mean, it's almost like a Saving Private Ryan situation where, you know, her husband, 3 of her children. We're talking about veterans, and her family has just been decimated by this. You know, we've been very fortunate to keep Aaron James out of pretrial detention. The government has tried to revoke his bond a couple of times, and we fought like heck, and we succeeded in keeping him out of prison. And so their trial is, I believe, February 12th of 2024. It's going to be a big trial. There are 4 defendants. It involves multiple felony charges. So we need help. You know, these trials, as you know, Laura, are enormously expensive. And you're talking about 4 family members going through a major felony trial in federal court in D.C. these folks need help. So whether it's going to their GiveSendGo or going to the NCLU website. And by the way, I just want to mention, in addition to hitting the donate button, which we love everybody to do, you can also join to become a monthly or annual recurring member, which will help sustain all these fights going forward. And as you know, Laura, it's not just January 6th. Obviously, that's the main effort right now, but there's your case. There's Carter Page's FISA abuse case. There's vaccine mandate litigation. So there's all kinds of things going on in the country right now, and we're at the forefront of all those.
Absolutely. And again, that's nclu.org, nclu.org for people who want to donate. I just think it's absolutely an abomination, what's happening in this country, and the fact that her son is a veteran, and, it's multiple sons and her husband that's being targeted. It's just so awful. But I know that we're going to have some more callers call in as well. Now we have some of your other clients that are on the line. And we're just going through. We have the phone lines open. So most of these people are your clients. I think that there's going to be a few that may not be your clients. So obviously, for attorney ethics and whatnot, I'm not going to make you speak on clients who are not your clients. But we did open the phone lines, and we did make it a free-for-all tonight for J6ers who want to call in, regardless of whether John is their attorney or not, so that people could tell their stories, because there are a lot of people who are unfortunately in solitary confinement, people locked up, and people who are going through their trials right now. So I think we're gonna get to our next caller now. Let me see, who do we have on the line now? All right, we have Jake. Jake Lang is on the line. Jake, can you hear me?
Hey, Laura. God bless you. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Well, hey, as good as a political prisoner. Been in prison for 1,000 days and a month now without a trial. Can be doing. God's grace is really all we need, but justice is also definitely would be nice.
So a lot of people want to know too. I mean, you obviously have gotten a lot of notoriety online for talking to the media and also doing interviews from prison. How are you able to do these interviews from prison as a J6er? While you're in prison, because you're able to, it seems like, do a lot of interviews, and a lot of people want to know how that works.
Yeah, God opens up doors that no man can open, and he closes doors no man can close too. But he's just enabled me to have a great support system. We've got so many awesome brothers and sisters in Christ, and amazing patriots out there that kind of volunteer their time and help out. My fiance right now is connecting me through a three-way call. I'm on the wall phone in my healthcare confinement prison cell here, and just making it happen. Just
wow.
Continue to grind.
So you're able
to quit.
So that's really interesting. So you're able to, from your prison phone, connect, and then you're able to, because I know you had a podcast through Gateway Pundit, and so you were, really able to get your message out and talk a lot about the treatment that you've, sustained as a J6er, and I think that it's really kind of like a really ingenious way, right? Because a lot of people always wonder, well, how does this guy, if he's really a prisoner, not saying that you're not, just saying that a lot of people had questions when this first happened, like, how is he able to do this? Because you have an entire support network, and you have this incredible site and an incredible animation on your website as well. I know if you can give your site out to people who are listening as well, and people can go and see your story and watch these animations and learn about your plight.
Yeah, no, I mean, podcasts are audio only, so I just figured, I was locked up for 3 years, and I figured, if I want to get my message out there, we can do audio interviews, and I can also invite other people inside the Patriot movement onto my podcast. And so, the Political Prisoner podcast has really taken off. Actually, today my guest was Mike Lindell, and that episode will probably be out tomorrow or on Thanksgiving, and we were praying a lot and stuff. So, we just keep on grinding, and God's just continuing to bless everything we put our hand towards, including the new fundraiser that we started. My organization that's been doing, phenomenal. We've already got about 400 people, monthly subscribers, basically sponsors for the Jan Sixers. We started a commissary fund, and basically, most of the Jan Sixers, they were the breadwinners in their homes. and the FBI ripped them out of their homes and left a lot of young wives and kids at home, and they can't afford to send hundreds of dollars in a month to pay for phone calls and email credits and hygiene products and food and stuff like that. So we said, let's get behind the Jan Sixers. Let's start a monthly commissary fund, which everybody, if you guys want to become a sponsor, we still need a lot more because they're arresting more Jan Sixers every day. You guys can go to sponsorj6.com, and that animation there that Laura was talking about is on there, and it kind of explains what we do. And it's just been a phenomenal resource for the 220 currently incarcerated January Sixers. We send everybody $100 a month, and we're looking to grow that number. And we need everybody's support out there. So thank you for giving me the platform to talk about it tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it's Thanksgiving, and what's it been like for you? What are you expecting to be spending Thanksgiving by yourself? I know it sounds really awful to say, but I think that it's important for people to hear this because to put it into perspective, right? Are you going to be by yourself in solitary confinement, or what is your Thanksgiving looking like as a political prisoner who's currently locked up? Just making these phone calls from your prison phone. What's Thanksgiving going to be like for political prisoner Jake Lang?
So this is my third Thanksgiving without a trial, incarcerated as a hostage of Joe Biden's tyrannical regime. The FBI Gestapo ripped me out of my home, and now I'm sitting 35 of I've been sitting for 35 months, and 21 of those months have been in solitary confinement. I'm back in solitary confinement. They took me out of the main Patriot pod. I'm in the basement of the D.C. Gulag, and I will probably be here come Thanksgiving Day, and I'll try to have a little Bible study through the little food slot that they have in our prison cell door. Basically, it's the slot that you would feed a dog through, and I'll have my Thanksgiving dinner there, and I'll be praying, and I'll ask some of the other guys that are down here with me if they want to pray and do a little Bible study on Thanksgiving. And you got to be grateful for everything you got. And I'm grateful to be on the phone with you guys, and I'm going to be grateful to have a little food on Thanksgiving and call up my family and just take it easy from all of the hard work and stuff we're doing. So
yeah,
you
it's really awful.
Count your blessings and be grateful.
Yeah, and it makes me feel guilty because I was saying in my monologue that oftentimes I find myself complaining about minuscule things, right? And I'm a perfectionist, and sometimes I wake up and I beat myself up, and I'm like, oh man, and I mope around, and I'm like, everybody does that, I think, sometimes, right? Everybody has their bad days, but then I hear stories like yours, or people, who are locked up, or people who are going through these terrible times. And I think that, yeah, maybe I face adversity as well. And it's hard to get over things that have been traumatic for you in your life. And we all struggle with it, right? I'm trying to rebuild my life, but I'm not in a jail. And it's just, I feel so heartbroken for people like you and all these other J6ers. And so I just wanted to open up the lines tonight. And, you really, give me a lot of insight and make me want to do better and make me want to complain less, right? And be grateful for the small things in my life and the big things as well. It sounds like you're about to be disconnected. Do you have anything else? Where can people go to donate to you?
Well, I don't have a personal fundraiser, but that sponsorj6.com site, if you want to play that animation for everybody that's watching, that would be awesome. And, the Jan Sixers, we don't need a pity party. We're patriots. We signed up. When you stand up against tyranny, you sign up basically for this kind of thing. And, we didn't plan this out on January 6th, but anytime you stand up against evil, this is the kind of thing. So freedom isn't free. We know that. We're not going to fold to the plea deals. We're going to keep fighting. Thank you, Laura, for standing beside us, and I appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving. God bless everybody out there. And
thank you for using Global Tellink.
Well, he just got disconnected. That was his prison phone. So he had about 10 minutes, and you saw right there that just got disconnected. So really sad. He was wishing us a happy Thanksgiving. I wanted to say happy Thanksgiving as well, but got disconnected. And that's just the harsh reality of the situation, you guys. Listen, this poor guy is in jail right now. He's calling from a prison phone. He's going to be there for Thanksgiving, and it's just sad, right? And I don't even know how we're going to connect with him again unless he's able to get on another call. I don't know if he's even given another phone call, how many calls he's given per day. But I know that we have a lot of J6ers. I told you we were going to hear from people who were in prison. We were going to hear from people who have been jailed, who have been released, who are on trial, and you're going to hear their stories. So it's just really sad. He's not going to be with his family and his kids on Thanksgiving. He's going to be doing a Bible study with other people in jail. It's just really, really tragic. What do you think about that, John?
I mean, it's hard to believe that this is the United States of America is my reaction. We have so many threats, real threats in the world. What's happening, obviously, in the Middle East with the attack on Israel, what's happening on our southern border, the oligarch situation in Ukraine that we're spending, hundreds of billions of dollars on. And this is what our FBI, this is what our Department of Justice, this is what our executive branch spends their time doing and spends their money doing. It's sickening. It's outrageous. And I think the American people are finally starting to see through it and wake up. And that's why Donald Trump, has so much support. He's not part of the uniparty swamp. He's not a career politician. And he's going to fight for the people. He's going to fight for J6ers.
Absolutely. And that's why we all have to support Trump. We all have to support Trump because Trump is the only candidate. He's the only one who's going to pardon all of the J6ers. Okay. And Trump has said it, right? He told me, okay, and I don't feel like I'm revealing anything personally here, okay? But when I saw President Trump, right, he made a comment about, oh, it's so terrible what they're doing with these J6ers. And I don't feel like I'm releasing any private information about a conversation I had with President Trump because it's stuff that he said publicly, right? So if he hadn't said this publicly, maybe I would think differently. But I just know from, being at events at Bedminster or being at events at Mar-a-Lago where he's met with J6ers, he has said, right, at these events, and cameras were there, so I'm not revealing anything that's like, personal. He said he's going to give pardons to these people. He said that he's going to pardon all the J6ers. And that's what Trump said. He said all of them. That's what he said in his speech. That's what he said when he, had these J6 events at Mar-a-Lago and at Bedminster. He said all the J6ers are going to be pardoned when he gets into office, while Ron DeSantis supporters and Ron DeSantis himself want them in jail, right? You see Jeremy Redfern, the press secretary for Ron DeSantis, talking about how he's happy that Ashley Babbitt was assassinated. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is talking about pardoning them, and he's literally inviting J6ers to Mar-a-Lago, inviting organizations representing J6ers to Bedminster, having dinners for them. He had his Justice for All. Maybe we can get my producer to get that Justice for All song up too, and we can play that song. Donald Trump actually recorded a song called Justice for All. It was the #1 song on iTunes. Okay, we'll play it now. It's a beautiful song, actually. And as you know, all the J6 political prisoners at the Gulag do the national anthem every single night. And people were like, oh, Donald Trump hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything for the J6ers. No, Donald Trump had a #1 Billboard song, and he donated the proceeds to the J6ers. So we're going to play that song.
You'll never be as...
I want everybody to listen to this song. It's a beautiful song. And... it's sad. I get really emotional when I hear this song. And I know that Donald Trump often plays this song too as a national anthem whenever he has events. And I've been there. I've seen it personally at Mar-a-Lago where it's time for the national anthem. And they know that they do it every single night around a specific time. Okay. And Donald Trump, if he's there and people are there, he'll have his because he controls the music. Actually, it's really funny. If you go to Mar-a-Lago, you see Trump on his iPad and he's like Trump DJ, right? And he will play the song. And everybody stops and they put their hand over their heart and they listen to it. So we're going to listen to it right now. Justice for All, Donald Trump.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watch, words so gallantly streaming.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, really beautiful song, emotional, you know, it's really sad and it's just really awful. I mean, we're here having this Thanksgiving stream, and a lot of these people are not going to have Thanksgiving. They're not going to be able to afford it because of the situation they've been in. The people you're hearing from tonight, they are in jail. Just like we literally just got disconnected from Jake Lang in real time, and I wasn't even able to wish him a happy Thanksgiving because the phone got disconnected because, well, he's in jail, right? He's literally calling us as a political prisoner, and I just can't believe that this is America. But we have another J6er who's on the line as well. Like I said, we have about 20 people. I think there's a few extras actually that got added because we originally said 18. It looks like about 20 people or so tonight now. We'll be here very late tonight. It's going to be a mega stream. Jeremy Rogers, J6er. Can you hear me, Jeremy?
Yes, Laura, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks so much for calling in. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you as well.
Thank you. So, obviously there's a lot of people who are being targeted, and everybody has a different story, and everybody who's calling in tonight, I just want them to kind of, tell their story and, your background, where you're from, how old you are, and how you found yourself, as a political prisoner and a target by the DOJ, if you don't mind, from start to finish, explaining to people what happened to you.
Sure, Laura. And first, I just want to say thank you for hosting this and for having me on your program tonight. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And I think, is John still on as well?
Yeah, John is here. John, is this
Yeah,
another one
John,
of your clients, John?
Yep.
Yep, great. I know that some people were his clients and some weren't, so I'm just checking, because I know John's constantly adding new J6ers. So this is one of your clients, John. Jeremy.
That's correct.
Great.
Yes, and thank you, John, for being on as well. So my name, as you said, is Jeremy Rogers. I just turned 29 a little over a month ago. And my story really starts as far as the whole start of my interaction with the FBI and being charged related, with charges related to January 6th back in December of last year. I was an insurance agent at the time, and I had two FBI agents show up to my office and ask to talk to me, and I met with them in our conference room, and they told me that they wanted to ask me some questions about an ongoing investigation. They did not tell me what it was about, but knowing what I knew about what had happened with General Flynn, I knew enough to not talk to the FBI without an attorney present, and so I told the FBI agents that I appreciated they had a job to do, but that I was not comfortable answering any questions without an attorney present. And they thanked me, gave me a business card, and asked me to have an attorney reach out to them. So that very same day, I contacted one of my friends who was a lawyer. I actually insured his law firm. And he called the number that they'd given me that very same day. And a few days later, we still hadn't heard back from them. So he also sent them an email. But 2 days after they came to my office, I was fired. I lost my job. And that was right before Christmas of last year. 6 months went by, and we never heard back from the FBI. They never contacted the attorney that I had reach out to them. And because I had lost my job, I ended up working down south with my dad, who happens to live in Florida. We were working all over the South in Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, cleaning restaurant hoods. And I believe it was the morning of June 28th. I had just finished working all night long. And my wife called me and told me that the FBI had executed a no-knock raid on our house at 6 a.m. that morning. And the FBI told my wife that they had been watching our house for some time, but also told her that they did not know that I was gone, which I found kind of interesting. Either that was incompetence on their part or it was intentional. And anyway, long story short, my attorney that I had initially contacted called the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Michigan, and just trying to find out what was going on. And obviously, I wasn't there when they raided my house, and I was asked to turn myself into the nearest FBI field office, which I did the next day, which was, I believe, Friday, June 29th. I made an initial appearance before a judge in Orlando, and was released the same day, and then ended up having my arraignment on October 4th with John in Washington, D.C.
Wow. So what's this been like, for you as a professional and for you as a husband? And do you have children?
I do. And, it's something that really upset me very much, because I did what the two agents asked me to do when they showed up to my office, which was have an attorney contact them. And at 6 a.m. on June 28th, I don't know, maybe a dozen agents showed up at my house and took my wife and at the time my sons were 3 and just shy of 2, and took them out of our house at gunpoint and executed a search warrant on our house, trashed our house, broke my kids' toys, and it was just a terrible experience.
That's awful. And so what has it been like for you? Did you lose your job, or how are you surviving right now? I mean, does your wife work, or is she a stay-at-home mom? Like, how are you able to get through this? Because obviously you look like, a young professional. You look very young. You have young children. And I mean, it's obviously like very hard financially. How are you surviving?
Right. Well, after the FBI raided my house and I was arrested and charged, I quit working down south to be closer to my family. And my wife does work part-time. And fortunately, a friend of mine was able to get me a job working construction. But it has been difficult. It's been through, we've gotten by, thankfully, because of some of our friends that have helped us out, just to be honest. And it's been a significant challenge, not something I ever thought I would face.
So it says that, okay, you live in Michigan, but you were arrested in Orlando.
Yes.
Yeah, so how did they end up arresting you in Orlando if you live in Michigan?
Yeah, so I was working down south with my father and found out about the raid when my wife called me. At the time, I was working just across the Florida state line in Georgia, and as soon as she called me, I immediately left my hotel and drove back down to my dad and my grandparents' house in the Orlando area, and had contacted a friend of mine who was an attorney that I had already worked with a little bit on this after my initial visit from the FBI. And the arrangements were made when I was asked to turn myself in for me to turn myself in to the Orlando field office, the FBI field office in Orlando. So that's how that came about.
Another free state of Florida example right there, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm looking at this graphic right now, okay, Jeremy, and it's just crazy. I'm looking at you, this photo of you and your wife and your beautiful children, and there's this article. We'll get it pulled up on the screen again, and it's hard to see with the graphic there, but it says, one of the FBI's most wanted capital attack suspects arrested in Orlando. I mean, really, there's actual terrorists and pedophiles and really dangerous people in our country. There's illegal aliens who are murdering people. There's drug dealers. There's members of Congress that are involved in all types of, bribery scandals. Like, look at Senator Menendez right now, and you're on the FBI most wanted list. Like, how does it feel to wake up one morning and see yourself plastered on the FBI's most wanted list?
Laura, to be honest, it's unreal, and it makes me upset because they call J6ers, and really what they mean is all Donald Trump supporters. They want to call us all domestic terrorists. They say we're a threat to democracy, but Laura, the real threat to democracy is the weaponization of our democratic institutions like the FBI, the DOJ, our intelligence community, to persecute, intimidate, and silence political opposition. That's the real threat to democracy.
Absolutely. And so you're working now. You were able to find a job, but obviously it's very hard. I mean, what are you going to be doing this Thanksgiving, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I have to say, Laura, I'm very thankful. I was released the same day I turned myself in, and I know that there are a lot of other defendants who literally have been rotting in jail since that very day. And so I'm very grateful that I am out. I have the ability to work, and I have the ability to spend some time with my family this Thanksgiving, which I will be doing. My wife and I and our children will be going to my grandparents' house and spending Thanksgiving there, here in Michigan.
What does your family think about this, aside from your wife? Like, how has it impacted your grandparents and your parents, and how has it, impacted your ability to have relationships and friendships? Because a lot of people I know lost their friends and they got excommunicated. Are you finding that people in your community are supportive of you, or have you been isolated?
Well, thankfully, the vast majority of my family has been very supportive and been very helpful to me and my family. They've helped us with watching our kids, and my mom's been a huge support. I think she's actually listening right now. She watches our kids fairly often for us, and she lives just down the street. It's been a little disheartening, though. Our community, it seems like people forget that in this country you are innocent unless proven guilty, and they just believe everything that they read in the papers and in the news. And I've found a lot of people that I know, unfortunately, I think just assume that I'm guilty of the charges,
right?
And I'm not. My background, Laura, was in politics. I was a campaign manager for my former state representative, Gary Glenn, who unfortunately passed away earlier this year from a years-long battle with prostate cancer. That was in 2014. I ended up working on our former Attorney General's gubernatorial campaign in 2018, Bill Schuette, and then spent 2 years working in the Michigan Senate for my state senator, who was chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, Jim Thomas. And most of my friends, at least I thought they were my friends, a lot of my those people that I thought were my friends, and even some of my former employers, essentially just threw me under the bus. And it makes me upset, Laura, because what do Democrats do when one of their own is attacked, either legally or in the media?
They rally around them,
the
even when they actually are terrorists, like Rashida Tlaib.
Correct.
They accuse you of being a terrorist, and then meanwhile we have like an actual jihadist member of Congress. We have two, actually, and from Michigan. I mean, you live in Michigan. I mean, this lady comes from your state, and it's like this lady is supporting actual Muslim terrorists, and Michigan, of course, has been totally threatened. You guys have ISIS, I know, because I went to Hamtramck and I went to Dearborn, and I've investigated, and I have literally seen ISIS flags being flown in some of these, Islamic communities there in Dearborn and in Hamtramck. So they have enough actual terrorists that they could be investigating in places like Dearborn and Hamtramck and Detroit, and a lot of crime, actually, a lot of crime. And they're going after people like you and trying to destroy your home. And you said they broke your children's toys?
Yeah, I mean, my children tend to dump all of their toys on the floor. And, the morning that the FBI raided our house while I was gone, my children had toys on the living room floor, and the FBI didn't bother to move them out of the way. It would have been a pretty easy thing to do. They just walked all over things. And Laura, I even had an American flag that I don't have a flagpole for at the moment. It was hanging on a hanger in my closet. They threw it on the floor in one of our bedrooms, which to me is shocking. That's not something I would do. I'd consider that disrespectful to the flag. And, it's just been a crazy experience.
It's terrible. Yeah, I see this this article from the Midland Daily News. Former Kyle Rittenhouse lawyer to represent Jeremy Rogers on J6 charges from July of this year. And so, yeah, John, John, who is obviously, your lawyer, and he's been the lawyer. He's my lawyer, but he's also a lawyer for all the J6ers, if not, most of them that we're going to be hearing from tonight. He was Kyle Rittenhouse's attorney, right? And so he has a lot of experience dealing with high-profile clients and, political persecution, because Kyle Rittenhouse is another individual who, of course, he's represented Rudy Giuliani, Carter Page, so many people, and it just seems like there's this trend. So whether you're an ordinary American like yourself, or you're high profile, or even the president of the United States, they feel so emboldened, right? The DOJ feels so emboldened to attack anybody, and nobody's safe, right? And that's what everybody needs to understand, is that this is what's on the line ahead of 2024. And so I just want to know, are you still a Trump supporter? Are you still going to be supporting Trump going into the 2024 election, despite your experiences?
Yes, absolutely. I support Donald Trump. I actually was a 2020 Republican national delegate. That was supposed to go to the Republican National Convention. Unfortunately, that was canceled. But I absolutely still support Donald Trump. And if I am still a free man, I plan on casting my vote for Donald Trump in 2024. And, you mentioned, Laura, about visiting Dearborn and seeing ISIS flags flying. And, I've watched the news recently, and I know you follow this as well, but, there have been pro-Palestinian protests in D.C., where they've occupied congressional office buildings. They've engaged in acts of violence against police in D.C. Will any of those people be facing charges for, any of that?
And it was like a literal Hamas insurrection. They went inside the United States Capitol, and they actually assaulted police. I doubt you assaulted anybody. And you see these people, they members of Congress, they had to go on lockdown the other day because they went into the DNC headquarters, these Hamas supporters. And you're right. It's just such a double standard. And the fact that you can be jailed, or you can be arrested, or have your home raided, and somebody like Rashida Tlaib, what is she going to get raided in Michigan too? Because listen, she's the one that incited an actual insurrection inside Congress with Hamas supporters. So it's just such a double standard. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share your story, because so many people are, it's not that you're forgotten, but so many of these Republicans now, they think, oh, well, we're going to release the tapes. They haven't really released all of them. What do you think also? How do you feel as a J6er about, Speaker Johnson and the Republicans saying that they've released the tapes, and now all of a sudden, 3 years later, right, Jeremy, they all of a sudden have this newfound outrage about the J6 committee? You say your background's in politics. So what does it make you think, and how does it make you feel? I just think it's very disingenuous of the Republican Party to pretend like they didn't know that. Oh, you didn't know for 3 years, even though there's a million tapes already released by people that the police let people inside. Give me a break.
Right. Well, and I think John already mentioned this earlier, but the Republicans control the United States House of Representatives. They control the purse strings. So if they actually want to do something about this, cut the funding to the FBI and to these to the DOJ for these prosecutions tomorrow. I'd love to see the FBI's line item budget be 0, 0, 0.
Yeah. I know, right? That's not easy. They don't want to do it, though. They don't want to do it because they don't have the balls to do it. And they just gave $300 million more. So you're absolutely right. But you know what the stupid ass Republicans are doing right now in Congress, Jeremy? They just allocated $300 million more so that the FBI can have a headquarter office the size of the Pentagon, or actually bigger than the Pentagon. That's what they're saying. It's bigger because we really need to have an FBI be bigger than the Pentagon headquarters. Look, we have a Republican-controlled House, okay? And you had 70 Republicans that voted against an amendment, okay, 2 weeks ago that would have killed off the $300 million of extra funding. But the Republicans, they see what's happening, right? They can't say that they want an investigation into the J6 committee and then simultaneously say, oh, yeah, we're going to get $300 million to the FBI so that they can go expand their operations and go target more people.
Right.
Can't have it both ways.
I agree with you. Right. Well, and Laura, a common theme from some of the interviews that you've already done this evening that I've heard is that we've got to fight this fight together. And Jesse, I think, who you interviewed earlier tonight, said that. And it reminds me of that quote from Benjamin Franklin that We must all indeed hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately. And I think often about our founding fathers and the challenges that they faced. In reality, what J6 defendants are facing is small potatoes compared to what our founding fathers were facing when they signed the Declaration of Independence, essentially committing treason against Great Britain. And so I often think about the sacrifices that they made and the closing line of the Declaration of Independence, which is we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And we need Americans to come together today and to fight back against the tyranny that we're all witnessing.
Absolutely. And I hope that people watching will pledge their fortune, okay? And I'm asking everybody watching to donate to somebody. Obviously we can't donate to everybody tonight. Not everybody can afford to donate to every single person, or maybe you can, right? Maybe you can give $5, $10, $20, $15 to every person on tonight. But find it in yourself to donate to at least one, right? All of these people have compelling stories, and all of these people are victims of a weaponized government, but they all need to raise money for their legal defense. They all need to be supported, and we all need to support them, because if we don't start fighting back so these people can have victories in court, okay, then they're going to come after us as well. They can do this to Trump, which they're doing, and they can do it to all these innocent people who are on my show tonight. Imagine what they're going to do to you. Maybe you don't go to the Capitol. Maybe you just say you support Trump. Are you going to get your door knocked in because you support Trump? You never know, right? This is what 4 more years of an illegitimate presidency under Joe Biden in a communist America is going to look like, you guys. So you got to start putting your money where your mouth is and start supporting people financially. So I hope that people, when they're sitting at their tables this weekend and they're eating their pie and they're talking about things that, not to sound crass, but things that don't matter. A lot of people talk about stupid things at the dinner table because they don't want to talk about politics. Like, I hope people are actually going to talk about things that matter, right? Like politics and the persecution of people in our country, because it's important. And you people say, they make all these jokes, Jeremy, about, no politics at the dinner table. No, it's time. I said in my monologue, it's time to start force feeding your family members politics, because if people don't wake up and they don't understand, by this time next year, right, by Thanksgiving 2024, the election's going to be over. So who knows if we're even going to have a Thanksgiving. This might be all of our last Thanksgiving if we don't have a country, because we're not going to have a country in 2024 if Donald Trump isn't reelected again.
Right.
So that's personally how I feel about it.
Laura, if I may, I'm sure that there are others that you need to get to interview, but there's one other quote I would love to share with you that I feel like is appropriate given the circumstances our country is facing right now. And ironically, it comes from a left-wing journalist from back in the 50s, Edward R. Murrow, said, "We must not confuse dissent with disloyalty. We must remember always that accusation is not proof, and that conviction depends upon evidence and due process of law. We will not walk in fear one of another. We will not be driven by fear into an age of unreason if we dig deep in our history and our doctrine. And remember, we are not descended from fearful men, not from men who feared to write, to speak, to associate, and to defend causes that were, for the moment, unpopular."
It's beautiful. Well, it's very powerful stuff, and I really want to thank you for coming on tonight, Jeremy, and I hope that you're able to find some, enjoyable time with your family, and that people can continue to support you. We showed your Give, Send, Go on the screen there. Is there any other place where people can donate to you, or is that the main location, is your Give, Send, Go?
That is the main location, and thank you again, Laura, so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And where can people follow you, or where can people, aside from this Give, Send, Go, where can people support you or read more about your case?
Honestly, I don't really have a lot of social media. I'm on Facebook, but primarily the Give, Send, Go is the best place to contribute if people feel led to do so. And
or NCLU
I'm
as
sure
well.
that,
NCLU or the Give, Send, Go. Yep. Because you are represented by John. So great. Okay. Well, I hope you and your family have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much for your time, and happy Thanksgiving to you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Wow. That was Jeremy Rogers out of Michigan, J6er. So really terrible, sad stories, you guys. I know we have John here. So John, that's, it's just so terrible. They broke his toddler's toys and they put the American flag on the ground. I mean, where do these people draw the line? Do they have any sense of decency whatsoever? Is there any code of decorum at the FBI?
Yeah, Laura, I can't talk about the specific cases themselves that are, in terms of the merits of the cases, but I can talk about these raids. It's just sickening. It's outrageous. These individuals who are conducting these raids, they should be ashamed of themselves. I got to tell you personally that if, I found myself in the FBI at a young age, say, for example, after the military and this kind of thing started to happen, I would resign immediately. And so I think, we should see more people like Steve Friend and Cal Serafin who are, stepping out of that organization and speaking up for what's actually happening there.
Absolutely. Well, we have another caller on right now. We have Ruth Cusick, who is calling in right now. So I guess we're going to get Ruth on the line. Ruth, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for calling in. And your husband is currently in jail, correct?
Yes, that's correct. He is. He's been in there for, tomorrow will be, later today, since they're going to be on air until morning time. Ninth day will be tomorrow.
Well, if you can, just maybe tell us, start to finish. I know I'm trying to give everybody about 10 to 15 minutes to tell their story because we have, like a ton of J6ers on tonight.
Yeah.
But if you could give us, a rundown of what happened. It's my understanding that you also live in, you're another Florida J6 family.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell us kind of what happened to you and your family.
Yeah. So my name is Ruth Cusick, and Casey Cusick is my husband. We, at the time of the arrest, we lived in Florida. And the day our life, like somebody said earlier, was turned upside down was June of 2021. That's when the FBI came to our home and, they came with, guns and everything, raided our home, AR-15s, and, early in the morning. And, my two little girls witnessed everything. So, mentally, emotionally, and it's been rough. I mean, for me as a mom to just navigate this whole, everything, this insanity, really.
And you guys are a church
crazy.
family, it's my understanding, right? I mean, if you could get into this as well, if you don't mind, because the headlines here, if we pull this up on the screen, I want the producer to put that back on the screen right there so that everybody can see it. It says, father and son, both pastors at Melbourne Church and church member guilty in J6 riot.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. And
so your father,
so,
and I believe then it would be your son, are both pastors. And so, how has this impacted your life in the church? And have people been accepting of you? Have you been ostracized in your community? And, it just goes to show you, our government is literally locking up pastors. Okay. You heard these terrible stories.
Yes.
It's just so, I said in my monologue, I don't want to sound like an ingrate, but I don't really feel thankful to be an American these days. And I know that sounds really rough to say. I want to be thankful. I want to be proud to be an American again, but I don't really feel thankful or proud to be an American these days. I really don't. And J6 was the tipping point for me. When I had to go to DC and see friends of mine get, taken away or sentenced to jail for 20 years, that's when I realized I don't feel proud to be an American right now. I just don't. And I can't. It's a really tough pill to swallow when you're, singing the national anthem and, you're talking about the land of the free and the home of the brave. Like, we are not living in a free country. We're not. This is not a free America. And I don't care what people say. Like, this is not bravery being exemplified by these disgusting federal agents who are behaving like pigs. And I don't mean to sound like one of these like BLM or Antifa people going around calling police officers pigs, because there's a lot of really nice police officers out there that are, you know, good people. And I'm sure there's some good people in the FBI as well. But it's time for them to stand up, because this is really like piggish behavior.
Right.
It is.
I mean, we had the officers that came to our house. They were, I mean, they did break our furniture, and even like we caught one of them on video, like laughing about it. And there were other ones that were trying to be mindful, you know, of my girls and just, you know, the whole scenario not being traumatizing for them, even though just everything was. We even got I mean, as soon as I saw, like, with a Ring doorbell, which my husband installed like the night before, just coincidentally, we got on video, like my little girl saying, "Mommy, why are they locking Daddy's hands?" And that was a hard moment for me as, you know, a mom. Like, what do you say when your husband really did nothing wrong, and all that is shown to kids on TV shows, or just, you know, cops get the bad guys?
So what did you tell your daughter when she asked you, "Mommy, why is Daddy getting locked up?"
Well, I was like, I in the moment didn't know what to say, first of all, but I said, "Honey, I think right now they're just going to take a look inside." I just basically told her the facts of what was happening. And then from there, we've taken it, and like now she's 6 years old, and so she understands fully a lot of what normally a 6-year-old would not even like be, you know, come to the knowledge of, because when you're that age, like, you're not worried about your government coming to your house and taking your father away from you like that.
So what has it been like in your community? Because obviously you're a Florida family, and, you know, we're hearing from a lot of Florida families, a lot of Florida J6ers. I don't really feel like Florida's so free. I don't know. Did you ever reach out to Ron DeSantis's office for help when this whole thing went down?
We did not. No, we did not think to do that. But our community, Casey was actually working for in real estate with somebody local there, and he kind of just, you know, ghosted him, and so that's where he lost his job. So financially, it's been rough, and I've been working part-time here and there to just, like, you know, stay afloat. It's like you've been saying with you know, earlier interviews, it's you're just, you know, an average American law-abiding family, and that's who they're going after. And,
well, it says here the Cusick's knew their dad, a pastor of 40 years, a Vietnam veteran, awarded a Purple Heart and a Gold Star, and their brother described as a hardworking family man. So again, a lot of veterans. I mean, they're literally going after Vietnam veterans, Purple Heart, people who are awarded the Purple Heart and the Gold Star. This is shameful. I mean, people should be ashamed. I'm not saying I don't want to sound like a leftist when I say this, but people should be ashamed of what their country has become. How can anybody be proud to be an American right now when you see that they are targeting Vietnam veterans and people who have been awarded Purple Hearts and Gold Stars? It's disgusting. And I just want everybody to think about this over Thanksgiving, because we can't forget about these people. And he's currently in jail, correct?
Yes, he's currently in jail. I've been able to stay in contact with him. Yeah, the calls are 15 minutes long. And I think at least he gets 2 calls a day. And even just in the 15 minutes, though, half the time I'm trying to decipher what he's saying, because it's cutting in and out, like, super badly.
The first time who are you going to be spending Thanksgiving with?
Well, thankfully, they're not keeping him over Thanksgiving, you know, over the weekend and the holidays. I'm actually going to be picking him up in a few hours. I'm going to be leaving here at like 1 Central Standard Time to go pick him up from jail.
Wow. Terrible.
Yeah. Yes. And so, I mean, even in the 2 years though that we were waiting for a trial date, like, and so that's why as I'm listening to all these other stories, I'm like, I understand every single thing that you are saying, and it is so true that like in that time you're just like in this like void. It's like you're not, your feet are not on, like, you're just like up in the air. You know, you can't move forward, and it's a really weird place to be in. And a lot of people don't understand it. I mean, even now, as like a bunch of footage, well, not a bunch, but you know, the footage that has already been released from what happened in January 6th, like most your average American, like anybody that you see at the grocery store, they don't know any of that because they don't want to look at it. They don't want to know about it.
They don't want to
and
know.
Just like,
and it's terrible here. You look
like,
at this Gateway Pundit article. Police helped elderly pastor and his son find the bathroom in the Capitol building on J6. So your dad was there because, well, he needed to use the bathroom. It's not like he was trying to do anything wrong. He just had to pee really bad, you know, and he looked for the bathroom and the police were helping him. And now they're facing 3 years in prison, perhaps. It's disgusting, you know, because they're on video. And if the police really thought they were a threat, they wouldn't be leading them to the bathroom, right? And this is a problem that we've seen time and time again, and it's just really shameful behavior by our federal government and the DOJ.
Yeah. And in the time that they went in, it was when, you know, everything was open. People were walking in and out. Like, I mean, my father-in-law had his hands in his pockets, in his pockets when he walked in, and they were saying that he violently entered the Capitol. And just like sitting through trial and listening to prosecution just like over and over paint this narrative and like ignore literal facts it was really hard. And then to be convicted and then to be convicted 10 days was just like an inconvenience to everybody around. Even when we went to drop my husband off last week, they were like, why use taxpayer, you know, money to do this? And not just this, terrible, but like for the whole investigation, just everything. It really was crazy. But and then I have a lot of like moms with young kids. They're like, I don't even understand how you're able to like keep going in life. Like mentally, this is a lot, and emotionally, and just like juggling everybody's perspective on this is crazy. And like you said at the beginning of the show, is having purpose with God. And really that is mainly how I've been able to do it. And even Casey's been able to do it. He has started, or after the FBI came to our house, he started a podcast. It's called the Watchmen Podcast, and it's a biblical outlook at what's going on politically in the world today. And for anybody out there that might need some encouragement and just like, you know, you want to be informed and you want to know what's going on. At the same time, you want to be able to handle it. And so being in prayer and just like keeping yourself lifted up in the word and encouraged is the way to do it, is the way to go. And so that's what he does. He helps people do that. And he brings encouragement to a subject that a lot of people try to avoid, like you say. But for like, since 2020, I've been saying like, we need to start talking about politics. Like, stop ignoring politics, you know, in the holidays, like even with just your everyday living, your regular friends that some might feel awkward in the moment, but it's needed at this point. You can't, there's no other way. I mean, you can't rely on the government now, you know, so.
Well, how can people support you and donate? Because I know you guys have a Give, Send, Go. We have that pulled up on the family. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, NCLU as well, the Cusick Family Give, Send, Go. So is that the best way, or where else can people donate? I know nclu.org as well. Do you have anything else?
Yep. Yeah, all of the places that you mentioned, that right there is our Families Give, Send, Go that we started because, you know, a lot of people were wanting to know, the people that listen to the podcast and just personal friends
have
been wanting to know where they can go to donate. And so that's for our family. You can also go to Rumble and subscribe to his channel. There's like an option for like monthly giving.
And John Pierce is your attorney, correct? Yes.
Yes, he is. Yes, and he's so wonderful.
We have John on now still.
Yeah.
Hey, John, are you there? You want to say anything? We can bring you back on screen as well.
Oh, sure. No, look, the Cusick family, it's really just a perfect example of just how unbelievable this is. I mean, Ruth has three, amazing, beautiful young children. And two of them, I believe, were, put through that horrible experience of, the FBI raid. And, the idea that the U.S. government, who is supposed to serve us as we the people, is doing this and terrorizing children with AR-15s and red laser dots. It leaves one speechless. And so this is an amazing family. I can't tell you how strong Ruth is, and Jim's daughter Stacy and Katie. And fortunately, they just got 10 days, and I think they're both going to be out tomorrow, and they'll be able to enjoy Thanksgiving with their families.
That's beautiful. At least they'll be able to be out right before Thanksgiving. So that's really great. And thanks to you, right? Because they were facing potentially 3 years, and you got them, 10 days?
Yeah. So they were convicted of the 4 misdemeanor counts. We felt like we put on an extremely strong case, and we were, disappointed with the conviction. But I think we did, put forward a lot of evidence that showed Judge Bates that, what they did was, very far down the range of, culpable conduct with respect to, their actions. Just kind of walked in and out for 10 minutes. And, fortunately, instead of getting the 7 or 9 months that the Department of Justice was asking for, we got them 10 days. And so, one of the things I think your viewers need to understand is the Department of Justice is seeking, extremely hefty sentences for people that are just convicted of essentially misdemeanor trespassing.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for coming on. We have a lot more people tonight as well. So it's a marathon. It's a Trumpathon. And I feel like we're going to be here a lot later than we thought. But, we have to raise awareness for these people. And like I said, there's no show. There's no Loomer Unleashed on Thursday. And it's very important that people don't forget about the J6ers and all these people 3 years later a lot of them don't get to have Thanksgiving. A lot of them are locked up. You're lucky. They'll be home for Thanksgiving. A lot of people are still locked up. They're not going to see their family. They're not going to see their dads, their husbands, their wives. And it's just a really tragic situation. So thank you for coming on.
Yes. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you.
Yep. Well, before we move on to other J6ers as well, who are going to tell their stories, I am also going to thank another one of our sponsors. As you know, speaking of the federal government, and one of the worst things about it, it's taxes, right? None of us like having to pay our taxes. But unfortunately, such is life, and that's what we have to do, or else we're going to have these armed IRS agents in the FBI knocking down our doors. Recently, the October 15th tax deadline passed, and I know that many of you might be feeling the pressure. If you're sorting through your complexities of expense tracking, estimated payments, and all those deductions, causing failure to file and failure to pay penalties to pile up on your tax debt. Well, you're lucky because the team at Tax Network USA has a track record of success, having reduced tax debts for numerous clients totaling over $1 billion. Whether you're looking at $10,000 tax debt or a $1 million challenge, they can help you with a settlement. And so, I would encourage that you check them out. And even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or a whole decade, that's 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years, and you're backed up on your taxes, they're equipped to help secure the best settlement for you. The expert attorneys and tax professionals over at Tax Network USA can help you resolve all of your tax cases, no matter how it started. But now, as these powerful tax debt relief programs are expected to change, you're going to want to get on this as soon as you can, right? Especially living in the times that we're living in now. So go to www.taxnetworkusa.com/Loomer. Again, that's www.taxnetworkusa.com/Loomer. All right. And we want to thank them, of course, for supporting Loomer Unleashed, another sponsor that isn't afraid of the truth, isn't afraid of free speech. So we definitely want to support those who support us here at Rumble and on Loomer Unleashed. We are waiting for other J6ers to connect. It's going to be a very long night, but, it's just so sad, John. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, and it just really puts life into perspective. I was saying earlier that we complain about so much in our lives, and I know I'm guilty of it, and I think I allow myself to get pretty riled up over, I wouldn't say insignificant things, because I'm a very passionate person, and the things that I let rile me up I think are of significance, but I don't know, maybe I need to have a better outlook on my life. Things could be worse.
Yeah, I think what what all Americans need to really focus on and understand is that this does not stop with people who are at the Capitol on January 6th. This type of tyrannical government in which everything's about power, everything's about the ruling class, everything's about a corrupt political system. It doesn't stop with one political party. It doesn't stop with one race, one creed. They are coming for everyone. And so, if folks don't stand up now and support these January 6th defendants with prayer, with resources, and trying to take their country back, then they're going to get a knock on the door next. And all folks need to do is watch Dinesh D'Souza's film Police State. He did a terrific job. And at the end, they show that they're coming for the churches and the synagogues. So, folks really, really need to wake up because this is happening very fast.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure of going to Mar-a-Lago for the premiere, the red carpet premiere, and watching Police State. And you all need to watch it. It's shocking. Real life testimony. They talk to people who have had their doors kicked in, just like we're doing tonight. And it's really scary stuff. And we're waiting for others to call in tonight as well now. We have a lot of people that want to call in, and we're trying to fit everybody in tonight as well, because it was going to be a 4-hour stream. And I know that a lot of people want to come on and they want to talk about their situation. I'm going to try to get to everybody tonight, but there's a lot, there's a lot. And we've been on for almost 4 hours now tonight. And so we're going to try to get to as many J6ers, but obviously when you open up the phone lines, you get a lot of people that call in and they want to tell their story. And it's just sad because there's thousands of people like this who haven't been able to get any publicity or any type of, any type of news coverage of their situation. And a lot of people are suffering in silence this Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and what you have to remember, like you just said, is that there's so many of these folks. Jake Chansley is a former client of mine. He's a great guy, and after listening to him tonight, I'm ready to vote for him. Jake Lang, I hadn't had the pleasure of ever speaking to, but what he's been able to do from being incarcerated is amazing. But these folks have had something of a platform just based upon folks know who they are, and they're just as important as everybody else. But there are so many defendants, hundreds of them, who they are just regular people and nobody knows their name. And these folks are facing the full might and fury of the federal government, and they desperately need help.
Yeah, so again, you guys, if you're watching, please go to nclu.org, and make sure you click donate in the top right-hand corner, because John is, representing all these people, and a lot of them can't afford to pay, but John doesn't abandon them. I mean, he tells them up front, look, it'd be nice if you could pay a retainer, but he's not going to abandon his clients like so many lawyers do if they don't pay their invoices. And that's what's so admirable about John and NCLU, is that they really are there from the beginning to the end for their clients, and they really go above and beyond. And so it's a great organization to support, and you can trust that, your money's not going for some lawyer to live some high life, because I can tell you right now, John's given up his house. I hope you don't mind me talking about your personal life, John, but he's given up. He's given up his house. He's given up his car. Okay. He literally lives out of Airbnbs and hotels, and not nice hotels. Like, he'll stay in cheap hotels, and he'll sleep on the floor if he has to. And he wakes up and he goes to, Starbucks in the morning, gets his coffee and does his trials, and he's always there slaving away and doesn't get to see his family very much, but he's given up everything. Like, I don't even think he owns a house anymore. I hope you don't mind me saying that, and it's not too personal, but literally, like,
No,
he has
it's
literally
it's
given
absolutely
up his life, like liquidated all of his assets so that he could afford to represent so many people on a, like, I guess you would call it like a good faith, partial pro bono basis, because you do need to get paid and you do have staff you have to pay, but a lot of these people can't afford to pay. I mean, that's just the reality of it. A lot of them just don't have the money, and how can you? Because it's expensive. I mean, it's very expensive, and your average person can't afford going up against the federal government. And so John isn't representing these people pro bono, but he's also not abandoning people if they can't pay. And he's, I've had people on the calls before, and I've heard them on their calls with John. And when I was helping out with NCLU, and some of them say, I don't know what to do because, like, I want to pay you and I just don't have money for food. And John says, don't ever, don't ever submit an invoice to me if you feel like you can't do it. He's like, first thing comes first is taking care of yourself and your family and your kids. And I've seen it firsthand. Like, John really goes above and beyond. And that's really exceptional because a lot of lawyers just don't give a damn. Like, I've had lawyers abandon me before in my cases for other things, and I know what it's like to be dropped by a lawyer because of their own greed. And John is not like that at all. And it's really rare to find a lawyer, one, to represent you if you're a J6 defendant, and two, somebody that's really going to be like a ride or die by your side regardless of what happens.
Oh, thank you for saying that, Laura. And the thing is that, as you see in the news and you hear from these families directly, I mean, there are people committing suicide. I mean, there are people in enormous psychological, emotional distress. Look, this fight has to be fought. And I think at times my mindset is, if not me, then who? And it's got to be done. And there'll be a time for me to make some money again in my life. That time's not now. We essentially are just able to make the sort of the bare expenses meet with respect to being able to have some staff in DC, take care of filing costs and transcript fees, and some ramen noodles here and there. So this is a fight that has to be fought. If we do not win this battle over a weaponized government, it doesn't do any good to have any money.
Absolutely. I don't know if he got disconnected there, but he'll be reconnecting any minute now. But we have other J6ers on the line as well. I want to get connected with Derek Gunby. Derek Gunby is on the line. Derek, can you hear me? Derek?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Derek. Thanks for calling in. And sorry to hear about your situation. I understand you're a J6er. If you want to tell everybody where you're from, where you live, and what your story is.
Well, yeah. So first off, I want to say, you have a lot of energy.
Oh, yeah. I am the Energizer Bunny, in case people didn't know. I really am, people. But yes, I've been up since about, I don't know, probably I think I got up at 6 o'clock today. 6 o'clock, but it's a long night, but it's worth it. We got to support the J6ers, and we have to have energy if you're going to be fighting the communist regime.
Right. And thank you so much for what you're doing, supporting John and the other J6ers and myself. So
yeah,
thank you. So I am, I believe I am the only J6er who chose to go to trial. And that's very fresh. John and I and Roger Roots and Emily, we all just wrapped up last week in D.C. in the trial in which I was found guilty on the 5 counts. I was originally charged with the 4 standard misdemeanors.
And you're from South Carolina, right? Just like to give some people a little bit of background information about yourself and what you were doing on J6 and, your story. If you don't mind.
Yes, sure. Yes, I went up there to protest the stealing of the election. And, I'm a veteran. And so, the constitutional processes and all that, have a lot of meaning to me. And I went up there and then I was raided 8 months later. So I had, a pretty big raid of, 25 to 30 people, rifles, the MRAP fighting vehicle with the battering ram, the whole 9 yards. And then we just got to trial, 2 years later. But they charged me, prior to trial. Right before the trial, they charged me with the felony. So, that was one of the things we were having to fight, right off the bat, is they added a considerable amount of time to the potential prison sentence.
And you're being represented by John?
I am, and I got to tell you, John is amazing, and Roger, they are just amazing. They put their heart and soul into it, and they are looking out for these guys. I can't say enough good things about them. I really can't. They are a blessing, and I'm so thankful that God put them in my life.
Well, that's really great. And so you're not in jail right now, but what is Thanksgiving looking like for you? Because, we had a lot of people on. I don't know if you've been listening to the show, but, I kind of want people to know, like, what life is like right now for people like yourself and other J6ers who are going through this time, because a lot of people just have moved on and they've forgotten, unfortunately, about the J6ers. And we have to remind people that people are suffering. It's not a time to be cheerful. The holidays are not a time to just sit there and forget about all these worries. That's a time to remember people who are, in unfortunate times and experiencing misfortune, because, well, right now we're not talking about necessarily like poverty. Generally, you think of helping people around the holidays, right? Like who are impoverished, but now it's like people are literally just being targeted and locked up and thrown in the DC gulag because they've supported Trump, right? So people need to be aware of that, especially as we're less than 1 year away from the presidential election.
Right. Well, Thanksgiving is we still have a lot to be thankful for. I mean, my family is blessed. I'm blessed to have a great support network. And so, this Thanksgiving will be spending time with the family, but there's no convincing my family of everything, of how bad it is. They understand.
They get it. They should, right? I mean, after what you've been through.
Yes, they do get it. So yeah, we're looking forward to, getting together with the rest of the family and counting our blessings and being thankful, because that's just, we still have so much to be thankful for. We still have so much to fight for. And that's why I'm
And this
really
was
glad
recent too. It says the South Carolina man was convicted on Monday, November 13th. So this is very recent.
Yes. We thought that this one might be different, that we might come back with at least a hung jury. John and Roger put on, I couldn't ask for better representation. We have a decent judge. It remains to be seen as far as sentencing when it comes to that, and that will be March 1st. But
and how long are you going to be sentenced for?
Well, we don't know. There'll be a sentencing hearing on March 1st. I do think that the judge understands that, I was not violent, nor did I condone violence. But we'll see how that goes with that. But with the felony, it added potential for a lot more time than the original maximum of 3 years with those 4 misdemeanors.
Wow.
So, we're we don't know yet. It remains to be seen, how fair he'll be in that instance. But I as far as how he conducted the trial, that was pretty fair. The jury pool, that's where the issues are.
Right.
John, can we talk about the jury issue that we found early on?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So during the jury pool, the jury selection process, we found 4 jurors that had sat on the jury the previous week. So they had sat on the jury in which the defendant was convicted, January 6th defendant. So there were 4 jurors that we found in the jury pool, and they didn't get sat on the jury. We were able to get them struck. And we found another, a 5th, that was in the jury pool from that previous week. She had not sat on the jury. And then we found another that had sat on a jury, a January 6th jury, about a year prior. So the jury pool was full of it had people in it that had already sat on the jury. So they are recycling
right
jurors. And also there were journalists. I think there was a CBS journalist, a BBC journalist. And, we don't want to reveal anything about any of the jurors that were actually sat and their identities or anything like that. But that's really the issue. You can have a decent judge, and you can have the best representation, but the jury pool in DC, you just cannot get a fair jury.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, it's just, that's why there should be venue changes for all of these J6ers, but they don't want it. And look at even President Trump, right? So it doesn't matter if you're a billionaire or whether you're, an ordinary American, right? It's not a matter of like socioeconomic differences. It's just political affiliation now. If you are a Trump supporter, you are not getting a fair trial in Washington, D.C. And money, all the money in the world is going to get you out of this. So.
Right. And I mean, there's so much pressure on the jurors as well.
Yeah.
I mean, who wants to be a juror that lets a J6er go?
Yeah.
So that's, I just have to say though that John and Roger are just amazing at what they do, and they work day and night, and there's really not much of a break for them.
No, it's not much of a break at all, actually.
One after another. And so I just...
Well, where can people support you?
Their praises enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're incredible, and you're lucky to have them. Where's the best place for people to support you, Derek? Because we want to make sure you have a Give, Send, Go, and you also have an account with NCLU, of course, right?
Yes. So I my Give Send Go is givesendgo.com/Gunby. That's GUN as in November, BY. Okay. And then obviously the NCLU is doing such wonderful work.
Great, and we'll get your Give Send Go up on the screen here too. So givesendgo.com/Gunby, you said, and that's where people can contribute.
Yes.
You can see you see the common thread here, you guys, with these Give, Send, Goes is they barely raise any money. And so they need your support. So please donate, because these people, like these J6ers, they really need your support so that they can pay their attorney's fees and they can get through this, because you can't forget these people. And there's a lot of people out there that have disposable income that, we have about 5,000 people watching live right now, I believe. If everybody just donates $5,
that's
right?
Wonderful. Late at night.
Yeah, we have about 5,000 people watching. And so people just find it in themselves to give $5, $10, right? Whatever you can give, it can make a difference to a lot of these people that are suffering right now. I hope that people will donate.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. And God bless you, Laura, and you too, John.
Yeah, God bless you as well. And happy Thanksgiving, Derek, to you and your family.
You as well.
Just terrible what they're doing in our country.
Yeah, and one thing that folks also need to understand is that look, I mean, me and my team, we're fighting until the very end. We're going to take these cases to trial and take them to appeal, et cetera. And we're not going to we're not going to make the choice to leave anybody's side, but there's a point at which there are just costs that have to be paid in order for us to be able to function to represent these people.
Yeah, they have to be paid. People, you have to still pay the staff. It's like people still need to donate, so these people, at least bare minimum. I mean, it's not like these people are living large or anything or staying in fancy hotels. I mean, there's been people that have said they have apartments, and they've been generous enough to donate their apartments when they're out of town. And I mean, that's literally how you guys are getting by. And so people need to understand that it's not like it's a multi-million-dollar firm that is spending all this money on expenses. No, there's people that are literally like, oh, I have an extra condo, and it has 2 bedrooms and an air mattress. And by the way, if you guys want to stay there, I'm going to be out of town for 6 months at my other home, right? It's like things like that. People stepping up and offering up their resources so that people can get their representation, because it's a lot of money. I mean, if you're in DC for a trial and you don't have a place to stay, you're going to be spending $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 on hotels, depending on how long your trials are. I mean, look how long the Proud Boys trial went, right? I mean, imagine being one of their wives or one of their girlfriends or one of their parents and having to sit there in Washington, D.C. every single day for 4 months. It's expensive. I mean, people cannot afford this.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I believe we might have Barb Turpin calling in tonight, who's Dominic Pizzola's mom, and she stayed with us for quite some time, a couple months, and we at times have had 10, 12, perhaps even more people in a 3-bedroom apartment in DC on air mattresses and futon couches, from clients to family members to expert witnesses and staff. So we're packing them in, and it's got to be done, but we need help.
We have another caller on the line now as well, Melissa Miller. Melissa, thanks so much for calling in.
Hey, Laura, how are you?
Hope I'm doing well, going strong. Got a lot of people tonight, so it's going to be a long night, but I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. Just, first of all, in the giving of thanks this week, I really wanted to thank you for having me on and all you've done for us supporting Chris throughout his trial and letting me to come on and speak on his behalf. He's, currently being held hostage in prison for demonstrating his constitutional God-given right. So, Allah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I try to do whatever I can to help. And, it's just really terrible what's going on in our country right now. And how are you holding up?
One day at a time. I'm keeping myself very busy. I'm lucky enough I get to speak to him pretty often. He has his good days, he has his bad days, but overall, I'm just trying to count my blessings and persevere because I know that God has a greater purpose in all this.
And how long was he sentenced for?
So initially, when we concluded the trial, it was like 4 to 5 years. And then on Memorial Day of all weekend, they chose to give a veteran the news that they would be seeking enhancements, which led to 7 years for his sentencing.
I mean, just think of how evil our government is. Okay, this is a veteran. Okay, who was told on Memorial Day of all days that he would be giving an enhancement. I mean, it's just so awful. It's just so much to stomach. It's disgusting. It's just a lot. And I was with Chris at his trial, by the way. I was in DC with John, and it's terrible what they do to people. And he was just he was a medic, and he was just trying to give CPR and trying to help people out and be there to support people who may have needed medical attention. And it's not like he was trying to storm the Capitol with an actual loaded gun. It's just people carry guns on them, right? This is America. People carry, and didn't want to leave it in the car, right?
Yeah, I mean, what good was it going to be if he was attacked? He went by himself. I mean, the whole purpose is to defend yourself. It wouldn't have been helpful from the car had he faced any interactions with opposing sides. And I think, the events of that day, if anything, it shows the great discipline he had. He faced police brutality and a lot of, people dying around him and innocent, children, women being attacked, and never did he put his hand on his hip.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely out of control. And so, I mean, what is life like for you right now? I mean, you obviously, are not able to see Chris, and he's in jail now. And what's getting you through this right now? And how are you going to be handling Thanksgiving? Or do you have any Thanksgiving plans? And what's it been like for you and your family?
I mean, it's pretty tough. Typically, it's just my mom, Chris, and myself and my brother. We lost my brother the week before Chris's sentencing. And Chris is away, so it's going to be a smaller Thanksgiving this year, but we're going to get through. God gets me through every day. He wakes me up. He lights the fire in my heart every day. And the biggest thing I think this week was, I have my fiance, the love of my life, who's sitting in prison for doing absolutely nothing wrong. And I got a chance to go see him Friday, and I'm trying to just remember the reasons I had to be thankful, the hundreds of people, if not thousands at this point, that have supported us, that have wrote him letters of encouragement, that have prayed for him, that has donated on his behalf. Our legal team, we had literally just about given up when John said, don't worry about it. We got you. And I know, John, legal team, they don't have lives outside of their pursuit of justice for these guys. They sacrifice everything. They don't see their own families. They don't go on vacation. They don't get days off. They fight vehemently every single day. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for a good church that keeps me going, people that check on me, people that always ask about Chris. So it's just my pure faith and my motivation, and that I feel like Chris and myself have been led on this journey. I think he isn't so much a victim as most people may see it. I choose the latter, and I think that he was absolutely chosen for this battle. And I think it's a spiritual warfare that we're in, and I think he was handpicked.
Yeah, and I hope that President Trump gets back into office as well so that all these people can get pardons. And hopefully you're not going to be, separated from Chris for 7 years, and hopefully you'll be reunited soon. But we got to get Trump back into office because he's really the only one. I hate it's political because if he's not back in office, nobody's going to pardon these guys.
Absolutely. I mean, I keep magnets on my car that says "Free the Political Prisoners," and someone stole one. I've had them on there for almost 2 years, and someone stole one just 2 weeks ago. But they had a good run. I'll get new ones.
Well, hopefully it was somebody that wanted it for themselves. I mean, you shouldn't be stealing, but hopefully it was somebody that actually wanted
I'll
it.
get advertising out of it. That'd be a good deal.
Yeah. Well, what's the best way for people to support Chris? Because we want to make sure that you and your family are supported and that Chris is supported during this time. We have the Give, Send, Go pulled up on the screen here. Another example, we've heard from a lot of veterans tonight. Chris is a great guy. I met him. Obviously, I was at his trial. The best way for people to support you is on Give, Send, Go, correct?
Yeah, so Chris's Give, Send, Go is givesendgo.com/hope. FOR a hero, so hope for a hero spelled out. And then he's also on Twitter, Instagram, and Truth Social when they're not throttling it.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of censorship out there as well. And so we're going to do what we can to, promote his Give, Send, Go. And it's just terrible. I mean, look, guys, we're told that we're the land of the free and the home of the brave, and we're locking up a bunch of veterans. I think most of the people on tonight have been veterans. It's just really unbelievable and shocking that this is what our country has come to. So,
yeah, I think, we got to understand that all citizens' constitutional rights are in danger, like regardless of which side of the fence you sit on. If you just research the legal term precedent, you're going to learn more about how this is going to be used against you in the future if we don't stop, the police state activity. You can research the Reichstag fire in Germany. This is how Hitler established power, and history always repeats itself. I know, and I'm determined that we, the people, are going to expose the corruption. I know many people have been led to action. I myself am going back to school for paralegal so that I can help join, the right side of history. And I implore everybody, if you don't have the financial means, get involved from like an administrative side. People like you that have helped the cause, artists, get active at your local level. God gave us a voice, and I empower all of us to use it. The biggest thing for me is the most common excuse I hear is, we have jobs or we have children. And I just want to stress the fact that none of us want to wake up one day and explain to your loved ones that you stood by in complacency while we let America die. There's three kinds of people. There's the ones who are consumed by the corruption and greed. We know them very well. There's those who wait for someone else to fix it and are comfortable in their safe place. And then there's the brave ones who will sacrifice at all costs. Absolutely. And I genuinely that, these J6ers are the chosen men and women of our time. There's no coincidences. Lady Liberty is absolutely sinking, and we need everybody's help.
Absolutely. And we're praying for you. And I'm thinking of you. I'm thinking of Chris. I'm thinking of your family. And I, hope that people will contribute to the Give, Send, Go and, support you through this time. And just know that there's a lot of people out there as part of this movement that are standing alongside you. And I do believe that this nightmare is going to end for all these J6 political prisoners once Trump gets back into office, which is why I'm doing everything I can every single day to, help get him elected, because it's for the J6ers. I mean, if people want one reason to vote for Trump, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but if you want to see these innocent Americans be freed from these gulags, you have to vote for Trump. He's the only one who's going to free these people.
There's no other answer.
There's no other answer. Because they're not going to get fair trials. It doesn't matter what you show them. They're not going to get fair trials. We already know that. The only hope for these J6ers, in my opinion, honestly, unless they're going to serve out their sentences, is Donald Trump. That's how I feel. And so we got to get him back in. And that's why they're trying to lock Trump up. That's why they're trying to put Trump in jail, too. So he's not immune to it, too. They're trying to lock him up for life, for the rest of his life. They want him to die in jail.
Yep, and they're just trying to wear him down. But, I mean, in that, we're watching what they're doing to a former president. So there's nothing that they won't do to the average citizen. They don't care if you've served your country. They don't care if they've broke you down to fight their wars. They'll come for you. They'll leave you in financial ruin. They'll destroy your family. And it's not just one-sided. It's showing you a preview of what's to come if we don't get involved, if we don't get involved at a local level, if we don't start, just genuinely listening to each other and understanding each other and trying to work towards our difference or through our differences rather than separating. They pry off of the divide of us. political gains. And that's what made Trump so different, is that he couldn't be bought.
Absolutely. Perfectly said. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and we're going to be promoting this Give, Send, Go. And if you're watching the stream right now, be sure that you contribute and you support Chris Alberts, who's locked up right now, and support his family. So I just want to thank you for coming on, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Laura. We love you. We're grateful for you. God bless.
Thank you so much. God bless you guys. So it's tragic. I mean, it's so sad, John. The common denominator between majority of the people on tonight is they're all veterans.
Yeah, I mean, it's really stunning how many veterans there are.
And you're a veteran as well. You are a veteran yourself.
I am indeed. I was in the 1st Cavalry Division at Fort Hood, Texas. I was in during peacetime, so I just shot at plywood targets. But so many of these folks, I mean, they served in combat. They served in Iraq. They served in Afghanistan, and these are combat veterans who deserve better from the government, quite frankly. Absolutely.
It's just so sad. I know the next J6er we're going to talk to, we're going to get him on the line momentarily. Ryan's calling in. And if you're watching and you're waiting, it's a long night. A lot of people want to call in, and we got a few more people calling in, I know. So I believe we have Ryan Zink on the line. Ryan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ryan, thanks so much for calling in. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling in from Texas tonight.
Okay. And if you don't mind, tell people your story and let everybody know. We have about 10 to 15 minutes for every J6er, because we have about 20 J6ers who are calling in tonight. And so if you could just briefly tell people, what's been going on and what's the status of your case and how people can support you.
All right. Well, my name's Ryan Zink. I'm 34. I'm from the state of Texas. My father is Jeff Zink. He is the Republican congressional candidate for CD3 in Arizona. Yes, that would be Maricopa County. On January 6th, I was working as my father's media correspondent for his congressional campaign. I was working on January 6th, and I have been convicted of a felony and 2 misdemeanors. I never went inside the building. I never moved a barricade. There's actually a video on my Give, Send, Go. I was protecting police officers on the east side by the Columbus doors. I was given a direct order from United States Capitol Police Officer Benjamin Fluke. When I asked him how I could help the Capitol Police, he instructed me to stay and take pictures of people that attacked him. He admitted that on the stand at trial in September, whenever I went to trial. I'm not really sure what's going to happen with sentencing. I go to sentencing on December 18th. I spent some time up at the Gulag. While I was incarcerated in D.C., after the feds drove through the front of my house on February 4th with a 12-foot battering ram attached to the front of a very large military truck. It's not been a fun 2.5 years, and I think that it's been a great start so far of getting some of the footage out. But Congress, we need you to release all of the footage and hold nothing back, because we deserve the right to defend ourselves. I was never given my discovery when I went to trial. It was rejected. I never received the full contents of my cell phone, my laptop, my Facebook, my camera, or any of the SD cards, and I was actually denied the right to have my discovery when I went to trial, and all of that's in my transcripts, and I'll provide.
And you lost your business. It says your Give, Send, Go. It says you lost your business. You were forced to move, and now you can no longer finish school. It's just terrible what has happened.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. I'm pretty much. I had another set of attorneys that walked out on me when I wouldn't take a plea deal. And then now I've got, student loans, attorney fees, everything. I'm, that can't get paid. I lost my job over the conviction. I'm currently unemployed. So, it's just been
real fun because, you know, words are scary. Apparently it makes you a terrorist and a felon. So, you know,
it just
it
seems
hasn't
terrible.
been
But
fun.
you
It
notice a
hasn't
lot
been
of
easy.
people, they're running for office, right? Your father's running for Congress. We heard from 2 people earlier running for office. One of them, Jacob Chansley's running for Congress. I had Jesse Rumson on, who's running for county commissioner. So you have a lot of people that are trying to use this experience to run for office and to raise awareness. And so your father's, I know that he was inspired to run for office because of what has happened to you, correct?
No, well, Dad was actually running for Congress on January 6th. I was actually there in official capacity as a Republican congressional media staffer, because I was helping my father with his campaign. So we were actually on the campaign trail on January 6th, and I was working for him that day.
Wow. And so even though you were there as a media representative, you were still being targeted and locked up or threatened with persecution and being locked up. It's just... there's just a real double standard here, because think about it. There's leftist media that were there. We saw the reporters that were in Nancy Pelosi's office taking photographs. So why are those people not locked up, right? There's a real double standard here.
There were actually...
Yeah.
Yeah, there definitely is a double standard. As a matter of fact, there were several journalists that were around me, in the area that I was at. And, you know, my father's never been charged. You know, Bobby Powell, he came to testify, you know, at my trial for me, and, you know, say everything that he saw. And, you know, I think I'm looking at somewhere between, you know, 4.5 to, you know, I do have the 20-year felony that is the obstruction charge. And then, of course, you know, I'm assuming that they're probably going to try to add the terrorism enhancement to me as well, you know, because I talk to the media and stuff like that. But, well, you know, it's a real double standard for what's there. You know, the guy that I thought from the porch, I videotaped a gentleman named Hunter Imke kicking out windows, and when some of the, you know, there were some guys on the porch that took particular interest in the way that Hunter Imke was arrested, and I just told them, you know, leave those guys alone. They're just doing their jobs, and I'm referring to the United States Capitol Police officers. And, you know, the crowd kind of quieted down up there in that area after that. But, you know, then those same Capitol Police officers that I stuck my neck out for, you know, got up and lied on the stand about the participation of, you know, of myself. And so that's why we need the rest of the footage. That's why we can't have a double standard with the footage and with Congress and with everyone else. And I fully expect to run for office whenever I'm finished with all of this aspect too. Because, you know, I've learned one thing in all of this, that Jesus Christ is the only thing that we have that can save America, because our politicians sure aren't going to do it. So I'm hoping that to be my platform to run on, and, you know, just try to reach out and touch as many people's lives with my story as I can.
Well, I think it's really inspirational as well that you've continued to fight, and it's just terrible that, you know, people are told you're going to run for Congress, right? Like when I think of your dad, for example, your dad's running for Congress, and then just the nightmare, right? You think that you're just going to Congress, you're going to Washington, D.C. to, you know, peacefully petition your government and express your grievances. And then your son ends up becoming a political prisoner. I mean, it's just a nightmare situation. So many families have just been completely catapulted into an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, it's been difficult for the campaign for sure. I've had to take a step back, you know, from the campaign. Just, you know, there's so much to do with all of these cases, particularly with sentencing coming up, you know, on December 18th, and, you know, trying to make bills and, you know, doing odds and ends work because I'm unemployed. So, you know, whenever it comes down to it, like I feel so much for all of the families and for all the J6ers and for all the families out there that are listening to this broadcast. Do not lose your hope. The hope that we have comes in Christ our Lord, and that is the only thing that you can turn your eyes to, because people will fail you. You know, our government has definitely failed us in all of this. So just turn your eyes up to heaven and just pray and just know that, you're not alone in this fight. I'm here. Reach out to me on Twitter if you need something. Like, I'm here to talk.
Is that what
don't
gets
fight
you
this
through
alone.
it? I mean, a lot of people ask, like, what gets you through all of the adversity? What gets you through everything? What gets you through? Because I mean, I know what it's like. I'm not a J6er, but I know what it's like to have your business destroyed. I know what it's like to be like totally wrecked financially because of the way I was completely deplatformed and targeted for years. I have been targeted by the FBI. I know what it's like. I've dealt with it for 7 years, and I also ran for Congress as well. And my campaign was the only campaign in the nation not able to have social media. So, I haven't been like locked up in the sense that I'm not a J6er, but I can sympathize, and I know what it's like to have these like severe, right? And John is my attorney as well, severe levels of censorship and civil rights violations. And, John has been with me to my own legal meetings and briefings before, and it's a lot, right? So I can only imagine like the intensity that comes along with knowing that all of that happens, but also knowing that you could potentially be going to jail for several years. And luckily, like, I haven't had to experience that part of it, but I completely sympathize with you in the sense that I know what it's like to have your whole livelihood completely destroyed and to feel desperate and to feel like you have nothing. And it's the worst feeling in the world. And so I often wonder like how people get through it. And you say that you are religious and you pray, and that's how you get through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't have made it this far if it wasn't for one, the support of my family, a girl that loves me, and my faith in Christ. And just that's my encouragement message. Like, we can all see that this is unconstitutional and outlandish, and that we can feel alone and isolated. But, for me, whenever you have the love of Christ with you, you're never alone. It doesn't matter. Paul sat in prison for years, and God was with him. You look at all of the different scenarios that God is there. And that's one thing that they can't take. They can't take your hope. They can try to take everything else away, but when you have Christ by your side, that's it. That's your hope. And they can't take it. The joy of the Lord is your strength, and we will carry on. This too shall pass. And that's all that we have to look forward to.
Right. Well, I want to thank you so much for coming on tonight. And again, we're going to be promoting your Give, Send, Go. And where can people follow you if they want to follow you on Twitter, you said?
Yeah, I'm at I Toward Heaven, EYE, Toward Heaven, I Toward Heaven,
I
looking
Toward
up.
Heaven. I'll follow you. Let me see if I'm following you. I Toward Heaven, you said.
Yeah.
And then where else? We do follow each other. That's great. We are following each other. Good.
Oh, I followed you from day one.
Yeah, well, since I've been
I love
back,
your
right?
show. I love your voice.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for giving people a voice and seeking after the truth and just not going with the narrative. I really appreciate it. And I'd also like to thank John and Em and Roger and the rest of them for doing it, because I have to say, where's the ACLU? Where are all the other so-called attorneys that believe and fight for civil rights and think this is wrong? Where are you? Step up and help out, because these guys have done it from the start. They were one of the first attorneys in. I know that there's a couple that, I haven't mentioned in all of this, but, where are they? John and them have been there. So, it's interesting to see, like who's actually coming forward and like who's not.
Absolutely. Well,
thank you, Ron.
I hope that you're able to enjoy Thanksgiving with your family.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to be headed to catch some hockey in Dallas and try to really get to spend, this, what could be my last holiday with them for a long time. And, just try to get that time in and
well, I'll be honest with you. It's going to be
it's
going to be all of our last holiday. And so people better pay attention, because next Thanksgiving, we're either going to have Trump in the White House and all the J6ers are going to get pardoned, or else we're going to have Biden and America's over. So this could be everybody's last Thanksgiving. So enjoy it, because we might not have a country. I'm not trying to sound over dramatic either. It's not just going to be a last Thanksgiving if you think you're going to be locked up for J6. we may not have a country in less than a year from now. I mean, if you actually look at the date, the election is going to be November 8th, I believe. Is it November 8th or November 5th? November 8th or November 5th this year coming up. I think it's November 8th.
Yeah. And I think that that's, important to pay attention to as well, because, with everything else that's developing, we don't have much of a country right now. I mean, like we need leaders that are going to step up and are going to go
5th.
After
November 5th. I don't know why I was thinking November 8th. That's when that was the Trump rally date. That's the day that I had, because Trump was talking about how it's exactly 1 year, about 1 year until the election. November 5th. Okay. So November 8th was the day of the rally. Lots of dates to remember. But listen, by November 5th, today's what? Now it's past midnight. So it's the 22nd where I am here in Florida. So in less than a year from now, we may not even have Thanksgiving. Okay. So people better wake up and realize that this could be all of our last Thanksgiving, and people better prioritize what they talk about at the dinner table this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Get the message out, because it can get a lot worse from here. Trust me, if they can come after me for words. I mean, we have a man sitting in prison over memes right now. They put a woman in prison for 10 days after she was beat in the face repetitively 38 times. I mean, there's a lot of injustice that's around us, and I think maybe America just needs to break up and be single for a while and hand the power back to the state.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, our country is really, honestly, it's ugly right now. But with that, thank you so much for coming on tonight, Ryan, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys as well. Thank you, Laura, for having us on. I really appreciate it.
So we're going to go to the chat for a little bit. We have some questions in the chat. If you want to go into the chat, I know it's a long long night. John, are you still good? Are you still with us?
Oh, you know me. I just never quit. So I'm getting a little woozy, but I'm in there. I'm in for the finish.
Yeah, so we have several more J6ers who are waiting on the lines, and I just want to make sure you're all right to stay on.
Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, because it's a marathon. And originally we were going to have about 10 people on, and then the link got out, right? And everybody was like, I want to come on. So now we have double that. So that's for people asking, and they're like, oh, how long is the Trumpathon going to go on for? Well, originally we had scheduled it to be till midnight, and we had timed it out perfectly. And then the link was shared out. And so it's fine. It's no problem at all, because it's my pleasure to give people a voice. But it is going to be a long night, because we still have several more people, about 6 more J6ers who are waiting to call in and tell their stories. And we want to make sure that all of them get an opportunity to tell their story tonight. So it is going to be a long night. But people are asking, people in the chat saying, thanks for a great show. Let's see what else people are saying. Let's scroll down some more. People said, you're right. It's not over dramatic. It's reality. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Thanks, Laura. Let's get real. Great job. This may be our last Thanksgiving. It's true. This might be our last Thanksgiving. And so we're all spending Thanksgiving together. And so I might as well stay up till 3:00 in the morning if it's going to be our last Thanksgiving, because I really feel like it's going to be our last Thanksgiving if Trump doesn't get back into office. So enjoy it. We're not doing a show on Thursday because it's Thanksgiving. So right now, it's technically Wednesday for me. It's 12:30 in the morning here in Florida, and we've been live since 8:00. So I don't know, John, do you feel the same way? Because I do. And also shout out to my production team right now, because I am keeping my production team late. So I just want to say, if you are in the chat, press 1 if you're thankful for the production team, because yeah, they're going to get several days off after this for Thanksgiving, but they're staying late.
It's time.
We have literally been live since 8:00, and they've been preparing for my show all day, connecting with J6ers and getting everybody lined up. And so, yeah, we're going to be here very late tonight, and it's our pleasure to do so. But I want to thank them as well, because you can't see them on the camera here, but they're sitting next to me in the studio, and they're here, and They're troopers. So are you, John. You've been on the stream with me for about 4 hours now, too. But what do you think about this? I think it's going to be our last Thanksgiving if Trump doesn't get back in, honestly.
There's no question about it. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, ors about it. If Donald Trump doesn't win the White House and get back in office, this country's over as we know it. And so, if folks haven't woken up by now, they need to wake up. They need to do every single thing possible every day. Do whatever they can to get Donald J. Trump back in office. That is the way that we save our country. There's no other
Absolutely.
options. No
and you guys, I know like people are going to be going to Black Friday shopping this week. And sometimes when you go to the mall and you go shopping or the grocery store around Thanksgiving, you see the people from Salvation Army with their little bells and people give money. Give money to NCLU instead, because this is as much of a charitable cause, okay? Give money. Go to nclu.org and help these people. Help these people get their freedom so that they don't have to go to a gulag and be imprisoned. So, a lot of people, they get in the charitable spirit around the holiday season and they want to donate. If you can donate, please donate to nclu.org, okay? We're going to get another J6er on the line here. We have, I believe, Nancy on the line. Nancy?
Help these people get their freedom.
Nancy, can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Well, thanks so much for calling in. How are you and where are you calling from tonight?
I'm good. I'm calling from Indiana. How you doing?
I'm good. It's been a long day, but we're here.
Yes, I bet. I heard you say you've been up for quite a while.
Oh, yeah. It's late here in Florida. It's about 12:30. But yeah, tell us your story. Are you another one of John's clients?
Yes.
Wonderful. Yep. So, yeah, tell us what
John
happened to you. Oh, go ahead.
So, gosh, I don't even know where to start. I originally went down there just to go to the rally because I hadn't heard anything about the, I guess the whole thing, the Capitol stuff, because I know they had like people supposed to be coming in to speak or whatever.
Oh, can you hear me?
I'm kind of in and out. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah, but I think you have like a speaker on in the background. If you're watching, if you can mute it because we're getting a little double audio. It sounds like you're watching the show and calling in at the same time.
I think there's like a lag, though. I think there's a little lag, but
anyway, there might be a little bit of a lag. That's all right, but continue. So you found yourself there and you live in Indiana.
Yeah. So I was going up there for the Trump rally just to hear him speak because I figured it was going to be the last time I heard him speak, considering all the shenanigans that we had seen going on. So, and then when I got there, I woke up a little late because I drove all night. And then there was some people that was walking outside and they had flags wrapped around them and stuff like that. And they said they were heading down to the Capitol. So I figured I missed it. So I just went ahead and drove down that way, and the rest is literally history. So there's a lot of things that was brought out in the trial that I really just don't, I don't know. I don't want to say too much. My sentencing is on December 8th, but there was a lot of things that were suspect. So now that the tapes are out, I have reached out so I could go and view some of them. So, but yeah, John and Emily and Roger, they are just a lifesaver because I reached out to them after I had originally had the court-appointed attorney, and he immediately right off the bat was telling me just to plead guilty and sign these papers, and I had read the papers and there was no way I was signing it. So I got a hold of them and they knew that I didn't, I'd done lost my job pretty much over this stuff.
I'm not laughing at that, obviously, but I'm laughing at, it says in here, it says you were seen on video walking up a set of stairs yelling F Nancy Pelosi and F Chuck Schumer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you for being a voice for all of us. So I wasn't laughing at you losing your job. I'm like reading this on the screen here. You can see we have the giant. Says in one video she can be heard yelling "Go in," and then another video she's seen walking up a set of stairs yelling "F Nancy Pelosi, F Chuck Schumer." So You were not charged
Well,
with
I have to
participating
say
in any
my feelings haven't really changed.
You weren't violent. You know, we used to have
No,
something called free
no.
speech in this country. So,
Yeah. Well, you know what's strange?
I was just going to say, by the way,
What-
Laura,
what-
Nancy's a veteran as well.
oh, you are a veteran as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, thank you for your service. And look,
Mm-hmm.
it's just so sad. We have so many veterans who are being locked up and charged. It's just out of control. And where were you, if you don't mind me
I know.
asking, like, where you served?
In the East Rotunda.
Okay. No,
Oh, you
I'm
talking
talking about
about
your
in
service,
the
your
Army?
military service. Yeah.
Army. The Army.
So what has life been like
Yeah.
you since this has happened? Obviously, it's probably been very, stressful for you to deal with, but hopefully you're going to be able to spend some time with family tomorrow for Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah, yeah. Our Thanksgiving's gonna be good, and hopefully everybody else's is too. But yeah, well, it's been, if I haven't put my trust in God like I should have before, by golly, I do now. But I've just been leaning on Jesus. Really, that's it. That's all you can do, because I know, everybody says, if Trump gets back in and all that, which is that'd be great. But I don't put my trust in man. I put it in God. So, his plans will go over top of everybody else's, regardless. So.
To find some comfort in that, and what's the best
You
way?
already knew before you even got there you were guilty, and then they just put on a show so they
Right.
could say, "Hey, guilty."
Nobody's
So
getting a
that
fair
was-
trial. Not even Donald Trump. I
No.
mean, I hate to say it. You have probably one of the best lawyers out of any of the J6ers, but even then, I mean,
Mhm.
it's just, imagine these people that don't have somebody like John who have some crappy public defender, These people are having their whole lives destroyed. So I'm looking at the best way to
Yeah.
support you as well. You have a Give, Send, Go, or what's the best way for people to support you?
I don't. I tried to make one of them, and it's not Nancy friendly. So I think the best thing to do would just be to give to that NCLU, because I know they gave a little bit. It wasn't much, but I mean they gave some. So so long as it makes it to John, that's all I'm really worried about. I don't know if.
Yeah, well, if you want to,
Thank
John,
you.
And John, like I said, he uses the funds out of the NCLU to support all of these clients, and so some of them are able to pay, and some of them aren't. And those of them who aren't able to pay at the moment, the NCLU, the National Constitutional Law Union, they're doing what the ACLU is supposed to be doing, but isn't doing, protecting people's civil liberties. And so that's what happens when you donate to the NCLU. And they use those funds to support people, so that if somebody comes to them and they're not able to fully pay, they are able to use these funds from NCLU. And so it's a great organization,
Yeah.
and I would encourage all of you to donate. And Nancy, I want to
Well,
appreciate.
should I make one? I guess for I don't I don't really know how to do these kind of things. I'm not good at asking for much. So
Yeah, you
but,
can easily
well, I
make
did
a
wanna-
Give, Send, Go, but in the meantime, people can go to
Okay.
nclu.com and they can
Yeah.
donate and they
Okay.
can support you. And
yeah.
anything else you want to say? Any last thoughts?
Yeah, I did actually. So in the beginning stages, because I had heard Ryan talking about or I think it was Ryan, it might have been the other one, but talking about the jurors, the jury selection. Good golly, we had one guy that came in. John got him out, but he was the deputy legal advisor.
Nancy, we just have to be careful about not identifying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, I got you. Copy that. Yeah, so it wasn't no good. The whole place is pretty much government.
Yeah,
so.
the moral of the story is that most of the people who live in D.C. proper, 95% of them voted for Joe Biden, and you're either in politics or, someone who's in politics or, we're talking about a D.C. jury. It's not like they're pulling these people from Virginia or Maryland. These are people living in D.C.
Right.
And so you have a majority black population. And I bring that up because it's not exactly diverse. If you go to these trials, you have you have majority of the people there on the jury pool are either black or Hispanic. And so when you look at the fact that they've called all of these people who are on trial like white supremacist Trump supporters, you're going in there at a disadvantage if majority of the people on your jury jury are Black and Hispanic. Not saying that they can't think for themselves, but you do notice when you go to these trials for J6ers that there is a definite ethnic imbalance, right, between the jury members.
Well, mine wasn't. Well,
but for a lot of them, though, like for the Proud Boys trial. And so one of the
yeah.
things that I was thinking about is how, wow, they've literally branded the Proud Boys as white supremacists. And I know that John can speak to this too. I guess you're lucky in that sense, because a lot of these trials, unfortunately, they are not balanced. This is not a jury of your peers. You're entitled to a jury of your peers. And if somebody is 100% different from you because they voted differently, and maybe they have animosity towards you because of your skin color, because the media has, it's not like there's a gag order on these cases either, right? They want to gag Donald Trump, but the media is free to call J6ers white supremacists, right? You have judges overseeing these cases, like Judge Cooper, for example, whose wife worked as a lawyer for one of the FBI agents that tried to frame Donald Trump. And so you're not exactly getting a fair trial, because a lot of these judges in these cases are political in nature, and they are friends with Merrick Garland. They are friends with a lot of these Democrat politicians, and they all live in this area. It's a big bubble. And so you're not exactly going to get them to escape their political bias, which is one of the biggest outrages of, I think, in my opinion, and John, you can chime in on this too, but this whole refusal to allow for venue change is probably like, and along with, the refusal for the venue changes, and also the fact that trials are going on while J6ers never had access to their footage. Those are probably the two biggest abominations of the way these trials are being handled, in my opinion. There's obviously more, but just the fact that they're not able to have access to the footage and the government's been able to use this evidence against them just completely undermines their due process rights. And then additionally, you can't get a fair trial as a conservative or a Trump supporter in Washington, D.C., where 95% of the people voted for Joe Biden. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I think, because I did a lot of praying, and I think that I was really blessed with the judge that we had, because I can't say I'm always the best judge of character, but he was, I believe that he was really trying to extract some semblance of justice out of the whole thing, because he was really, for both sides, he really tried to allow a lot of things in that some of them really fought to keep out, and praise God for that. So,
well, I'm glad that you are able to find some kind of comfort or some way to deal with this, because it's very hard. And John, you were about to say something.
No, I was just going to point out, and Nancy makes a good point. There are some judges who are trying very hard to be fair in these cases, and Magistrate Judge Faroukwi is definitely one of them. So, Magistrate Judge Faroukwi did a very good job in terms of trying to conduct a fair trial. From a generalized standpoint, we moved for a change of venue, I'm sure, in every single case, and lots of other lawyers have. Every one of those motions has been denied. Obviously, we disagree with that decision. We don't think that these cases should be in D.C., and that's going to be another issue that we take up on appeal. But, in our view, these cases should be in other places throughout the country.
Absolutely. Well, Nancy, I want to thank you for calling in. Again, you don't have a Give, Send, Go, but people, if they want to support you, they can go to nclu.org. That's where people can support you and help you as you
or you can go to Pierce Law, and I'm sure he's got something up.
Yeah. Well, NCLU for the J6ers. So thank you, Nancy. And I want to thank you for coming on, and I hope you have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. John, thank you so much, man.
Thank you, Nancy. God bless you.
You too.
All right. Well, we have several more J6ers. I believe we have about 6 more who are going to be calling in. So for those of you who are still with us, thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure that you're following me on Rumble, okay? Because this is a live show. We want everybody to follow. So download the Rumble app. It's free. And also follow me so that you never miss an episode of Loomer Unleashed. And also be sure that you're sharing this, because it is late at night, but a lot of people are off for the week because it is Thanksgiving week, and people are up watching content, and we want as many people to watch as possible. So let's go to the chat for a moment so I can answer some questions while we're waiting for the next J6er to connect. Let's see.
We want as many people to watch as possible, so let's go to the chat for a moment.
Let's see. Someone said I have jury duty next week. Happy we found out about NCLU. Thank you for the stream, Laura. Yeah, I'm reposting it again right now on Twitter. That's why I'm on my phone. So we want everybody to tune in and watch. Let's see. How many live viewers do we got right now? We still have about 2,300 live viewers. It's getting later in the evening, but that's a lot. See, you guys, make sure that you're reposting this because we are live. We want everybody to watch, and that only happens if you repost it and retweet it and you post it on all of your social media. I'm only on X, and I'm on Truth, of course, and Telegram and whatnot, but I'm banned on Facebook and Instagram, and so for those of you who still have access, of course, that's really helpful if you're able to post it. And then, of course, you can follow me on Locals by connecting your Locals account to the Rumble. At the bottom of my Rumble, you'll see that there's a little button there that says Get Loomered. Click that, and you can follow me on Locals. And that's, of course, where you can subscribe to support my work on a monthly basis or a yearly basis as well. And that's why I'm able to keep doing what I'm doing as an independent journalist. So if you want to read my reports, be sure that you click Get Loomered at the bottom of the Rumble page. You see right there, pulling it up on the screen for all of you to see. Right there, Get Loomered. Click Get Loomered, and then you can see at the bottom, you can support my work. You click support. You can subscribe annually for $70 per year, or you could do monthly, $7 per month. Or you can also give a one-time donation as well and support my work. And of course, it's much appreciated. So please consider supporting my investigative journalism and my show because, I'm not funded by the mainstream media. I'm not funded by the Republican Party either. They don't really like voices like mine. But it's important to bring you the truth, and I'm supported by people like you. So please be sure that you're supporting my work so that I can continue bringing you streams like this. Flash USTLA said it's truly heartbreaking to hear all these stories, just a testament of the brutality of our own government against its people. Sickening that this is done. Yeah, it's really sickening, and it makes me feel like I don't have a lot to be grateful for in this country anymore. I don't want to sound selfish because, I'm not in jail, and I have food, and I have shelter, but I'm not really proud to be an American right now. And I know that's going to piss some people off, but what did these people go sacrifice their lives for or put their lives in jeopardy for? You're a veteran, and you're going to potentially put it on the line for what? You're basically saying that the service was in vain when you're going to lock these people up. And I know that people may say, oh, you sound like a leftist, and oh, you sound like one of those commies. Well, you know what? I'm not really, pro-government right now. I don't think it's a bad thing to say that you are anti-government. I feel very anti-government right now. And I don't care if people think that makes me a domestic terrorist. I don't give a shit, honestly. And you see that tonight we have the United States Capitol in the gator mouth. I don't care if people want to say that I'm anti-government. I'm proud to be anti-government right now because I'm not going to be, well, nobody should really ever be pro-government, but I'm not going to be proud of my country again or proud to be an American until Donald Trump is back in the White House where he belongs. Because we need to rectify this stolen election and we need to pardon all these J6ers. And so I think a lot of people actually agree with me, but they're just scared because they don't want to sound like a leftist. Because I grew up as a patriot. I was told to love my country and to be proud to be an American. And so saying things like, I'm not proud to be an American, that's something that usually leftists would say, right? But now it seems like these leftists, they love America. Like they love living in this country where, we're pretty much living under communism and we have political prisoners and the FBI is raiding President Trump and they're raiding Trump supporters. There's nothing to be proud about being an American these days. And maybe that sounds really harsh. Yeah, we live in a great country. I don't really think that it's so great right now. I want to be proud again to be an American. I really do. I want to be thankful again to be an American. I want to be proud of what my country once represented. And I want to be able to actually think and believe instead of lying to myself that I live in a great country every single time I say the Pledge of Allegiance or I sing the national anthem. And I feel like I'm telling myself a lie when I say the land of the free, the home of the brave. We're not the land of the free anymore, you guys. This might be our last Thanksgiving if Donald Trump doesn't get back into the White House. So I hope you're all going to take that into perspective when you're eating your turkey and your whatever you eat on Thanksgiving. I don't know, mashed potatoes, casserole. A lot of people like different things. I like turkey. But this might really be your last Thanksgiving, so soak it up. And I was watching Steve Bannon today, and he said, you got to get in their grill. You got to get in your family's grill when you're passing the cranberry sauce. Yeah, he's right. You have to be aggressive at Thanksgiving this year, and you have to tell your family members what's going on, because there's not enough time for us to just say, no more politics at the dinner table. People better wake the hell up. Someone said, I love my country, but I'm not proud of it. Yeah, I don't hate my country. I love my country, but I certainly don't love my government. So anyway, it's not funny. It's not hyperbole either. Wake them up. Yep. Someone said, you're right, Laura. If I feel anti-government since the Nazis at the BMV said myself and husband can't get a fly license as illegals are invading us and we were born here, never broke laws, we pay our taxes. Yeah, well, I'm just being honest. Maybe I upset some people, but, just being honest. All right, we have another J6er on the line, Lloyd Cruz. Lloyd, I haven't talked to Lloyd since he was last sentenced to jail for about 45 days. So, Lloyd, it's great to hear from you. I haven't talked to you since you've been out of jail. How are you doing?
Every day is a good day, right, Miss Laura?
Well, I guess, I don't know. If you're able to have that mindset, maybe I should feel guilty about not having that mindset, right? But I guess if you say so, right? But how are you? I know last time we spoke, I was at your trial, of course. I was with you in D.C. And then, of course, you were sentenced for about, 45 days, right?
45 days and maximum security for 2 misdemeanors.
Yeah. So how are you doing since you've been out of jail?
Trying to stay afloat. That everything is hard. That since I got released, that my Social Security was stopped. I'm still waiting to try to get that back. And I also found out that the day I got sentenced, turned myself into the prison, that my health insurance was also canceled, which I still had to pay the premiums and everything else. So going to the emergency room when I got out, and from there it was pretty intense. Trying to build up times for the time I left with the kids, since as you guys know my story, that I mentor my kids and other kids, a total of about 13 kids. And from there, trying to make up time. I've been posting some pictures on Twitter and my Facebook on the progress that the girls are making. That just trying to do what I can to go ahead and stay positive. It's very, very hard to stay positive knowing that, my country I love so much has turned against me.
Yeah, and so I know that you have children, like you said. How were they able to be taken care of when you were in prison? Because I know that you were the primary. You and your wife, you watch the children, but your wife works as well. So how is that working with your wife? Because obviously it's a lot of children for one person to take care of. How are you surviving as a family right now?
Well, Thanksgiving, I'm going to go ahead and throw everything together I can in the house just to at least make something for Thanksgiving. Christmas, we told the kids not to expect anything. When I went to prison, that my oldest son, Malachi, the one you met, that he just graduated. So for a graduation gift, he got to stay home and take care of the kids while I had to go turn myself into prison. He has been helping me out, trying to get readjusted since now we are just living off my wife's income. That it's very, very difficult because we're so far behind on bills and everything else. But trying to make sure that I comply with the court order of making sure my what they call restitution or whatever they want to call it is paid. That It's hard. This fear has really took a toll on me. That and my kids feel it. That they lost family. They lost friends. We tried to have when I first got charged. We tried to do a birthday party. No one showed up for my daughter. I believe it might have been a son. My daughter. But then from there, they lost friends because of the charges. People look at us differently. My daughter, that she gets free time in school to where she can look things up, and yet my kids are proud of what I've done. That they asked me why I had to go away, and I explained to them I went there. I had to go because I was fighting for their freedom. They don't understand the complete concept yet. The older ones do, but the younger ones, that they're just trying to do the best they can without trying to grasp what they can. And my wife, that she's been working herself to death, trying to make sure that she can do what she can, but it doesn't come easy.
It's terrible. I mean, I know I met some of your kids when we were in DC for your trial, and I mean, I just think that people don't really understand like how devastating it's been financially for people's families, and there's children that are suffering too because they, what happens if you're the main breadwinner in your family and you get sent to prison or you're the main caretaker for the children. And so we're going to put your Give, Send, Go up on the screen as well. And I know that John's your attorney as well. How's your family holding up?
The family's doing okay. Like I said, we're trying to do what we can to stay afloat and to stay positive. It's not easy that before all this happened, my wife and I were able to make everything, good and dandy, that we still had a decent life, but we try to make sure that the kids don't have to endure everything. So my wife bends over backwards to make sure that the kids, are always making sure that everything is fine and dandy. My wife, that she is a trooper, that, she puts up with a lot of stuff, and from there that she tries to not show the stress that she's enduring. I know that, it's not easy for her, and from there that she does get stressed out. We've both been stressed, but in good time that everything will come back to, come back around. That, when it comes to John Pierce Law, that yes, he has represented me since the beginning, since right before, when I first got charged, that I got appointed a public defender, and the public defender that they wanted me to plead guilty immediately. I'm mentally disabled, so it's hard to remember a lot of, especially important discussions. And the public defender did not want my wife in the room. And I told him that she had to be there so she could actually make sure she knew what was actually being said. So I don't jump over certain subjects or whatever when it comes to discussing it with her. But one night that John, when we were looking before my court date, night before my court date, that we were stressed out, we were looking around, and we came across John's website. All lawyers kept on that I would call, didn't want to represent. And John, it was late at night, didn't think I would get a hold of him. But yet, John went ahead and picked up the call. It was like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. And we had a really long conversation about, 3 hours, 4 hours, something like that. And I had court in a few hours. He went ahead and started representing me, showed up, and took on my case immediately. That, I never had to deal with a lawyer before that, but the John Pierce, that his legal team, that they went above and beyond. That my son, my oldest son, he sacrificed senior trip money that we were saving for years to go ahead and send up to a senior trip. He sacrificed that to make sure that I get to DC for my trial. And that's when we met you. And when we only had enough to get there, but when John Pierce Law when John heard that we were going to sleep in the vehicle, that next thing I know that Tim contacted me and told me that, gave me an address, told me to show up to this address and I was going to be taken care of with my son. They went above and beyond. I could tell you from firsthand experience when I was sitting there in the apartment with M and Roger, that they were working literally around the clock. I was up, I have insomnia, so I'm up throughout the night and stuff. And Roger was working up until like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Then a few hours later, he was getting ready to go back to the courthouse. John's legal team, that they don't sleep. And that includes what they give up. That I know she sacrificed a lot of family time to make sure that she was doing what she can for the J6. When it comes to NCLU, I could vouch for what they've done. And for the ones out there for the people out there that are listening, when it comes to Laura, that, when I went for my trial, no one showed up. That Laura was right there sitting next to me, making sure I felt comfortable and everything. The only people that was there was my son that went with me, and Laura and my legal team. That they were the only ones that were there. That if it wasn't for Laura and my legal team making sure that I understood what was going on, that I would have lost it a long time ago. I can't thank John enough. I can't thank the legal team enough. I cannot thank you enough, Laura, that when times got tough, that's when, I had John call me up when I was having a hard time and tweeted something sad on Twitter or something like that. He would call me up in the middle of the night to make sure I was okay. I've had you do the same thing, Laura, making sure I was okay. There was times I felt like giving up. But because I had a great legal team, I had great people standing with me, it kept me pushing through. And like when I first started talking to John, and after the first court, I told him, I'm putting my life in your hands. That you are the expert in this. I don't know what's going on. I have no clue what to do. I need your opinion on what to do.
Yeah, I remember being there with you, and I'm just glad that you stayed strong. And I remember those nights when you would call and, you felt like you were giving up, because it puts people through psychological terror. I mean, it makes people want to kill themselves, and people need to understand this. Like, it's rough, and that's the reality. Like, you're not the only J6er I've walked off the ledge. I hate to say it, but I know a lot of them, and I get a lot of phone calls for people watching, and a lot of them are J6ers telling me they want to kill themselves. And I have to calmly talk these people off the ledge, and it's real. People are really struggling. John's had those phone calls too, but they don't understand what the federal government is doing to these people. They're literally driving people to the point of wanting to kill themselves.
Well, like, my wife and I, we built up one heck of a life. That, we're not perfect. We're far from it. That, like right now, that with my kids and the kids I mentor, I do everything I can to make sure that they're taken care of. My wife makes sure that they're taken care of. That, it's just how much is enough when it comes to the government keep on stripping us of our rights. That because I was sentenced and everything, I was given 45 days in prison and 1 year of probation for misdemeanors. In prison, no one could believe I was there for misdemeanors. They cannot believe I was there. I had to show my paperwork that I was there for misdemeanors in a maximum security facility. And I went through hell in that prison. And from there now I'm on probation. And from there I was going to be doing Twitter and everything else, but I was informed by, I won't say who, but I was informed by part of the court system that I cannot have any contact with anybody that's on paper, misdemeanors, felonies, stuff like that. And if I am on, if I'm talking to them, even on Twitter or something like that, and I'm having discussions, that is considered, third party contact or whatever they want to call it. So I'm having to just get on ice to make sure that I do not violate my probation, and then he gives them a right to arrest me and throw me right back in. You know, it's hard knowing that I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was walk through an open door, and I was in there for less than 7 minutes. That I didn't remember even going in there because there was so much going on. My mind shuts off when there's a lot of commotion, and my panic attacks and everything else are hitting. That's when I start. It's like flight mode, and I didn't remember being there. And I've been trying to get my tapes that the FBI took, but yet I can't even get the tapes to know what actually happened in there. That, you know, John Pierce Law, that they need our help. That John has given up so much. His legal team has given up so much. We need to continue helping those that are helping us. My sponsors that, you know, they helped get me there for my sentencing. That I created Cruising to Victory. I rode a motorcycle from Kansas City all the way to DC, and I had a couple of patriots that joined the ride, and I had one that followed me all the way to DC to make sure I was safe, and sat there with me during my sentencing. That I didn't know what I was walking into. I was a lamb going into the slaughter is what I felt like. That the Cruising Victory, that I wanted to make sure that it spreads awareness to, you know, on America, that how Americans are being treated. Because you love your country, that we are literally being hunted down and tortured. That we can't give up the fight. We have to continue moving forward. And for the lessons I'm trying to teach the kids, that we can't stop the fight. We can't stop giving, you know, information on what's going on. I got to make sure that my kids and the kids that I mentor, that they have something to look forward to. Because by golly, that, you know, government's already taken all the holidays from us. That I was in there for 4th of July. I was in there for my anniversary. I was in there, you know, for the summer, so we couldn't do anything. And now that I'm out, Thanksgiving and Christmas is going to suck. But yet, we'll find a way to, you know, get through it.
Why do you say it's going to suck?
It's just that knowing that I've lost a lot of family, a lot of friends. That my wife, that she actually had, you know, a friend call up that she's known since elementary or middle school. She's known her entire life, and yet they don't want nothing to do with us because of the fact that what my charges are. We've lost so many people we thought were there for us. So the main thing is that we're going to have each other. That's the main thing. That just knowing that when it comes to the holidays, that not having people that we can actually rely on because they've shown their true colors. Doesn't mean that we're going to give up on them. They'll come around with the new evidence that are coming out, the new video footage and stuff like that. It's coming out. That I was going through
friends. Those people are never your friends that they're going to abandon you. So aside from those people leaving you and abandoning you, what else is going to make it suck?
Knowing that the rightful president is not sitting where he should. That look at all the people are literally going to be sitting in a prison when they should be home with their families for doing nothing. The ones that were just there to go ahead and, you know, voice their concerns, and so many patriots were trying to protect law enforcement was there, even though the law enforcement was against us. And yet now they're giving up, you know, years upon years of their life. It's hard knowing that a country that patriots love, that we should be proud of, it's turned its back on us, and yet it's coming after us.
No, it's so true, and it's sad. I mean, I just want to make sure, like, are you going to be able to have food for your family this year on Thanksgiving? Because I know it's been, like, very difficult for you and your family and your 5 kids.
Well, like, I'm going to have my family, well, my kids, my wife, and we have kids I mentor and whatnot. So we're going to have a full house. Like I said, I'll figure something to come up with that. I got some canned goods, stuff like that I can throw together. I'm pretty good at trying to figure something out.
Well, I want to make sure. I want to make sure that I want to make sure that you have a good Thanksgiving, and I want to make sure that since you've been out of out of prison, and because your son had to sacrifice his money for his senior trip, I want to make sure that you have a Thanksgiving dinner, and so I'm going to personally pay for you to have a Thanksgiving meal for you and your children this year.
Thank you so much.
And I'll connect with you after the show tonight too. Well, you have my cell phone number, so you let me know like where you want me to send you money, and I'll pay for it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Laura. And
sure
if I can,
you're able to actually enjoy Thanksgiving with your family, and that your kids are able to enjoy it because you have 5 children. Because children shouldn't have to eat canned goods on Thanksgiving because our corrupt federal government is basically bankrupting families because they have a vendetta against President Donald Trump. So I want to make sure that you and anybody else on this call tonight, really. I mean, I know some people don't like talking about it because people get embarrassed when they feel like they can't feed themselves or their kids. But if anybody else who called in tonight doesn't have food for Thanksgiving, they just let me know, and I'll make sure that I'll personally send them money from my own personal bank account to make sure that they have food for Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much, Laura. If I can make one quick announcement or statement, if I can, because I know that President Trump listens to your recordings a lot. If I could please say one thing real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live. Go ahead.
All right. President Trump, I have wrote you many, many, many letters since you first started running, and I've been trying to reach you for the longest time. I know you're busy, but this country needs you. Do not give up the fight. It's a hard fight, and yet you have proven that. Yet we all have our battles, and we must stand up and continue with the fight. That if you can, please feel free to reach out. That the most important thing is, Mr. President, that you can never, for what you have done and given up for this great country, it can never be repaid until the country gets back on track. And you will be living in history books as one of the greatest presidents that ever lived. That what you have constantly given up and shown that what America stands for is one thing that all Americans need to make sure that we understand. That our constitutional rights are the most sacred thing next to the Ten Commandments. My wife and I, that we discuss a lot of times, and it's clear that in order for our country to get back on track, we need to go back to understanding the Ten Commandments, making sure that people understand it, as well as the Constitution and Bill of Rights. That no matter what, Mr. President, that we love you, and we can never, ever thank you enough for what you and your family has given up for us.
Absolutely. I agree with all of that. So brings a tear to my eye, actually. Getting a little sad here because it's true. He's given up so much, and really the fate of so many of these J6ers, yourself and others included, really rests in President Trump getting reelected again for third time, right? And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to destroy our country. They're trying to take Trump away from us, and they're trying to make it so that we don't have any advocates in our government, so that people like you and your families are torn apart, and pretty much everybody else who was listening in tonight. So, yeah. But I'll make sure that I clip that clip and I'll post it online, because you're right. He does read my stuff, and hopefully we can get your message to him.
All right. Thank you so much, Laura.
Yeah, and if you want to support Lloyd and his legal fund, you can do so on his Give, Send, Go. We have it up on the screen here. And like I said, Lloyd, I'll text you tonight. It's 1:00 in the morning here now, but I'll message you and let me know how I can send you some money so that you can go out to the store at least tomorrow and make sure that you get groceries so you and your family are able to have Thanksgiving together.
Thank you so much. And thank you and John and the entire Pierce legal team for everything you guys do every day. That this country, that one day that they will understand how much that the Lost John Pierce law firm has done for our country. There's other great lawyers that have been working on the J6, but John is the first one that actually started standing up and took on so many cases and gave up so much to make sure that the J6ers actually had proper legal, a proper legal defense. Sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied. But thank you, John. Thank you, Laura, for everything you guys do.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd. It's been an honor.
Thank you, Lloyd. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, and we'll be in touch today, all right?
All right, thank you so much. You guys have a good night, okay?
You too.
All right, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
So, just awful. Just so sad, Really,
yeah,
just
I'll tell you,
cry.
one thing that
actually really made me tear up right there listening to him, because it's just so sad, just it really is just so awful what our country has turned into. It's really depressing.
Yeah, something
I feel genuinely depressed about it, like when I say that there's things that I mope about in the morning, it's honestly, I get very depressed when I think about the country. I really do. I don't know how you can't. I'm so immersed in it every single day. I mean, there's just times where it's a little much and I'm like, oh my God, kind of just need to lounge in bed, and feel down about things, because it's just so depressing, being exposed to this every single day and just looking at the absolute communist shithole our country has turned into.
Look, we're in the fight of our lives. And one thing that I think you've seen a thread through tonight, Laura, and you've seen this because you talk to so many of these folks, the rest of us can take inspiration from these people, because they are facing the worst circumstances of their entire lives. They're facing the full force of the most powerful government institutions in the history of the world. And, they are bent and they are down, but they are not broken. And it's really amazing how these regular Americans, they're put through the ringer, but they're not broken, and they're going to get through this.
Absolutely. Well, we had a lot of clients on tonight. I know that we were going to say we wanted to do at least 10, and there are more people who called, and it's late. It's 1:00 in the morning, and we've been live for 5 hours now. And so I know that when we originally scheduled this, we were planning on doing about 10 calls. And so what I've agreed to do, because people have responded to this so well, and because there's so many, and I want to make sure that everybody's able to get on. I mean, I believe my producer's letting me know right now how many did we get in tonight? I believe it was about 10. So we're going to have more, we're going to have the rest of the people on. There's about 10 more, right? Who also contacted you when they found out about this stream and they wanted to come on. And so I've agreed to do another stream next week because it's been 5 hours now, and I can't keep everybody here in the studio here all night, because some people have some things they need to do in the morning as well. And so we're going to do another one of these, because I want to make sure that every J6er who I said would be able to come on is able to come on. And so next week I'll do another stream. If I have to stay up really late again, I will, because I want to keep my word to everybody and make sure that everybody has an opportunity to tell their story. And there is no Loomer Unleashed on Thursday, because it is Thanksgiving. And so that's why I wanted to do this long, we called it the Thanksgiving Turkey Trumpathon, right? Because Joe Biden, right? They want to pardon turkeys and Iranian terrorists in our country. But we have J6ers right now who have been forgotten by our government, and they're being persecuted. And so I want to thank you, John, because obviously you're a very busy lawyer, and you stayed on the stream for 5 hours tonight to help raise funds for your clients. And a lot of J6ers, some of them weren't even your clients, right? Just hearing these stories and adding insight into what it's like representing these brave patriots who are really going through the fight of their lives right now. So I want to thank you for coming on, and I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving. And I'm thankful for you. You're my attorney as well, and I'm just thankful that somebody like you exists, John, to use your talents to fight against this regime that we're living under, this illegitimate communist regime, and to help these people, because so many of them said that you helped them at their worst moments in life, and that they were feeling like they were going to give up. So I'm thankful that there's people like you out there who literally prevented people from killing themselves because you provided them representation and you took their calls in times of need. And that's a heavy thought to process, but you heard several of them mention it tonight, that they felt like killing themselves until they got you on the phone. So they're very thankful for you. And I think our country owes a lot of gratitude to people like you, John, who are willing to sacrifice your life and give up a life of fame and fortune working for a multi-million-dollar firm where you were making a lot of money, and you gave it all up. You gave it all up to fight for what's right. And so if people can donate, I would encourage them to donate to NCLU, because it's not going to John. It's going to these individuals who you saw tonight and many more. And it's not just J6ers. They have a lot of cases over NCLU. They do vaccine mandate cases. They do a lot of cases, right? He's representing me in my case against big tech. For, they represent a lot of people. They're fighting a lot of fights right now, but most of their clients, I would say, are probably these J6ers. You said 38 J6er clients. So go to NCLU again. We'll flash that on the screen, nclu.org. Make a donation, become a member of NCLU, and help these people, right? Help these people. Help these people if you're looking to give charity this year for the holidays. Right, John? Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say, thank you so much for saying that. How much those words mean to me coming from you. And, you're not going to give up. I'm not going to give up. These January 6ers cannot give up. We have to take our country back, and we got to do it together. So thank you for this, and thank you for everything you do.
It's my pleasure. You have a responsibility to use your platform for good when you have a large following. And for years, it was taken from me. And you've seen me at my worst and my rock bottom, where I've been feeling desperate and in situations like that as well. And so I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be driven to the edge. I really do. I wrote about it in my book. I talk about it, and you've seen it in representing me and the legal hell I've had to deal with and the persecution, right? I've been targeted by the FBI too, and I know what it's like to be driven to a point where you literally want to just die because you feel so desperate and you feel like you're never going to be able to get any type of justice. And I don't like that feeling. It was a dark feeling for me, and I've been able to fight through it, and I hope that these people are able to fight through it as well. And it's sad that some weren't. It's sad that people have unfortunately taken their own life because of our own government, because our own government has driven people to suicide, because they have such a vendetta against Donald Trump that they want to literally destroy people, innocent people who didn't even do anything wrong. They walked inside the United States Capitol, and just the double standard and the lack of due process in this country and the weaponization of government against Donald Trump and his supporters. People better wake up. Right? People better wake up, and I hope that people pay attention this Thanksgiving, because like I said, it could be our last Thanksgiving. So I hope you do something worthwhile with your last Thanksgiving, because it might be your last Thanksgiving. And I wanted to use my platform to do something worthwhile on what might be all of our last Thanksgiving. We might not have a country come next year at this time. It's going to be after the election. The election's November 5th. I don't think people are really thinking that way, but everybody needs to start thinking.
Yeah, well, let's get Donald Trump back in office, and then we can put the country back on track, and we can have real accountability, for the folks who deserve it in a legal, constitutional, appropriate way. And that's what everyone has to be focused on every day, is what can they do to get Donald Trump reelected back in office.
Absolutely, because the only hope for some of these J6ers who have been sentenced to super long prison terms, and luckily you've been able to help get them reduced, is Donald Trump getting back into the White House. And so with that, John, where can people follow you aside from nclu.com, also nclu.org? It goes to the same website. You can donate nclu.com at the top right corner, click the donate button, become a member. Where do people follow you? I know you're on Twitter. Where can people support you, follow you, and pay attention and follow up on all your cases?
Yeah, sure. They can, check out my law firm website, johnpiercelaw.com, and on Twitter, I'm CaliKid JMP, CALIKID JMP.
Great. Wonderful. Well, John, thanks for everything that you do, and hopefully you're able to take some time as well to enjoy your Thanksgiving. I know you're always working nonstop. You never get a break, but we are thankful for you. I know that all these people that called in tonight, your clients, the J6ers, are thankful for you, and just want to thank you for everything that you do for fighting for the cause of freedom.
No, they're standing up against a tyrannical government. That's the least I can do, and it's an honor to fight for them.
Great. Well, thank you, John. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Laura.
Really bad times in our country, you guys. really desperate times for a lot of people. A lot of people are very desperate right now, and hopefully that opened your eyes. You were able to see some of these people up front and close and hear their stories. And I'm not trying to ruin your Thanksgiving. I'm not, but I'm also trying to put it into perspective for you that not everything is about, oh, it's a holiday weekend. We're going to go eat turkey and we're going to eat and we're just going to hang out with our family and talk and have a good time. Like, yeah, that's nice. And I know people like enjoying their holidays, but just remember, people are suffering right now. People in our country are being persecuted. Donald Trump is being persecuted. We are losing our country, and this might be our last Thanksgiving. And so I just wanted everybody to understand this and watch this and have it in the back of your mind. This is something that you can talk about when you're at Thanksgiving dinner. Remind your family members and your friends that there's people that are sitting in a jail eating garbage food on Thanksgiving, or maybe not even anything at all because they've had to spend all their money on legal fees, okay? Or they're in a jail cell, locked up. And I think it's really important that we put it into perspective. Yes, we have things to be grateful for, but we're also losing our country, and there's a lot to not be grateful for. There's a lot to think about as it relates to whether or not we're going to have a country or freedom or things to be grateful for in a year from now, because it may not be here. That's how severe things are in our country right now. And so I just want to reiterate, I'm grateful for all of you. I'm very thankful for all of my viewers and all of my supporters. I'm grateful for people like John Pierce who are fighting the good fight, and all these J6ers who are really just really such inspirational, strong people who are setting a standard of what it means to fight, right? These people have not given up, and they're being put through hell. And I'm also very thankful for Donald Trump, because without Trump, right, a lot of us wouldn't have hope right now. And the only thing that's really making me feel hope for our country, and hope that we're going to have a future, and hope that we're going to have any semblance of normalcy in our country again, is Donald Trump. Honestly, that's really how I feel, which is why I do everything I can every single day to help President Trump get elected. And so I hope that all of you will develop that same sense of urgency. And with that, just want to say, thank you, President Trump, for giving people a reason to fight. Thank you, President Trump, for never giving up. And thank you to all of these J6ers who you heard from tonight, and the many more who, maybe we're never going to cross paths. And there's thousands of people that are being persecuted and affected right now by the federal government. Thank you for never giving up. And thank you for taking a stand on J6. The government wants to call you domestic terrorists, and the government wants to call you traitors, and the government wants to say that you're criminals, but I think that you're patriots. And I think that January 6th, when President Trump pardons all of these J6ers, should go down in history as a national holiday. And we should have January 6th classified as a federal national holiday, a banking holiday, where everybody gets to take time off and think about the dangers of a weaponized government, and reflect on why it's so important that we never allow for agents within our federal government or the federal government to become so weaponized that it could drive somebody to suicide or destroy an American family. I do. I think that it's such a stain on our country that it should be a federal holiday, and every single American should be forced to study the meaning of J6 in their schools. And I personally think that when all these J6ers get pardoned, right, and I hope their records will be expunged, that we start referring to these people as patriots, right? Because our founding fathers would have been considered insurrectionists. They would have started a J6 committee for the founding fathers. Think about it. Our country was born in an act of insurrection and revolution. And so these people are patriots, just like our founding fathers were patriots and heroes. And just like we look back and we celebrate our founding fathers, or at least we did until the radical left woke cancer in our countries tried telling us that we should be ashamed of our founding fathers, I do believe that history is going to frown upon those who persecuted the J6ers. They're going to be looked down upon like people like Hitler and Stalin and Mao. They are. They're going to go down in history as the worst people in human history. They're going to be looked at like the dictators and the communist regimes around the world that killed millions of people. Okay, that's what the people on the J6 committee are going to go down in history as. They're going to go down as communist killers. And all the J6 patriots that you heard from tonight, and everybody else who supports President Trump and showed up on J6 to fight for election integrity and to fight against a stolen election, they're going to be remembered as American patriots. Mark my word. But in order to have that happen, we must get President Trump reelected. So with that, thank you so much for tuning in to episode 11 of Loomer Unleashed. Again, we are not having Loomer Unleashed on Thanksgiving this week because it is Thanksgiving and my production team is going to be enjoying Thanksgiving. And so with that, I hope all of you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Remember what I said to you tonight. If you are just tuning in now, you can go back and watch the live stream. It's going to be available. Be sure that you repost it even after the fact so others can watch this historic stream. I don't think anybody else has really ever done a live stream this long, a telethon with all the J6ers. And so I am proud to use my platform to give these brave patriots a voice. And with that, happy Thanksgiving. And I will see you next week for another episode of Loomer Unleashed.
There is a young female journalist, conservative journalist by the name of Laura Loomer.
If America's men acted like Laura Loomer, our problems would be fixed in about 5 minutes.
Chained herself to
She
Twitter.
chained herself.